diving headfirst into the manosphere to woo male voters ahead of 2028. But they'll have to compete with the digital bro world's new rising star, far-left activist Hasan Piker.
And what I really want is whether it's social media influencers on Twitch, YouTube like Hasan Piker, or other kind of promoters of hate.
Revolutionary optimism. You must always continue to organize. You must always continue to agitate, because the quicker we can create enough pressure that causes the American state to recalculate its suicide pact with Israel, the quicker we can save as many Palestinian lives possible. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is awesome. Our broadcast coming to you live from gloomy and not sunny at all Michigan. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. I am in Michigan. That's right. I'm sorry it's flooded. Trump speaking. It's a snooze fest. Yeah, I'm live. I'm alive, and I'm early, and I've been traveling a lot lately, going all around the country. And this is a part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop stream button,
that nobody was
press the start streaming button, so help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. But obviously Donald Trump is live, so I'm just gonna dive right into it. Trump is live on his press conference. Do we have a blast off meme? I'm just gonna go right into it. Okay, gonna go right into it. We're gonna listen to what Trump has to say live, early from Michigan, to listen to what Trump's White House press conference. I know Trump is talking. Stop saying come to Cleveland and all these other things. Started watching your Cuba documentary with my girlfriend. Very good, but so depressing as well. Okay. All right. Well, all right, that one's good. We'll just use that one. We'll just use that blast off meme. All right. But yeah, we're live, we're alive. And yeah, personal news wise, obviously I ended the broadcast last night. And then got ready. Flew in on a red eye. 4-hour flight, no food. Had to beg the air stewardess if I could get one of those like purchasable snack packs, because I was straight up dying. Luckily it was fine. I came in early at like 5 a.m. 3 technically at 2 a.m. for LA time. Landed, went back to sleep, and that's it. Are you considering submitting your Cuba doc on international festivals? No, what the hell? It's not. It's like a YouTube video, man. It's just like a little bit more of an effort, a high effort YouTube video. Anyway, live early from Michigan to listen to Trump's White House press conference. But thank you for thinking that. Will he do terror tomorrow? Epstein's Fury, day 37. Right wing dev still on my ass. Abdul rally tomorrow. Get in now. You can be an art guy. You move people more or less. Would you consider pressing the quack button on the soundboard? I do not have a soundboard. The mini doc plus your AJ vid plus some of your other guest media appearances are shaping up incredibly. Your overall profile is more and more legit by the day. No glaze. Thank you. No glizzy. No glaze. No glaze, but no fa. Post the Cuba dog on other platforms as well. TikTok, Insta, and Twitter. Long form stuff. Break up the TikTok into parts. Yeah. No soundboard while we're out here, unfortunately. Because obviously I'm not here. I'm not at home, you know? I'm not at home. Also, Trump just said Iran could be taken out in one night. Might be Tuesday night. All right, let's just go right into it.
When you go, the heroic F-15 weapons system officer had evaded capture on the ground in Iran for almost 48 hours. That's a long time when you're in tough shape and when you're bleeding. It's a long time. When we left, as you probably know, we had two large planes, pretty old planes that carried a lot. We needed a lot more equipment going in than coming out, obviously, because going in, we needed to be able to scale mountains.
Why is there a daily Fuck Hasan segment on?
And we had a lot of equipment.
Fox News?
Wait,
but the
sand
one?
was sandy, wet sand. So we thought there may be a problem taking off because of the weight of the plane. And then we also had all the men jumping back onto the planes. And they got pretty well bogged down. And we had a contingency plan, which was unbelievable, where lighter, faster aircraft came in, and they took them out. We blew up the old planes. We blew them up to smithereens because we had equipment on the planes that, frankly, we'd like to take, but I don't think it was worthwhile spending another 4 hours there taking it off. So we didn't want anybody to have. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world. We didn't want anybody examining our anti-aircraft and other equipment. So these were large planes that were old and pretty old, and we blew them up. And we had faster, lighter planes come in, and they were able to land on the sand. We needed the bigger planes because we had so much equipment that we needed. We took 3 helicopters over there, which were very strongly used and couldn't have lived without them. They did, and they performed unbelievably well. And if you'd see it, you wouldn't believe it. They came off the plane, and these guys had them. The rotors were off. They rebuilt these helicopters in less than 10 minutes. And that was one of the more amazing things. These are helicopters, small, unbelievably powerful, but small, very small, so it can get into certain areas. And they got them off the plane, and they rebuilt all 3 of them in a matter of less than 10 minutes. It's pretty amazing what the genius of these people. Who would think that? You'd think it would take 5 days to build them. And in some companies, it would take 5 days, and they wouldn't do it well. But they served us well. As Commander-in-Chief, I never forget the extraordinary risk taken by the warriors that we send into battle. And the genius, I mean, think of it, having a contingency of 3 planes waiting because we think the sand is so bad that we probably won't be able to take off. And the planes really got bogged. This was not much of a runway. This was a farm, not a runway. It's a farm, but it did the trick. But to have a contingency as opposed to having to wait 2 days, can you imagine right in the middle? This was central. This was right, you would call it central casting if you were doing a movie for location. And probably the toughest area of Iran where we'd be sitting there. So these planes came in, those pilots came in so fast and so quick and got out of there. Everybody got aboard and just got 15-minute intervals. 1 load out, 1 load out, 1 load out. It happened, and we were watching, and we said, "That's amazing." It's in many ways, I was almost more impressed by the contingency that we had than the fact that if we would have had a runway or decent soil, but it was an amazing thing. But we thank God for every single one of them and the talent. The genius is not even talent. It's if you look at what we did with Maduro, we went into a military compound, a massive, with thousands and thousands of soldiers, and within a matter of minutes, and he lived behind iron doors. There were steel doors, broke them down so quickly, and within almost minutes, he was in the back of these planes. It was a similar group. Incredible. We have incredibly talented people. And if the time comes, we move heaven and earth to bring them home safely. We're going to bring our people home safely.
Oh, shit.
I want to thank every member of the U.S. Armed Forces involved in these historic operations. They really were historic. It's just not
It's so funny that
done.
Trump is demonstrably
And you'd understand
incompetent
it. Not that they
and
don't wanna do
belligerent,
it,
and his entire
when you're going
administration
into
is
areas,
also
when
the
you look at
same.
these helicopters,
And
when you look at the
ironically
amount of
enough,
bullets and
out of
everything
all
else
of
that
the
they took, when you go
institutions that
into
we
these
have,
areas,
the military,
don't
especially
come out
certain
like we
aspects
came
of the
out.
American military,
God
are
was watching us.
some of the
Hey,
only
well,
competent
it was
aspects
the Easter
that remain
we were-
of American
Easter
organizations.
territory, I guess.
So it's
but
really
God was
interesting that
watching us,
they're
amazing.
having to conduct
'Cause
these
when you
like
look at the machinery,
incredibly
they took-
complex
They
operations.
took damage. Tells you
because,
first thing
you
I
know,
said is, these are unbelievable
Donald
machines. How
Trump
they flew
is
back and not
has
even much of a
decided
problem.
to blow up Iran for no
But
reason.
these two
you know?
extraordinary
Just
rescues, because
such
it was
a
two, and
ridiculous,
as you probably
such
know,
a
we didn't talk
ridiculous
about the
situation.
first one for an hour, and then somebody leaked something, which we'll hopefully find that leaker. We're looking very hard to find
I'm
that
not
leaker.
pro-military, but
And
it's
talked about-
not.
There's somebody missing.
I'm not pro-military
They
by
basically
any
said
means.
that-
I just see the military as a jobs program, but this is just a you know, normal assessment of the events. It's just nothing works in America. Even the military doesn't really work, but also it's still one of the only remaining competent organizations in the country.
And we know who, and you know who we're talking about, because some things you can't do. Because when they did that, all of a sudden, the entire country of Iran knew that there was a pilot that was somewhere on their land that was fighting for his life. And it also made it much more difficult for the pilots and for the people going in to search for him. All of a sudden, they know that there's somebody out there. They see all these planes coming in. It became a much more difficult operation because a leaker leaked that we have one, we've rescued one, but there's another one out there that we're trying to get. So actually, the country, Iran, put out a major notice, you all saw it, offering a very big award for anybody that captures
It wasn't.
the
It was
pilot.
$60,000.
So in addition to a hostile,
It wasn't that
very
big of an
talented,
award,
very good,
unfortunately.
very
'cause
evil
Iran is a
military,
much poorer country.
we had millions of people trying to get an award. So when you add that to it, but we have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. Probably didn't realize the extent of how bad it was. I can't imagine that the person did, but we're going to find out. It's national security, and the person that did the story will go to jail if he doesn't say, and that doesn't last long, and I think everybody would understand it. They put this mission at great risk. They put that man at great risk, and they put the hundreds of people that went in looking for him.
There's something very funny about Donald Trump complaining that someone leaked a special military operation because he literally yesterday went on Fox News, or at least talked to a Fox News reporter about CIA clandestine operations, arms trafficking to Kurdish militias in Iran. In a moment of weakness, he was just like, yeah, we did that.
Was the first manned aircraft downed by the enemy in this entire operation with thousands and thousands of flights. They got lucky. It was a lucky hit. You know, eventually you get lucky. But we got lucky too because we got both of them back. But it's a record that is unparalleled in the history of military air operations. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's such an honor to be involved with it. We were up late at night, and then we were waiting for those contingent planes to come in, and we say, come on, let's go, get in, because they're waiting out on this farm without a runway, with wet, crummy soil, sand, mostly sand, wet sand, and it eats planes alive, and we're waiting, and we're saying, I hope that one can land and take off. And they came in like magic. Boom, 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 one after another. It was like genius. I'm so impressed by that. Because we were a little concerned. We said, boy, if they don't get in and get up fast, we're sitting in them. And that's called Iran Prime, right, General? That's where the whole bet is. And here we are sitting there waiting for a plane. But they came in so fast and so hard, and these guys knew exactly what to do. Let's go, come on, get in, let's go, blah. They came one right after another, not at the same time. They don't want to come at the same time. They had to come right after each other. They didn't have any room. There was barely any room to land. Tiny little patch of very wet earth and sand. So I'm so proud of the people that I have standing up here with me and many others that worked. I mean, so many. Steve Witkoff's over here. He's doing fantastically. Jared Kushner. But the people that are here, the job they did is amazing. And I think I'm going to introduce the head of the CIA, and he is a man he's central casting, okay? If we cast a movie, he's going to play the head of the CIA. He's one of the few. John Ratcliffe, he did a phenomenal job that night. He did something that I don't know if you want to talk about it. If you want, you can. I'm not sure you're supposed to. I'm not going to talk about it. But the CIA was very responsible for finding this little speck. It's like they used an expression on one of the shows. A general was talking about, it's like finding a needle in a haystack, finding this pilot. And the CIA was unbelievable. And you may, if you can, you'll talk. It might be classified, in which case I'd have to put him in jail if he talks about it. And I don't want to put him in jail. He doesn't deserve that. So, John, do you want to say a few words? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a privilege to be here with you today to share what we can about this exceptional mission and to recognize the ingenuity and bravery of those who executed it, as well as the leadership and resolve of the president who ordered it. One thing that has been clear to me in this role is that the flawless military operations that the Department of War is known for are hostage to flawless intelligence. We saw that in the skies over Iran in Operation Midnight Hammer last summer. We witnessed it in Venezuela during Operation Absolute Resolve. We've seen it against the cartels in the Western Hemisphere, and we're seeing it every day in Operation Epic Fury, including this mission to rescue an aviator buried deep behind enemy lines. Because it is the unique tradition of the U.S. Armed Forces that we leave no man or woman behind. This was a no-fail mission. That was the spirit in which the president put us to work, and we were determined not to let him down or our airmen down. As an agency, the CIA possesses unique capabilities that only the president can deploy. Some of these capabilities fall under covert action authorities. And because covert means exactly that, I'm not going to be able to tell you everything that you want to know.
Oh, mystery.
At the president's direction, we deployed both human assets and exquisite technologies that no other intelligence service in the world possesses to a daunting challenge, comparable to hunting for a single grain of sand in the middle of a desert. This was also a race against the clock, as it was critical that we locate the downed aviator as quickly as possible, while at the same time keeping our enemies misdirected. For that reason, in addition to the human and technical assets deployed by the president to find our airmen, CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians who were desperately hunting for our airmen. On Saturday morning, we achieved our primary objective by finding and providing confirmation that one of America's best and bravest was alive and concealed in a mountain crevice, still invisible to the enemy, but not to the CIA. That confirmation was relayed by Secretary Hegseth to the president, and the operation quickly moved to the execution phase. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission. When the president asked me to lead the CIA, He made it clear, get back to basics, no politics, no agendas.
Yeah, we
Tackle
did
the hardest
this.
problems
We did the search and rescue
and
mission
execute
non-woke.
the
We were
toughest
saying
missions.
slurs while our search and rescue operations during combat also featured M60 machine gunners that were on the side of these MH60 mini helicopters that were not only dumping munitions on the ground, but also saying slurs, deploying the tactical slurs that are obviously necessary for combat success. You know, we did it unwokely.
None of that matters.
No politics.
And all of that is wasted without a president with the political courage to put them into action. Mr. President, I've had the privilege of seeing you act with political courage in the best interest of the United States up close on a daily basis, and I'm grateful that this successful mission has given the American people a window
it's clearly
into that
not.
as well. The
Look,
Secretary
combat
and
search
Chairman
and rescue
will tell
operations
you
are
that our
always going to be
service members'
difficult.
confidence-
They're always going to be
confidence is boosted
sticky.
by a commander-in-chief
There's always going to be issues.
who has
So
their
as long
back
as they get
the
the
same
guy
way
back,
they have
it's a
yours.
success. But
And I
let's be
know
real.
that the
America
confidence of
is
CIA's
using a
officers
shit ton of
is boosted
tools
by the
here.
knowledge that their work is informing a president who's not afraid to make the hardest decisions when the stakes are highest. And to the American people, your confidence should be boosted by knowing that the security of the nation is in the hands of a president who's willing to take on problems that have confounded both sides of the political aisle for nearly half a century. It is an honor to serve under a leader who just proved that you can believe him when he says, no matter what, we will leave no one behind. We will come for you. Thank you.
Well, John, thank you for the collaboration with the CIA as well. Incredible and ongoing partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, and especially the brave warriors in our armed forces, over this Easter weekend, the United States military has once again proved why we possess the greatest fighting force the world has ever known.
This is
In two
okay, this is like somewhat a note that people have obviously given up on, but it is quite strange that you have the head of the CIA, which is supposed to be like at least technically apolitical, right? Like in theory, in optics, come out and glaze the motherfucking president after a successful operation like that. I don't recall a time, not that it matters, like it's not the worst problem here, but I don't recall a time where that was a thing that used to take place, right? Like very strange way to operate.
And today, as the CIA director mentioned, Iran's military, and we know this, is embarrassed and humiliated, and they should be. Now, these are not routine operations. They were high-risk, high-stakes missions conducted in the heart of enemy territory. This was not just barely into Iran. This was deep into Iran, involving coordinated strikes to suppress threats, deception tactics to protect our teams,
I need
and
you
full
guys to remember,
synchronization across air, ground, and
like this recovery mission and the asset loss that took place in the process of the recovery mission did not need to happen at all. Okay, this is yet another classic Trump move. Trump fucks something up 100% and then literally rolls it back like 20%. And because people are expecting 100% fuck ups in perpetuity, that 20% rollback is now considered a massive success. And it's really interesting because things are still fucked 80%. How about not fucking things up? How about keeping it at 0% fuck ups? No, can't do that. And that's a classic Trump move. Did it with the tariffs. Roll back some of the tariffs. Everyone was like, oh, thank God the market can, breathe a little bit, right? A moment of respite from the chaos. And it's like, it's a classic Trump move. He comes in, he fucks things up 100%, and then due to like the competence of others or due to people yelling at him too much, he just like literally pulls it back a little bit more. And then people go, okay, thank God. Okay, things are stable again.
And that is not luck. It's the result of unmatched training, superior technology, an unbreakable warrior ethos, and sheer American grit. Our special operators, pilots, and support crews performed with near perfection under fire, and they were lethal. Just ask any Iranian soldier who dared attempt to get anywhere near that pilot before or during that mission. Death from above. Our troops turned a potential tragedy into a resounding demonstration of American resolve and capability. That's what excellence in uniform looks like. But make no mistake about it, none of this would have been possible without the courageous leadership and ironclad determination of President Donald J. Trump. From the moment our airmen went down, President Trump made it clear we will leave no one behind. The first mission, the first of two, was an audacious daylight thunder run right up the middle. It was authorized in less than 2 hours from that pilot going down when we knew where he was. And it was authorized in the middle of the night, because anybody that's worked for this man knows he's up in the middle of the night. Authorized immediately, without hesitation, audaciously. The second mission, as soon as we knew where that pilot was, and John was certainly helpful in that, also executed immediately. You know, I looked up at my screen when the final mission was complete inside our SCIF, our secure facility. And we have a running VTC, a running coordination cell. And the top of it read 45 minutes and 45 hours and 56 minutes. For 45 hours and 56 minutes, we held that call open for coordination. From the moment our pilots went down, our mission was unblinking. The call never dropped, the meeting never stopped, the planning never ceased. The president demanded rapid, decisive action. He backed our military with the full weight of his resolve, refusing to let enemy...
Bro, the way they're talking, you would think he was commandeering the CH-130s, bro. You'd think he was flying the goddamn cargo plane. You think he was with a shovel trying to dig out the front wheels of the cargo plane on this impromptu FARP that they set up on an agricultural field. You would think Trump was there, bro. Meanwhile, none of the dudes had to be there. None of the planes had to be there. The only reason why any of this is happening, and it's still happening, by the way, because it hasn't stopped, right? The pain has not subsided. We haven't fixed any of the issues. But the only reason why any of this is happening is because of Trump, because he decided to do the unthinkable, do the thing that like Israel has wanted every American president to do. He was the one that finally gave Benjamin Netanyahu that gift and bomb Iran, go to war with Iran. It's so crazy.
Monty, you can ask Maduro, you can ask Khomeini. To those heroes who planned and executed these rescues, your nation stands in awe. I stand in awe. The chairman stands in awe. We all stand in awe of your professionalism and bravery. We serve for you. You embody the very best of America. To the rescued airmen and their families, welcome home. Your courage and endurance, the quiet declaration of faith amid the storm, inspires us all. God is good every day. And to our adversaries watching from Tehran, let this be a clear message. The United States military will go anywhere, at any time, to protect our own and complete the mission. We execute with precision. We control the skies. You see, we flew for 7 hours in daylight over Iran to get the first pilot. And we flew 7 hours in the middle of the night to get the second. And Iran did nothing about it. We fight with honor, and under President Trump's leadership, we win. So God bless our troops, God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mr.
Like, the CIA director has to be an intelligent person. He has to be a competent person. Historically, and even today, that guy is not a fucking silly Billy, right? And yet here you have the CIA director straight up saying mission accomplished while the war continues to wage. You got Pete Hegseth saying that, but that's expected of Pete, right? Because Pete is obviously a drunk rapist, a nuisance, a dumbass. It's actually wild how much
in the morning, local Iran time.
We've
the
like
Joint Personnel
retooled
Recovery
everything.
Center, which handles
How
the
much we've
Central Command
retooled the
area of
American government
responsibility, declared an
to
isolated
fluff up
personnel recovery
one guy,
event
one
for US Air
incompetent
Force
monster.
F-15E Strike Eagle, call sign Dude 44, which was down in hostile Iranian territory. The pilot and weapons system officer had both safely ejected and were isolated behind enemy lines. Following confirmation of active rescue beacons and on the direction of the Secretary and by order of the President, a rescue operation was launched with the stated purpose of bringing both Americans home safely. As the Secretary said, several hours later on the morning after positively locating the front seater, call sign Dude 44 Alpha, and aware of an aggressive ongoing search by the enemy, a U.S. Central Command plan was approved by the Secretary and the President. Shortly thereafter, a U.S. Air Force Combat Search and Rescue Task Force comprised of A-10 Warthogs in their Sandy role, and I'll describe what that is in a minute, HC-130 Combat King IIs, HH-60 Jolly Green II helicopters, and Air Force Special Warfare Airmen, a package comprised of combat rescue officers and pararescueman operators, audaciously penetrated enemy territory in broad daylight to find, fix, and recover Dude 44 Alpha from behind enemy lines. This was an incredibly dangerous mission, an incredibly dangerous undertaking, but a filled promise made to every American warfighter that you will not be left behind. We will always...
Guys, literally they're doing it. They're all saying like how wonderful the mission was, and no one wants to admit that the reason why the mission even had to be the reason why the mission had to even happen is because Trump decided to bomb Iran. Like it's so ridiculous. Like we have melted upwards of $60 billion so far, just lit it on fire for the past 37 days. And people are just like, yeah, look at how wonderful this was. This was so great. Look at this campaign. I mean, look at this daring, audacious, penetrative military mission that we pulled off. Look at our soldiers. It's like, okay, but here's another alternative. None of that had to happen. It's so crazy.
The objective area. During this engagement, one of the Sandy aircraft, the one primarily responsible for communicating with the downed pilot, was hit by enemy fire. This pilot continued to fight, continued the mission, and then upon exit, flew his aircraft into another country and determined that the airplane was not landable. This was one of our A-10 Sandy aircraft. The pilot then made the decision to eject over friendly territory and was quickly and safely recovered and is doing fine. After picking up Dude 44 Alpha, the HH-60 Jolly Green fight was engaged by every single person in Iran who had a small arms weapon. And one of the aircraft, the trailing aircraft, took several hits. The crew sustained minor injury, and they are going to be fine. A note for those of you that do not know what a Sandy does. Named after the flight call sign that did this very mission in Vietnam, flying A-1 Sky Raiders and A-7 Corsairs. A Sandy has one mission: get to the survivor, bring the rescue force forward, and put themselves between that survivor on the ground and the enemy. They are committed to this. This is what they live for, and this is what they've trained for over many, many years. The A-10 force and the rescue force did a fantastic job rescuing Dude 44 Alpha. He was recovered Friday afternoon. As I said, and the nation needs to know this was an incredibly brave and courageous mission, and a testament to the courage, skill, and tenacity of the joint force and our leaders. And especially a daylight option, having the guts to try, means so much to so many. Meanwhile, the backseater, as the President and the Secretary have said, had continued to work and survive. Through the hours of daylight, Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater, evaded. Using every means available, the efforts of the United States military, the Central Intelligence Agency, and others were attempting to find and locate with precision Dude 44 Bravo, the backseater. A note on
Are you mad we were injecting
the
freedom into
backseater
Iran with extreme
and the front
penetration and
seater.
maximum war fighting?
The single most important contributor to a successful rescue operation is the spirit of attack inside the heart of that downed aviator.
What the hell is
Their
Dude
will
44
to
Alpha?
survive,
It's just how
their
hard my
will
cock
to
is when I
evade,
think about
their
the American
will
military.
to recover is everything. In this case, the backseater's absolute commitment to surviving made much of our efforts possible.
Like everything is
On
everything is like hoorah, hard dick. Look at the might of our military shit. It's so funny. And I don't think this is like as successful as people like this is good for the dummies, right? Dummies will eat this shit up. Dummies will absolutely eat this shit up. There's plenty of people in the cult that this is going to be really good for. This is great propaganda for them. They're like, yeah, America is so powerful, is so mighty. Don't look at the fact that, like, you know, the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, right? Like all this stuff. Fox News boomers will like it. Obviously, the MAGA cult will like it. But it's unbelievably stupid that we're even doing this. And I don't think most Americans are on board with it. As a matter of fact, most Americans are looking at the gas prices and thinking, why the fuck are we doing this at all? Why are we doing this? None of this makes sense. Please fix the inflation. I want health care. Like, why are we doing new wars? I thought you said no new wars, Mr. President. Now, of course, the problem here is no one that says, I thought you said no new wars, Mr. President, is actually a former Trump supporter, because all of the former Trump supporters are current Trump supporters, with maybe a little bit in the margins, like some independents who were like, yeah, I voted for him, especially in the youth vote, right? People who were like, yeah, I voted for him. I thought he was going to be, no new wars. Turns out he's Mr. New Wars. That was a mistake. Whatever. I learned. You live and you learn, right? But yeah, what he meant was no new wars. No. Exclamation mark. New wars. Yes.
Dude 44 Bravo. They were protected overhead by an air armada, including tactical drones, strike aircraft, and others.
I voted for him.
The
I
force
like war.
fought through multiple simultaneous
Dude 44
contingencies,
Alpha in the chat.
something no other
Respect.
nation, no other military can do.
I will say I haven't really seen a lot of like, I voted for this people, even on the internet, even the dumbest people that used to post that anytime we were like, I don't know, kidnapping like a random Guatemalan aunt who's on her way to her daycare job, right? And ripping her apart from her family in these like harrowing scenes that used to happen on a daily basis. There would be a bunch of white supremacists that would quote retweet that shit and be like, I voted for this. I voted for this, dude. This is what I voted for. Meanwhile, for the last 37 days, you haven't really heard a lot of people say I voted for this, right? Which has been quite interesting.
Tenacity is a direct result of the absolute trust they have in our rescue forces, their training, and their will to survive and return. They always knew that we would be ordered to go get them, and they always knew that we would be coming to get them. These two operations reflect our nation's most sacred obligation to our military service members. We leave no one behind, bless you. It also perfectly captures the first
You
truth
just tactically
of our,
ascertain that sneeze, sir.
that people are more important than hardware. That is the standard we live by, and the rescue forces that execute these missions operate under.
By the way, the American government has absolutely left troops behind on especially special forces operations in the past. The only reason why they had to conduct this unimaginably costly operation was for two reasons, I think. One, to do pen testing, to see how well they could set up like a base of operation, in my opinion, inside of Iran. And two, because everybody was obviously aware that there were two pilots, not one, that were slated to be captured, and they did not want that. They did not want that massive, spectacular L, which is precisely the reason why they, spent almost $1 billion on this operation, both with the asset loss, when the operational costs here were close to $1 billion fucking dollars, just to get this one guy out.
Dude 44, welcome home. Job well done. Thank you.
Pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. And
Pretty amazing.
These two gentlemen have been.
All right, let's
from
get to
day
the
one,
questions.
they've
Let's
been
see. Let's see if they will do a
perfecto.
suck
I
job.
got to know General Kane in my first term because he was able to take out ISIS in 4 weeks instead of the 4-year projection that was given to me by other much lesser generals. And I said, if I ever
Much
do this
lesser
again,
generals. We fired
that's
all of
going to
them.
be the head of my Joint
Some
Chiefs
of them
of
were
Staff.
black. Can you believe it?
And
And
we-
women. They wanted women generals. We can't have women generals. Unbelievable.
In 4 weeks, I was told it would take 4 years. I flew to Iraq to find out with the greatest equipment in the world, why would it take 4 years? And he told me, sir, it won't. It'll take 4 weeks and you'll have time left over. And that's exactly what happened. So he's great. And Pete, all I can say is that he was treated very unfairly. And now those same people that treated him unfairly, that fought against him, they called me up saying, what a great choice he was. They said, well, what happened during his nomination? What happened to you? I'm telling you, it's people that were not for him, senators, friends of mine. Sir, I don't think you're doing the right thing. Now they're calling me up. What a choice. These two guys are fantastic. And John Ratcliffe was incredible. It was actually their genius that called us he was 40 miles away. And he said, we're seeing something moving up in the mountain. This is at night. And they kept the camera on him for 45 minutes. He wasn't moving. And they said, probably wrong, but we're seeing something moving. This is a vast mountain. Vast, thick, with bushes, trees. He said, we see something moving 40 miles away. It was the head of a human being, I'm telling you, it's moving. And then all of a sudden, 45 minutes later, he moved a lot. He stood up, and they said, we have him. And that was really the beginning of something incredible. We had an idea where he was, but not specifically. That's a big mountain. So I want to thank the CIA, too. I don't think they get enough credit for the great job they've done. Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for this great opportunity. Country, it has super army. You make a difference, Mr. President. Thank you for your greatest leadership.
Oh my God, bro.
I have 2 quick questions, Mr. President.
Bro, that's not a question.
What was your
That's dick
reaction
sucking.
when you learned that Kurdistan region had resumed exporting oil to the international market with your support as United States of America?
Well, I expected that. We've gotten along with the Kurds for a long time, so I
God
expected that.
damn, dude. What a
Another question,
fucking ridiculous situation we find ourselves in. Like, that's crazy
if the
to me.
Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they
President,
were
you
told
are the greatest
if you
leader.
protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. And he and his 2 friends were hung. And all they did was say a little bit about liberty.
See, that was a
They wanted
fop
liberty,
moment, okay?
and
But
they
I
were
don't have the
violently
soundboard, so I can't say it. They were hanged.
But the
not
number is up
hung.
to probably 45,000 people were killed. So, when somebody stays in a house, when they know if they walk out of the house to protest, they'll be immediately shot and killed. And they issued that, that was publicly issued. It's not a secret. That's why so many people say, oh, well, why are you doing this way? We can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon. We got regime change. We do. We're dealing with a much different regime than before. We're dealing with different people. They're smarter. I think they're sharper and far less radical. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my My view was very simple. I saw somebody said, "Oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is." You know, they want me to say, "Here's my plan. We're going to attack at 9:47 in the morning, and then we're going to do this, and then we're going to." And if you don't do that, they say, "I have a plan." These people know what the plan is. Everybody here knows what the plan is, but it's very unfair to say we don't. Because I don't mind being insulted. I've been insulted for many years by the fake news, but you can't.
Famously, Trump doesn't mind being insulted.
So bad for people that are so pro. You just saw two great, and John Ratcliffe, three unbelievable people. They have a plan. Every single thing has been thought out by all of us. But I can't reveal the plan to the media. So, you know, but we're just thrilled by the success of this operation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've said Iranians would be mad if you stopped these attacks, but why would they want you to blow up their infrastructure, to cut off their power? Wouldn't that be punishing Iranians for the actions of the regime?
They would be willing to, and it's suffering, they would be willing to suffer that in order to have freedom. The Iranians have, and we've had numerous intercepts. Please keep bombing. Bombs that are dropping near their homes. Please keep bombing. Do it. And these are people that are living where the bombs are exploding. And when we leave and we're not hitting those areas, they're saying, please come back, come back, come back. These are the people. I don't know what they do. All I can tell you is they want freedom. They have lived in a world that you know nothing about. It's a violent, horrible world where if you protest, you are shot. Remember the great woman protests where they had 400,000, 500,000 women, and they were all enthused and they were going to protest, and everybody said, oh, the regime's going to come to an end. And then all of a sudden, boom, boom, 5, 6 different areas. A woman would go down right between the eyes. They had snipers. They had 5 snipers. That's all it took. And those 400,000 or 500,000 women said, oh, my God, what's that? Oh, look over there. What's that? A woman shot right between the eyes. And after 5 or 6 of them go down, then you start hearing the purr through the vast number of people. And then they said, oh, my God, who would do that?
Yeah, except, first of all of this commentary is day one commentary. You can't continue to do this kind of, we're trying to liberate the Iranian people, when you were also saying we're bombing Iran back to the Stone Age, man. What is this fucking argument? Like, he's awfully descriptive about the gruesome ways in which the Iranian government is like assassinating their own citizens. Meanwhile, buddy, you're the one who's killed. You're the one who has not only killed thousands, but you're also threatening to kill tens of thousands more.
Between the eyes, from a long distance, they were on top of buildings. Nobody even knew where they were. Where they coming from? This wasn't like a machine gun, which is also very bad. They've done that too. They did that recently. This was snipers sitting on the top of buildings, aiming and hitting women. And when they see people go down, and all of a sudden there's a riot in the reverse direction, and they never came out again. And a lot of the news doesn't talk about that. They talk about, oh, women's rights. You want to see women's rights? You're not going to see it there. It's amazing when I see some of the stupid people, like, you know, AOC plus 3, all that group. They talk about, oh, freedom for Iran. They don't tell you the real facts. Women, men, gays. How about gays for Iran? They kill the gays. They throw them off buildings. So I wonder what's going on. I can only say this. They want us to keep bombing, even if it jeopardizes, because their life is in much greater danger. They want freedom for Iran, but it's very hard for them to protest. I actually tell them, I said, don't go out. I fully understand. Nobody in this room would go out.
I think there's a new technique out here that we haven't really fucking accounted for, which, as I've said over and over again, lying is OP, right? Lying is OP, please nerf. But I also think Donald Trump just, he just occupies space, right? He'll make both sides of the same argument. On the one hand, he's like, Iranians are barbaric monsters. We're going to fucking bomb them back to the Stone Age. They're animals. We need to destroy their electricity. We need to destroy their energy grid. And then he'll turn around and be like, and the Iranian government, they're so violent. We're actually doing this to protect the Iranian people. And I think for his own audience, like, they don't really care. It's not, like, consistency is utterly irrelevant at this point, where it's just more so that they get to hear their beautiful president talk, right? Their big, beautiful president talk. And they'll repeat the things that he's saying. And they also have no care or consideration for being consistent at all. It's not even about like making an argument. It's preaching to the converted. And because there's plenty of converted already, it just kind of doesn't matter at this point what he says. It doesn't matter that he's like incapable of presenting a cohesive, coherent narrative here, right? It's so strange. I mean, given that foreign policy is perhaps the most removed from the pressures of the majority, democratic pressures entirely, as we've seen in the past 2.5 years with the genocide in Gaza and the demands to put an end to it, even during an election cycle. I kind of understand why Trump has this what are you going to do about it attitude. But it still is shocking how cult-like his audience is, how cult-like his fan base is at this point, that they don't even question the contradictions that Donald Trump represents in the exact same speech that he's delivering.
Into this journey, hundreds of people could have been killed. Forget about the equipment, a lot of equipment, nobody cares. Hundreds of people could have been killed. So we had people that were within the military that said this is not a wise, and I understood that, but I decided to do it.
Was there a point that they were that you were thinking there's too much on the line, and somebody was saying maybe we abort this now and wait? I mean, given the resource, like the general said, it seemed like there was so much on the line here. You must have been thinking, well, this could have completely changed.
So the first one, which was in many ways as dangerous as the second, I guess it gets, because we're flying over daylight. You know, we're the best at the world at night. We have goggles that nobody. We have goggles. I've tried them. They're unbelievable. I see better with the goggles at night than I see without them during daylight. I mean, daylight today, we have a beautiful day. You see just as well with goggles. In many ways, it's
incredible.
Enhanced.
Thank you, sir.
So we have the best in the world. So it's much safer for us to do it at night. Whereas other people, no other country has that capability. They don't have that particular.
He's what we call in psychiatry, psychoanalysis, a mirror. He has an ability to say everything, and those listening will fight the dissonance and crazy making by pulling out what they need to hear to keep external/internal order. Vance is a kaleidoscope. It's interesting. I mean, that does make sense. Your explanation does make sense. Like, he's giving people enough. If you are, let's say, a Persian diaspora monarchist, for example. You hear him talk about the ruthlessness of the IRGC, and you hear that, and that's fine. That's enough for you. You don't care about the fact that he's also saying, let's bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. You just like choose to not hear that. And if you're the type of person who thinks, you know, Iranians are barbaric, then it's great. We should bomb them back to the Stone Age. For example, one of the funniest things that Republicans do, conservatives in general do this, they'll talk about the conservatism of enemy states, right? Conservatives here that are genuinely advancing the exact same social forces, the social pressures, the regressive social pressures, will turn around and talk about how ridiculous it is that, you know, look at the way that they're treating the gays in Iran. And it's like, well, brother, your Supreme Court just, struck down a gay conversion therapy ban in the state of Colorado. That's just torturing young gay teenagers. That's literally just now officially legalized torture. Like, it's not all that different, right? It's not all that different. It's just that the material realities are different in America as opposed to Iran. America's a much wealthier, much more prosperous country, obviously, and therefore, we don't have ISIS-style groups yet, as they did in Syria and Iraq. But I always explain to you, all these like Patriot Prayer rally goers and the Oath Keepers and whatnot would behave exactly the same way as ISIS would if the American economy resembled the Iraqi economy, for example. So that's the only reason why. Like, they have material comforts that allow them to go and do these like weekend journeys where they train and LARP, and then they go back to eating jalapeno poppers all the same. They go back to watching sports on the TV all the same. But if they didn't have those amenities, if they didn't have those treats, and if the economy resembled a war economy, like a bombed out, hollowed out economy of like Iraq, they would be doing the same shit to the gays that ISIS was doing, right?
This should have been handled by 7 presidents, a lot of presidents. And those presidents are saying now, every one of them to their friends, we should have done this a long time ago. So it's not something I like doing. It's very dangerous, and we're getting them at the height of their strength. If I didn't
I'd be lying to you,
Barack
though,
Hussein,
if I acted as though this is not something I'm jealous of. Yeah, that's Trump's incredible power as a politician. People who like him just pick and choose what they believe from what he says. If it's something they don't like, they just can say he doesn't mean that, or he's just talking. It never breaks through. Every Trump supporter thinks Trump thinks exactly like them. There's almost an evangelical-style personal relationship with God, but with Trump. Exactly. And Trump is a manifestation of God. He is like a prophet. He is treated like a prophet. But yeah, that's precisely what it is. Oh, wait, what is he talking about?
remember when he filled up a 757 with cash, billions of dollars of cash, and he sent it over to them. Then they gave them tens of billions of dollars. He chose Iran over Israel and really the Arab world, if you look, because, you know, the other, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, I mean, you take a look. I mean, I can add Kuwait and I can add Bahrain, and you can add others. He chose such an unlikely candidate. Nobody could believe it. Frankly, if you're going to choose between Iraq and Iran, he should have befriended Iraq. He went in the exact opposite direction of all thinking, and he made a terrible mistake. But that was a road to a nuclear weapon. And when I terminated that, everyone said, oh, he terminated it. It was one of the best things we ever did, because he had a road to a nuclear weapon. And it was a very short-term deal. You know, countries don't do 10-year deals. Countries do hundreds of years. You don't do a 10-year deal. For a country, you're a landlord and you're renting a store on a certain street, and you give somebody a 5-year or 10-year lease. This is a country. It was a short-term deal. It was ready to expire. I terminated it before it expired. It took a lot of heat, and it was one of the best things I ever did, because he would have had a nuclear weapon. Then he would have had another nuclear weapon, had those beautiful B-2 bombers not gone in 8 months ago, and obliterated that site. And by the way, the word is obliteration. CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't complete. It was so complete that they still haven't been able to get it. It was obliteration. But if we didn't hit them, that was a courageous decision, too, because we had all those planes flying in at night with very little cover, unbelievable stealth planes, and they were able to do their job. If we didn't do that, Iran would have had a nuclear weapon at a high level, either one of those two instances.
A nuclear weapon at a high level, not at a low-level nuclear weapon.
I told this to Bibi Netanyahu yesterday. Israel would have been extinguished. Large portions of the Middle East would have been extinguished, whether it's Saudi Arabia, Qatar, UAE, or others. And you saw that with thousands of missiles raining down upon them. They didn't think they were going to be hit. They thought they'd be watching us fight. And all of a sudden, UAE got hit by 1,500 missiles. He would have taken them out also. And they were powerful. If I didn't come along and terminate the Obama deal, which was terrible, the Iran nuclear deal was a...
Another contradiction from the Republican perspective that I always find very strange is the fact that Republicans are supposed to demonstrate like the maximum manifestation of American exceptionalism, American individualism, and selfishness, right? And they've shown that when it comes to Ukraine, right? Cast aside your own personal opinion on like why Russia invaded Ukraine or whatever the fuck, right? And remember that Republicans, under the directive of Donald Trump, very quickly launched an argument that we shouldn't defend Ukraine at all, right? And we shouldn't be spending money on Ukraine at all. And that although they are engaging in a defensive war, trying to purge a Russian invasion from their national boundaries, that was totally and wholly unjustifiable, our support, right? And what's really interesting is that they don't have that same ambition for Israel. You could absolutely make this argument on moral grounds to not to discontinue our endless and unlimited support to Israel. We've given a tremendous amount more support to Israel. And now, in the process of waging Israel's war on Iran, we've actually lost a shit ton more of our assets and even put our soldiers, active duty soldiers, in the line of fire. Some of them have died, hundreds of casualties. The Iranian resistance has delivered hundreds of casualties. We don't even know the full numbers. And it's really strange that Republicans don't turn around and have a similar isolationist attitude towards Israel.
Mr. President, thank you so much.
You've listed the goals. Excuse me.
Please, go ahead.
You've listed
Thank
the
you, Mr.
goals.
President.
Who you with? Who you with?
My name is Dia Kurd. I'm with the largest Kurdish media outlet, Ruda Media Network. It's based in Iran.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, you said before that you don't want the Kurdish forces to enter Iran and be harmed. Do you still want them to stay away? Or what role do you expect them to play now?
I'd rather have them stay away.
And then,
I'd rather have them stay away because I think they bring with them some problems and some difficulties. And I don't think they bring death, I mean, to themselves. But I'd rather have them stay away. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President, for the question. Deliberate attacks on civilian infrastructure violate the Geneva Conventions and international law.
Who are you with?
I'm with the New York Times. Zolan from the New York Times. Are you
The failing.
Are you concerned?
Circulation way down at the New York Times.
Are
What's
you
going on
concerned
with
that your threat to bomb power plants and bridges amount to
No,
war
not at
crimes?
all. No, I'm not. I hope I don't have to do it. But again, I just said 47 years they've been negotiating with these people. They're great negotiators, and because they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. And if somebody that takes my place someday is weak and ineffective, which possibly that will happen because we had numerous presidents that were weak, ineffective, and afraid of Iran, we're never going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon. And if you think it's okay for people that are sick of mind, that are tough, smart, and sick, really sick, from a policy standpoint, from a standpoint, any which way you want to say, mentally, these are disturbed people. If you think I'm going to allow them, and powerful and rich, to have a nuclear weapon, you can tell your friends at the New York Times, not going to happen.
America and Israel objectively are more malign forces around the globe, and yet both of these countries have nuclear arms. Okay? I'm very sincerely saying this, and I don't think there's any dispute. If you are remotely critical about if you have the capabilities of analysis here, you look at the belligerent ways in which Israel and America have conducted themselves, and you look at the ways, oftentimes the restrained ways in which, I meant malignant. Did I say maligned? I'm sorry. But you look at the ways in which Israel and America have conducted themselves. The reality is clear. Iran is a much more restrained. Iran is a much more restrained actor here. They are much more stable. Okay, America and Israel, on the other hand, are fucking insane. Both of these countries also have their own version of like weird theological justifications for their unlimited violence. Israel obviously has the Greater Israel Project, and America has white evangelical Christianity, white evangelical Zionism as well. Both are very violent projects. And they're violent domestically with domestic repression, Israel's occupation of Palestinians, America's occupation of the undocumented migrants and black and brown people in general, and then also a shit ton of ultra violence when it comes to their foreign policy as well.
So a lot of people are affected by this, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8:00 Eastern time, and after that, they're going to have no bridges. They're going to have no power plants.
Like even this statement alone.
Stone Ages, yeah.
Iran has not said such a thing. Iran has not said such a thing about America nor Israel, really. And they have every right to do so. They were attacked first.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz, or is that now a top priority?
I would say it's a very big priority because, see, that's one thing that's a little different than other things. We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks.
What?
A water mine. Drop them in the water.
A truck?
And now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion.
Does he think the Strait of
don't
Hormuz
worry
is
about
on
the
land?
mine.
What the fuck?
You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely. We've knocked out 158 ships in 3 days. We've knocked out even their mine droppers. They don't have any mine droppers anymore, but they put them on other boats, and they could drop them. I'm not even sure they have any mines there, by the way. I'm not sure. I'm personally, they say there might be 8. I don't know. I think there might be none because they're very good bullshit artists. That's why for 47 years they've been bullshitting other presidents.
Does he think like
and they haven't
trucks
done the
load
job.
up water
And
mines
people
and
are
they just like
living in
roll it off
hell.
of a hill?
You live in that country, they're living in hell.
Like he thinks the IRGC is like rolling off mines off of a hill into the water.
They're
From
at
the
the
back of a
weakest point
truck.
they've ever been. They have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft weaponry, they have no radar, they have no communication. In fact, the biggest problem we have in our negotiation is that they can't communicate. I said to Steve, what are they saying? Sir, they can't communicate. They have no method of communication. So we're communicating like they used to communicate 2,000 years ago with children, bringing a note back and forth. They have no communication. But all I want to see is I want to have a safe world, and you're not going to have a safe world. Israel will be gone. The Middle East will be gone. And then they're coming for Europe. And I have to tell you, I'm very disappointed in NATO.
If they're
I think that NATO,
incapable of communication,
I think it's
how are they fucking tweeting and doing media hits over and over
I mean,
again?
to see me on Wednesday, they're going to say, oh, we'll do this, we'll do that. Now they all of a sudden want to send things, you know. But they said it loud and clear at the beginning. When I spoke to UK of all, I would have said they would have been the first because they're the oldest. And
also,
I say,
yes,
I'd
of
love
course
to have
he's
a little
admitting that
help.
there's no
I said,
negotiations.
no, sir, we'd rather wait till you win. I said, I don't need help after we win. They have 2 old broken aircraft carriers, barely work. I said, I guess we can use them. Who the hell knows? I called the general. He didn't even want them. He said, we don't really need them. We got the SS Abraham Lincoln, sir. We don't need them. Do you know, we have, in terms of technology, we had one day 101 missiles going at 2,700 miles an hour, aimed at the Abraham Lincoln. 101 missiles. Out of 101 missiles, 101 missiles were shot down. Unbelievable technology. 10 years ago, 5 years ago, I don't know if that would have been possible, but 10 years ago, that wouldn't have been possible. 101 missiles heading to a ship that's not that far off the coast. And out of the 101 missiles, we shot down all 101. We have weaponry. The Patriots are unbelievable. We have weaponry that's unbelievable, yeah.
Just to clarify.
Go ahead, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said earlier today during the egg roll that you would like to take Iran's oil, but Americans want U.S. forces home.
Correct.
What's that trade-off?
If I had my
Does
choice,
it take
if I had
too
my
much time?
choice, yeah, because I'm a businessman first. With Venezuela, as you know, the war was over in about 45 minutes. And we have great people running Venezuela, very good people. I mean, the relationship is good. And we are a partner with Venezuela. And we've taken hundreds of millions of barrels, hundreds of millions. Over 100 million barrels already is in Houston, refined and out. And paid for that war many, many times over, many times over. You know, the old days, to the victim. Okay, you know that. To the winner belong the spoils, go the spoils. And I've said, why don't we use it? To the victor, go the spoils. And we don't have that. We haven't had that in this country probably in 100 years, because even the Second World War, you look at the Second World War, we didn't have it with the Second World. We helped rebuild all those countries. We rebuilt Germany. How about Germany telling us that, well, it's not their war. We had nothing to do with it. They wanted me to go and tell them everything I was doing. We didn't know anything about it. Well, if I would have told them, they would have leaked it, and we wouldn't have been nearly as successful, possibly, right? but to the victor belong the spoils. So haven't heard that in, I think, maybe hundreds of years. Now with Venezuela, and we, just so you understand, the people of Venezuela, they say if I ran for president of Venezuela, I'm polling higher than anybody has ever polled in Venezuela. So after I'm finished with this, I can go to Venezuela. I will quickly learn Spanish. It won't take too long. I'm good at language. And I will go to Venezuela. I'm going to run for president. But we're very happy with the president-elect that we have right now, the people that are running it. If you remember Bush with Iraq, they fired the generals, they fired the police, they fired the people that worked in their equivalent of the White House. They fired everybody. And you know what they had? They had a mess. And you know what happened? ISIS formed. Those
okay, he's not wrong about this. He's not wrong about this.
The police got together. They all got together.
He is right about this. He's
ISIS.
saying, like, the reason why we are operating with the same system, but with, like, significantly larger levers of coercion, is because in the absence of that, the instability born out of, like, a bombing campaign and permanent military occupation and just, like, destroying regular civil society, ironically enough, what he's trying to do in Iran, would be devastating for Venezuela, and we wouldn't be able to extract that sweet oil from the ground.
They were all set. They saw that big, beautiful aircraft carrier, the Ford in that case, and planes were pouring off it at 1 o'clock in the morning. So typically, when you see that late at night, you know, you could be in trouble.
To be fair to Trump, or what he's saying here, he's trying to make it seem like he has a totally new attitude, a totally new version of neocon war hawkery, and in some ways it is true, right? Except, I guess, you know, it's not always the same. Like in Iran, as long as there is like some resistance on the ground, it's very clear that he will go back to business as usual, aerial bombing campaigns, and maybe even boots on the ground military warfare.
To people. They pressed the button, nothing happened. They pressed it again and again, nothing happened. And he said, we knew this whole thing was over in 3 minutes. We've never seen any, he used the word ferocity. The ferocity of these planes from 17 different angles, and it was over. They went inside. And remember, that was on a military base with thousands of soldiers. And those soldiers looked and they said, get the hell out of here. Thousands, we didn't have thousands. We had like 200 people. So, we have a great military, and I'll tell you what, somehow this rescue captured the world's attention, more so than normally. You're talking about 2 people, but this rescue captured the world's attention. But we did it in Venezuela. That was amazing, and now we have a very bad man in prison and going to trial. I mean, he
Bro,
released,
you are the very bad man.
aside from the drugs, which he was terrible.
Like, this is another part of the puzzle where it's like, who gives a fuck about what any other country's president does? As an American, you can have that attitude, and that's fine, right? I mean, it's just a lie that we tell ourselves that we care about liberating these people anyway. But also, our president is a far, far worse actor than any other president in any other country, okay? Just on foreign policy alone. Look at what the fuck we're doing currently to the rest of the planet. Look at what we're doing currently to the rest of the planet. And he's like openly saying, like, they're animals. We're going to bomb them into oblivion. We're going to kill all of them. Literal convicted rapist doing rape to the rest of the planet.
So maybe 1 or 2 more and we'll be done.
Mr. President, are you allowed?
He's right. The world respects America now and will think twice before messing with it. Yeah, no, definitely.
For passage through the strait.
He's answering questions for 2 hours, standing at 80 years old. Dude, oh my God, Trump glazers are so funny. Oh my God. Hold on, I got to listen to this.
We're the winner. We won. Okay? Oh! They are militarily defeated. The only thing they have is the psychology of, we're going to drop a couple of mines in the water, all right?
That's not what they've done. They're collecting tolls.
We'll charge tolls, okay? I thought you meant us. Your question would have been more accurate if you said us. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So just to clarify, in order for Iran to successfully meet your deadline tomorrow, do they have to make a deal, open the strait, or both?
We have to have a deal that's acceptable to me. And part of that deal is going to be, we want free traffic of oil and everything else.
Mr. President.
very much. You've said glory be to God in this conflict. Do you believe that God supports the United States' actions in this
I do,
war?
because
And have
God
you
is
taken
good.
direction?
Because God is good, and God wants to see
Dog,
people
dog.
taken care of. God doesn't
Iranians
like
are the
what's
crazy.
happening. I don't like
Iranians
what's
are the crazy
happening. Everyone
religious
says,
zealots, by the
I
way.
don't enjoy this. I don't enjoy it. These two guys don't enjoy it.
How is
You
it
know,
any
people say,
different?
"Oh,
They
boy,
say the same
they're
shit.
so
We
tough."
literally
They
are
don't want-
doing
they
the
don't like-
same.
I don't like seeing
We're
people killed.
We're LARPing.
I've ended
We're LARPing
8
like
wars.
we are
Nobody's
the
ever done it.
Ayatollah.
The person who
We're
won the
LARPing
Nobel
like we got
Prize came to me and said,
council
"You
of
deserve
clerks
the
that
Nobel
elected
Prize."
this fucking
She announced
dipshit.
that. When they announced, they said, "Goes to Maria. She's a great person, really a good person." She said, "No. This is ridiculous. They gave me the Nobel Prize. President Trump ended 8 wars. I could go over every one of them, including India and Pakistan, where the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives." That makes me much happier than what we're doing right now. That makes me much happier. We have one more to end, by the way.
President,
He's like,
you
"Come
called
on,
you-
I ended 8
yesterday
fake
in your
wars.
Truth Social,
Let me
you
get a
called
new
the
one."
Iranians crazy bastards.
True.
What is your response to critics who say that
I don't care about critics.
What is your response to critics who say that it is your mental health that should perhaps be examined as this war
Well,
continues?
I haven't heard that. But if that's the case, you're going to have more people like me, because our country was being ripped off on trade, on everything for many years until I came along. So if that's the case, you're going to have more people. Dasha, go ahead. Dasha, go.
You said that very little is off limits in Iran as far as targeting,
Yeah.
including power plants, bridges, you've mentioned those.
Very little is off limits.
Are there certain kinds of civilian targets, though? I'm thinking schools
I don't want
or
to tell you
hospitals
that.
you
I don't want
say
to
is
tell you
off
that.
limits?
We have a plan, because of the power of our military, where every bridge in Iran will be decimated by 12 o'clock tomorrow night, where every power plant in Iran will be out of business, burning, exploding, and
We're the good
never
guys,
to be
by the
used
way. Just
again.
want to
I
point
mean,
that out.
complete demolition.
This is good guy shit.
By 12 o'clock. And it'll
Good
happen
guy
over
stuff.
a period of 4
This
hours.
is how you
if
speak
we
when you
wanted
want to liberate a
We
people.
don't want that to happen. We may even get involved with helping them rebuild their nation. And you know what? If that's the case, the last thing we want to do is start with power plants, which are among the most expensive thing, and bridges. You saw the bridge. The bridge went. We were very close to a deal. And then I got a call from Mr. Witkoff, Mr. Kushner, and JD saying, "I think they're breaking the deal." I said, "Tell them that's okay. Don't worry about it. But tell them to look out their window and watch." And within 45 minutes, I gave the order to knock out the biggest bridge. I gave the order, knock out the biggest bridge in, I believe, the Middle East, but the biggest bridge in Iran. And within 10 minutes after I gave that order, that bridge was over. So do I want to do that? No. Do I want to destroy their infrastructure? No. It will take them 100 years to rebuild. Right now, if we left today, it would take them 20 years to rebuild their country, and it would never be as good as it was. And the only way they're going to be able to rebuild their country is to utilize the genius of the United States of America.
You voiced your displeasure with NATO in the past. Is there a danger to the U.S. not being the de facto of the leader of the alliance, and then other powers within the alliance then getting the decision making when it comes to wars and nuclear weapons?
No, it's not a danger. Look, we went to NATO. I didn't ask very strongly. I just said, "Hey, if you want to help, great." No, we will not help. I said, "That's all right. You don't want to help?" Because I've always said NATO's a paper tiger. See, NATO's a paper tiger. Putin's not afraid of NATO.
NATO
Putin's afraid
is
of us, very afraid
our
of us.
strategic
and he's
alliance.
explained it to me a lot of times.
Calling NATO a paper tiger
well.
is calling America a paper tiger, which is, technically not true. I mean, it's technically true, so.
When we needed them, but we didn't need them, by the way.
We are NATO.
We
NATO
didn't
is
need
nothing
them,
without us.
obviously,
What are we
'cause
talking
they haven't
about?
helped at all. Just the opposite.
He's
They've
so
actually gone out of
stupid.
their way not to help. They didn't even want to give us landing strips. Think of it. And it's not just NATO. You know who else didn't help
Okay,
us?
this does
South
actually
Korea.
confirm my theory, though. It is JD Pondon. It is JD Pondon. He is a Maoist third worldist. He just keeps saying America and America's extension, NATO, is a paper tiger. it's very clearly third world to speak. My president is doing permanent first world genocide. Let's be fucking real.
To protect us from Kim Jong-un, who I get along with very well, as you know. Do you notice he said very nice things about me? He used to call Joe Biden a mentally retarded person, okay? So don't tell me about your stuff. Joe Biden, he said he's a mentally retarded person. He was so nasty to Joe Biden. It was terrible. But to me, he likes Trump. And do you notice how nice things are with North Korea? It's very nice. But we have 45,000 people, soldiers, in harm's way, right next to Kim Jong-un with a lot of nuclear weapons. 45, which should have never happened if a certain president, I'm not going to mention this president because I happen to like him, believe it or not, but if a certain president did his job, Kim Jong-un would not have nuclear weapons right now. But they were all afraid to do their job properly. But just to conclude and just to finish, Japan didn't help us, Australia didn't help us, South Korea didn't help us, and then you get to NATO. NATO didn't help us. There were some countries that did. Now, countries that have been good, now you could also say they're got to be a little bit more involved because they're in the territory, but Saudi Arabia has been excellent, Qatar has been excellent, UAE has been excellent, Bahrain, Kuwait. I mean, Kuwait did shoot down 3 of our planes. The only planes, really, that we lost with friendly fire.
True.
They call it. I call it unfriendly fire. They unfortunately didn't know how to use our great Patriots. The pilot said, what kind of a missile's coming at us? Patriot. Boom, they got out. Because they know a Patriot never misses. So they had beautiful Patriots. There were planes heading in their direction. Unfortunately, they decided to shoot those planes. They were our planes. So, NATO is a paper tiger. Now, he's coming to see me on Wednesday, as you know. He's a wonderful guy. Secretary General is great. And Mark Rutte, he's a great person, but
he calls me daddy.
And it all began with...
That's why he likes him. Because Mark Rutte calls
Greenland.
Trump daddy.
They don't want to give it to us. And
daddy,
I said,
yeah.
Bye-bye.
Mr. NATO.
Okay, thank you very much,
Mr.
everybody.
President. You are daddy.
What about rising gas prices for Americans who are concerned?
That was something. I mean, I don't know how to explain what we just watched. I mean, that was definitely somewhat more productive, I guess, than the address that he had to the nation. But overall, most of the questions in that room were literally like, Mr. President, you're the GOAT. Mr. President, you are the greatest. You are the legend. I love you. Mr. President, can you fuck my wife? What do you think about, giving nuclear weapons, more nukes to Israel? Like, Mr. President, everyone is saying you have the fattest penis. What do you have to say about that? Stuff like that. Very cool. Very cool things. Very productive session overall. And convinced more than ever that the 25th Amendment is fictional scripture? Yes. I mean, all rules are worth nothing if you don't actually utilize them when it's necessary, right? So none of these regulations matter. None of these rules matter if we're not willing to use them for their design purpose, right? And that's basically what it is. Rules don't really exist as it stands currently because the Trump administration does not care. Trump was even more insane, apparently, earlier in the morning before he did the White House press conference when he was getting out of his plane. Let's take a look at what some of his choice quotes from then.
Yeah, who you with? Who you with?
He always asks, who are you with? Like, he used to do that exclusively for like CNN and New York Times and whatnot back in the day. Now he just like, anytime someone asks a contentious question, he's like, who are you with? 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 It's fucking annoying.
Well, that's it. radical left group of lunatics that you're with. Let me just tell you, very fair question. The Iranian people, when they don't hear bombs go off, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, you know that, is because they were informed that if they protest, like the wrestler and his friends, if they protest, they will be shot immediately. And that's an edict, that's in writing.
Yeah, he's liberating them from their mortal coil. Classic American response, classic American take. When you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. He's just, I mean, they're gonna try and turn Iran into Gaza, clearly, and then claim that this is like liberating the Iranians from the IRGC, just like Israel liberated the Palestinians from Hamas. Some logic there. They love hearing the bombing is the craziest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, I mean, it's unbelievably stupid, and yet it works. I mean, everything works. When you think about it, he can say whatever he wants, really, because it's not like... There's two problems here, okay? Number one, even if the overwhelming majority of Americans are like, why are we doing this? We should stop this right now, which is the case. That is what's going on currently. That is what the overwhelming majority of Americans are saying. It doesn't really matter because we are less responsive than ever before to democratic pressures, right? Like, unlike ever before. I mean, one could make the argument that we were never really responsive when it comes to foreign policy. Foreign policy is bipartisan. It's uniparty. It doesn't really matter. And it's done at the behest of capital owners, sure. But like, this level of unpopularity is not even shaking the administration's confidence. Okay? That's number one. Number two, he maintains his base. He maintains his base of support no matter what he says. No one is holding him to account. They just hear what they want to hear, and they don't hear what what contradicts their worldview. It's crazy. That's just how it is. So if you're wondering why, like, the cult is not moving, regardless of all of the signals showing that this is going to be devastating overall, it's because they're a cult, and they don't understand that Donald Trump is destroying the global energy markets and also wasting tax dollars while simultaneously making their immediate lives worse, not addressing the inflation crisis at all, which he said he was going to combat, making it worse, as a matter of fact. The only thing he could hold on to was like how low the gas prices were, if you recall, and now he can't even do that, and it doesn't even matter. No one even cares. It's very frustrating to watch. In any case, here's Al Jazeera. Last night, right on cue, Barak Unit 8200 Ravid, for the ball knowers and the enjoyers, right before market open, came out and released yet another incredible piece of, I don't even want to call it journalism. It's just like pro-regime propaganda, honestly, where he did one of his classic, there's a deal that's imminent, right? He said, in a last-ditch push, the U.S., Iran, and a group of regional mediators are discussing the terms of a potential 45-day ceasefire that could lead to a permanent end of the war, according to 4 U.S., Israeli, and regional sources. My story on Axios. I said, wow, just in time for the markets. Thanks, Barak. Now, of course, that didn't even have the impact that it was supposed to have, because even the markets are like, come on, man, you do this every fucking Sunday night. Get out of here. You literally do this every Sunday night. It's so funny that they're just right on cue every fucking Sunday, shameless, immediately going, no, you don't understand. It's just, a peace deal is imminent, right? Of course, Iran said, no, that's not the case. Here is Donald Trump then talking about the Tuesday deadline. and more.
The one, they are both recovering very well. They were both injured, and they're doing well.
Mr. President, are you committed to the committee will work
What else?
Mr. President, you said that Iran has no anti-aircraft equipment. How are they able to drop those?
Well, you know what? When you do thousands and thousands of flights, and you have one plane shot down, and not mortally, the two pilots got out. They got a little bit lucky. And you know what? In war, you need a little bit of luck also. They got a little bit lucky. That's all they got.
Ending the war. What's stopping you from ending the war?
Well, it could end very quickly, the war. They do what they have to do. They have to do certain things. They know that. They've been negotiating, I think, in good faith. We've had total regime change. You know, the people there now are much more reasonable than the lunatics that you had in phase 1 and phase 2. They were lunatics. The people that we're negotiating with now on behalf of Iran are much more reasonable. You can call it what you want, but I call it regime change, and I think most people are giving us credit for that. The first regime was taken out. The second regime was taken out. Now the third group of people that we're dealing with is not as radicalized, and we think they're actually much smarter.
Why did you use such vulgar language in that Truth Social post?
Only to make my point. I think you've heard it before.
Mr. President, have you spoken to the families of the airmen that were saved? Have you spoken to the families of the airmen that were saved?
I'm going to be doing it right now.
Mr. President, what do you say to Americans who are not a fan of the war?
They're foolish because the war is about one thing. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon.
Just saw a guy on Twitter say you're wearing a Rolex in your Cuba video. Care to address the $1 billion watch allegations? Yeah. I got a Rollie on my wrist. Always. It might look like an Apple Watch, but it's actually a Rollie. Big face Rollie on my wrist.
Had we not broken the Barack Hussein Obama agreement, you know what I'm talking about, the Iran nuclear deal. This is years ago, my first term. You would have had a total.
Do you think the endless chanting death to America and rapid development of a nuclear program weren't the real threat in the future? What would be the alternative? Let Iran develop their missile and nuclear programs and support paramilitary groups around the region? Just asking, not curious. Just asking, curious, not hating. Yes. Okay. Countries have a perfectly valid reason to be able to create military deterrence. Okay. And yes, Iran and the region would absolutely be more stable if Iran had nukes, okay? Ironically enough, the guys that this administration actually killed in the first salvo were the guys who were holding back Iran's nuclear program and Iran's nuclear ambitions. The only reason why they enriched uranium beyond civilian use was to try to get America back to the negotiations process so they could get some sanctions relief. And what he just talked about, ironically enough, with the JCPOA, Barack Obama's attempts at normalizing relations with Iran, unfreezing some of its assets, and maybe even dangling sanctions relief in the long term, that was actually an incredibly successful way to get Iran to no longer develop nuclear arms, no longer have a nuclear project. And it was a multilateral commitment from both China, Russia, and European allies as well. It was a very long and convoluted process. And bro, false. None of the Shia Muslims wanted Iran nuclear. Stop selling nonsense. Wait, what? Sunni Muslims wanted Iran nuclear? What are you saying? In any case, yes, I think that the region would be far more stable if Iran had nukes, because they wouldn't be able to do this stuff. They wouldn't be able to blow up Iran. They wouldn't be able to do these unlimited bombing campaigns over Iran if they had nukes because of nuclear deterrence. And therefore, the Strait of Hormuz would not be closed right now. Therefore, the global energy markets would not be fucked right now. So the reality of the matter is Iran tried negotiations over and over again with the United States of America, but most Americans are completely oblivious to it because Americans, unfortunately, are some of the most propagandized people on the planet. And as far as like them saying death to America, I mean, of course they're going to say death to America. For 47 years, we have actively destroyed this country. We've actively crippled this country's economy. We've actively tried to kill Iranians and have killed Iranians. We've also allowed our regional ally our unsinkable aircraft carrier in the region to destabilize the entire region over and over again in increasingly more bloody ways, including but not limited to the genocide of Palestinians in Gaza that unfolded over the course of the last 2.5 years. So from their perspective, it's perfectly understandable that they say death to Israel or death to America. Why wouldn't they say that? I mean, we say that to them. And on top of that, unlike Iran, we have actually delivered death to Iran, right? We did. In the Iran-Iraq war, our guy, Saddam Hussein, many of you might not know this, did actually wage a fairly bloody war against Iran. That was devastating. So, of course, perfectly rational for them to say that. But if you listen to any of the sober analysts and military generals and even people like Joe Kent, who were in the administration until like a month ago, they very openly admit that Iran never actually presented a significant threat to the United States of America. None of these countries have ever presented a significant threat to the United States of America. Iraq didn't. Afghanistan certainly didn't. And Iran is no different, right? And we have lied in different ways about why we had to wage war in all of these countries. And these were very costly wars. These were very destabilizing wars. It created a refugee crisis in Europe. Obviously, America, given its proximity, has always been sheltered from the worst impacts of the instability that it creates all around the world. But the reality of the matter is, yes, Donald Trump is showing the world right now that it is the absolute worst way to deal with Iran. This is the absolute worst way to deal with Iran. Barack Obama's dealings with Iran was an infinitely better way of dealing with Iran. If you truly were fearful of Iran receiving a nuclear weapon, then you should be celebrating Barack Obama and you should be damning Donald Trump to hell every day, because he actually, unlike Donald Trump, successfully engaged in diplomacy and was able to stop the nuclear grade enrichment of uranium. So it doesn't even make sense from your stated purpose, your stated goals.
Israel would have been gone, extinguished. Israel would have been wiped off the face of the earth. And
see, this is what I mean. It's like we never talk about this with Ukraine. Like Donald Trump, if someone were to be like, if we did not intervene and aid Ukraine as Russia was waging its unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, Donald Trump would be like, why should I care? Who gives a fuck? Right? But when it comes to Israel, he's like, well, if it wasn't for us, Israel would be ended. It would be gone. And of course, this, like a lot of Americans also are probably not looking at this and going, oh, thank God we actually did this for Israel, because a lot of Americans have a negative opinion of Israel for good reason. So I think this is a very unpopular narrative. It might be popular for the evangelical Christian Zionists, which make up, a healthy chunk of the Trump base, the MAGA base. But for the rest of the country, that's not in that 30%, this kind of sentiment doesn't actually read well with them or sit well with them at all. When they hear this, they go, why the fuck should I care? This is so ridiculous. Fuck you.
the entire Middle East would have been, at a minimum, in big trouble. But I did it. That was phase one. We killed Soleimani. Without Soleimani, if they had Soleimani, it would be a whole different thing. Maybe. We'd still be winning, but it would have been harder. Because we are obliterating that country. And I hate to do it, but we're obliterating, and they just don't want to say uncle. They don't want to cry, as the expression goes, uncle, but they will. And if they don't, they'll have no bridges, they'll have no power plants, they'll have no anything. I won't go further.
The problem here is that Iran has engaged in maximum deterrence. Quite successfully, if I might add. Shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, only allowing tankers that they are escorting to pass through the Strait of Hormuz after they pay a toll, generating revenue to make up for all the lost revenue and all the damaged assets. All of that shows that they are capable of being a regional actor that has a lot more power than America thought it did. Or rather, I think a lot of people in America also knew that Iran had this capability. That's part of the reason why they didn't do this, right? Because it's not like Israel didn't want to destroy Iran since the 90s. I mean, America, like I said, engaged in a proxy war against Iran with the Iraqi forces, right, with Saddam Hussein. So this was always in the cards for us. But a big part of the reason why we never fully entertained this in the way that Donald Trump is, entertained, bombing Iran, doing a decapitation strike, maybe even trying to foment instability and potentially balkanize Iran. The reason why we didn't do it is because many in the intelligence community and our generals understood that Iran would be able to very effectively, with ease, shut off the Strait of Hormuz and cause a global energy crash. And that's happening right now. Now, the problem is the rest of the world that are a part of the American security umbrella, America's allies, have to go back to America and demand change, because it's very clear that Donald Trump does not care. He keeps repeatedly saying over and over again, I don't care if you blow up American companies in the region. I don't care if you blow up the Gulf. I don't care if you shut off oil and gas transfers to the Asian markets. None of that matters to me, even if it's actually giving China a significant upper hand. And part of the reason why he can say stuff like this is because in some ways he's not wrong. America is sheltered by proximity of the worst impacts of this instability that it is creating around the world. And therefore, it gets to be a very selfish country, okay, as it wages this war. So the calculation from the Iranian side, when I look at it, is now in the hands of European security partners of America and the Asian security partners of America, and perhaps even China as well, to apply pressure to Donald Trump to come to the table and give Iran basically most of the demands that Iran is making, right? Sanctions relief, allowing it to remain a sovereign nation, all this stuff without American interference. Because in the absence of American partners pressuring America to stop, it's clear to me that America is not going to stop. Even if the gas prices keep going up at the pump and Americans get more and more mad, and even if like Trump's MAGA base starts retreating from their previous positions that this is actually good, I don't see Donald Trump moving from this position of doing maximum damage to Iran. And I worry, given that he has warned that Tuesday night at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific is going to be when he blows up every Iranian power plant, as he's claimed he's going to do, and all the bridges in Iran. I worry that Iran's retaliation, when that happens, will be to destroy 20% of the entire world's oil and gas supply. Going up the escalation ladder on the American and Israeli side has always led to Iran also going up the escalation ladder in kind in an effort to develop deterrence. If Iran doesn't do that, it has no power. If Iran doesn't do that, then they might as well give up. And that's precisely what Donald Trump wants them to do. So in some ways, they have to do it, right? Because this is now, for Iran, a battle for sovereignty. For Iran, it's a battle to protect 93 million people. They have to do whatever they can. What's Trump's end goal? Is this only for Israel? As I don't even see this helping American business. Yeah, I mean, he got entangled. He got goaded into this by Israel. He was the only one crazy enough to do it. And basically, unless European partners, which are now going to Iran to do bilateral relations, to develop bilateral relations, go back to the United States of America, say you have to stop this. This is going to destroy the world. There's no turning back from this. And this is what I have been saying from the start, right? From the jump, I've said this is about munitions, and Anthony Blinken has also echoed this sentiment as well. So you know it's solid analysis, I guess. Since he's no longer in power, he gets to be critical of America and Israel's endeavors. This is about bullets and capital. If there's tremendous pressure from capital owners to quit, then Trump has to respond to it. It's about the markets. If Trump can't manage the markets and manipulate the markets adequately as it wages this war of choice and continues conducting terrorism, if there is enough pressure that is mounted on Trump from capital owners, he'll have to back away. The other type of pressure he could receive potentially is diplomatic pressure from allies. Will he listen to them? I don't know. But if there's enough overwhelming consensus from European partners, from the Latin American countries, from the Asian partners, he might have to yield. And then the last part of this design, this gamble, is if America and Israel run out of bullets. Obviously, even America's offensive capabilities have diminished in this process. We have deployed a tremendous percentage of our standoff munitions, and part of the reason why we're doing that is because we're not capable of just flying over the Iranian airspace, in spite of the fact that Donald Trump has claimed that we have air superiority over the entirety of the Iranian airspace. It's not the case. That's part of the reason why we're still deploying standoff munitions, a lot more offensive weapons than we thought we would deploy. And then also on the other side, you have the defensive munitions. America's running out of those too. That's precisely the reason why Iran has been able to effectively strike targets both in the heart of Israel and maybe even on the Israeli military targets. We don't have enough information on that, unfortunately. While also simultaneously hitting whichever target they see fit in the Gulf. So, at a certain point, there's going to be a cost-benefit analysis. Is Trump capable of engaging in a cost-benefit analysis that forces him to retreat? Fuck no. That's why he has to get 1 million boss calls before he actually retreats. But in the absence of that pressure from European leaders, from Asian leaders, from capital owners, Jamie Dimon calling him to be like, cut it out, you're a fucking idiot, what are you doing? It's just not going to happen. I think he would blow up the rest of the world.
Because there are other things that are worse than those two. And we might have, well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil. Because it's there for the taking. There's not a thing they can...
No hate at all, but did we really run out of munitions? Or we ran out of munitions in the region? Is that why all those planes and boats got shipped out the other day to resupply? We're desperately pulling in munitions from our global stockpile. So yes, obviously this stuff is super classified, and it's all speculative. But you can make assessments on, let's say, whether America has accomplished its military objectives of successfully deteriorating Iranian strike capabilities by looking at Iran's hit rate and the successes that they are achieving in terms of lobbing missiles still from Iranian airspace into Israel. This proves two things. One, we haven't actually been able to attrit their striking capabilities. And two, we haven't been able to, or two, Israel's defensive munitions are running out. So they have to move those assets to areas of high need, you know, politicians, heads of state, heads of the military, and also protect the military assets. This creates an environment where there's not a lot of anti-air defense capabilities in civilian areas, and maybe even some of the military targets as well, or some of the industrial targets that Iran has been striking. The other thing that we can infer from the types of weapons that America is using, standoff munitions that they're deploying at an alarming rate. Some estimates say that America's used up the majority of its long-range missiles in a matter of 37 days. This shows that we are not utilizing our unguided gravity bombs that we could potentially drop from our airplanes. Okay, we have that. We have gravity bombs. They're much less complicated to develop. We have that in abundance. So the fact that we're not using those and we're using instead incredibly costly missiles that we don't have an infinite supply of implies that we don't have full confidence in our air superiority. Okay? That means that America has not been able to, especially paired up with the fact that Iran was able to take out an F-15 on Iranian soil and an A-10 Warthog and numerous other assets alongside, you know, Mark 9, MQ-9 Reaper drones and plenty of other aerial assets, implies that Iran still has some capabilities of mounting successful air defenses.
Do about it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If it were up to me, I'd take the oil, I'd keep the oil, and would make plenty of money. And I'd also take care of the people of Iran, much better than they've been taken care of. It's been a horrible. They've killed 40.
My mom wants to know why there are so many hit pieces on you this week. It's because Democrats are more worried about people like myself that represent people like you and our voices being heard than you know, Donald Trump continuing to propagandize. Their priorities are not about combating Trump. Their priorities are very clearly about aligning with MAGA, as a matter of fact, to consistently attack their left flank. And that's precisely what they're doing. I think it's pretty clear. I think it's pretty clear why. That's why I always say, look at my naysayers, look at their profiles, look at their background, and key search the word Gaza, Israel, genocide, and you will know exactly why this is happening. Okay? They're worried about prominent critics of Israel gaining a foothold in American discourse. They don't want prominent critics of Israel to be legitimized. They think, foolishly, that people did not independently arrive at their conclusions about Israel after 2.5 years of genocide, but instead they got hypnotized by the likes of someone like myself. And they can't attack the overwhelming majority of the population that is demanding a change in our relationship with Israel, especially at a time when it's very clear that we're waging this incredibly costly and incredibly bloody war at the behest of Israel. They can't, you know, criticize the overwhelming majority of the public, so they just like seek out outspoken critics of Israel to try and humiliate them, to try and bully them into submission. And it hasn't worked, but that hasn't stopped them. They're going to keep writing these fucking articles. I think it's backfiring on them regardless. But at the end of the day, the question remains, what's worse? A genocide or a vulgar critic of genocide, vulgarity being deployed while criticizing said genocide, right? And that's it. They're not attacking me necessarily. They're attacking everyone that has the same attitude, everyone that shares the same resentment. To use a Trumpian term, they're not coming after me. They're coming after you. I'm just in the way, right? And they have not ceased in their ridiculous attacks. Click this link and you will see who hates you. Bulwark. Hasan Piker's genre of political violence, whether it's Hamas rapists, Mangione shooting a defenseless and innocent healthcare executive, or Putin pursuing his imperial expansion, sounds awfully familiar. This whole piece is unhinged, penned by a former writer for the National Review, former staffer in the Reagan administration, cheerleader of the Iraq War, who wrote in 2008 for the Jewish Policy Center a missive demanding that the U.S. not leave Iraq but take Vienna, saying if we withdrew, the Islamists from Bali to London to Gaza to Islamabad would have felt a rush of adrenaline. Our friends would have shrunk from us to make their separate deals. Buoyed by victory against the full might of American arms in Iraq, the Islamists would doubtless have begun a new campaign of terror throughout the world, who in this very piece is justifying a war with Iran. In late October 2023, she justified the genocide by saying after a few days of this horror, even people of goodwill will begin to forget their sympathy for Israel and demand that the killing stop. What good does it do, they will ask. Aren't both sides equally at fault? But both sides are not equally at fault here. Gaza is not occupied, but even if it were, it would not justify Hamas's crimes against humanity. For anyone this bloodthirsty to feel they have the right to tut-tut about decency is truly beyond the pale. This person is the epitome of the rot infesting every square inch of the earth. Yeah. These are straight up rapacious, monstrous, bloodthirsty war criminals and defenders of ongoing war crimes writing these sorts of articles about how dangerous I am for American public discourse. They will use choice quotes. They will misunderstand the point I'm making. One of the classic ones is something that even Ross Douthat did, which I heard this person did as well. They said, you think Luigi was an adventurer? No, I said Luigi was engaging in adventurism, which is a negative term. It's not a positive term. It's a unproductive violence that doesn't yield positive outcomes. It's something that Marxists are against. We believe in organized movements, okay? Now, of course, it's a lot of stuff like that, right? It's a lot of stuff like that, and people will continue these attacks. So I ask you, what do you think is worse? Someone who's an outspoken critic of Israel or someone who's a defender of Israel? What do you think is worse? Someone who uses vulgar language at times because he's obviously passionate. I'm obviously passionate about the things that I'm covering and have to carry the weight of all these atrocities that I see day in, day out, just as you do, channeling your frustrations as well. Or someone who's very civil in their language, but civilly defending unjustifiable systems that are objectively violent, and even Israel's genocide. I think many Americans, when faced with those two options, will realize that they probably have more sympathies for someone like myself. That's it. But I will say once again, I welcome their hatred. Okay? I'm fine. I have been on the receiving end of these smears, these vicious smears, at a time when the majority was not on my side. Okay? This community has been there through it all. So if I was eating this in the beginning of Israel's genocide, when the overwhelming majority of the American public were totally not ready to hear someone say Palestinians have a right to live free of the Israeli occupation, what makes you think I feel any type of shame or any fear right now when it has become the majority position? You know what I mean? All of this stuff, all of these hit pieces are simply ineffective. They have as much emphasis and as much power as we give it, right? They have as much emphasis and as much power as Democratic electeds give it. If they choose to go, what are we talking about? Shut up. It's done. This Israel stuff is over. Stop fucking complaining. Stop lying about critics of Israel being anti-Semitic. Let's move in a more productive direction in our discourse, in our policy making, in our strategies, especially at a time when America and Israel are waging this bloody war against Iran. Then they have no motion. They will just continuously yell to an increasingly shrinking audience. They are objectively hysterical. And on top of that, they're pretty violent.
They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people, they're incredible, smart, brilliant. They've lived so horribly. You know, Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago or so. The Persian people,
Iran was a great country if you go back 25 years ago. Trump throwing his support behind the privatization policies of President Mohammad Khatami and his Dialogue Among Civilians initiative. Yeah, earlier this week, centrists were trying to cancel Hasan Piker. Now, Diana DeGetta, 30-year-old corporate Dem, is buying ads on Hasan's stream because she's in an intense primary against Malat Kiros, who is backed by the DSA. Talk is cheap. Follow the money. They know exactly what young voters watch. Exactly. They know. To be fair, that's precisely the reason why they complain. That is the reason why. It's because in the past, Democrats were used to just gatekeeping organs of propaganda. Democrats were used to picking and choosing who they listen to, who has influence over their base. Okay? They did. Now they don't. And for many smart Democratic Party politicians, this isn't a problem at all. It just forces them to be a little bit more responsive to the needs of the masses, to the needs of their base, to the demands of their base. However, there are still people who want to go back to business as usual politics, those who want to gatekeep who you should listen to and who you should not listen to. Lucky for us, because of the unbelievable growth of independent media, it doesn't really matter if they just consistently complain and try to belittle me and try to attack me. And obviously we know why they're doing it. They're doing it because they can't attack the message. So they have to attack the messenger. This is something that I've had to deal with my whole career. And it's usually, most commonly, attacks that I received from the right, from the far right, from Republicans. Now, I'm hearing this from the right-wing elements within the Democratic Party.
Hasan Piker by the Democratic Corporation. I'm not calling them the Democratic Party anymore. This is strategic timing because Progressives have been winning races in the last 5 states that recently held their Democratic primary elections, and there are 45 more states between May and August that are holding theirs. And there's a lot of progressives running against centrist Democrats. And by demonizing Hasan Piker, they are demonizing all progressives and all Democratic socialists. They are demonizing him so bad that they are literally saying he needs to be pushed out of the party, which means you and I have to be pushed out of the party. And why are we extreme? Because we want Medicare for all, because we want livable wages, because we don't want to fund all of these wars to make billionaires even more billions, because we want money out of politics. That is extreme. And the organization, the think tank behind the attacks, it's not AIPAC. It's another group aligned with AIPAC, similar to AIPAC, but it's the Democratic version. It's Third Way. Third Way controls the Democratic Party. Third Way is the centrist party. Third Way is who told all of us the messaging that we've got to have incremental changes. We got to work with people in the middle. And therefore, after nearly 30 years, we still don't have fucking health care or money out of politics or livable wages because we all, as Democratic voters, bought their bullshit. And here's the thing. Donald Trump and Republicans did one thing right. They showed us that rapid change, drastic change can be undertaken in just 1 year when you have the will. And the Democratic corporation does not have the will to serve you and me and the working class. Progressives do. Hasan Piker does. And Bernie Sanders does. And that's why they're all being attacked. The Democratic corporation is not spending the time to attack Republicans or Donald Trump. They spend more time attacking us. What does that fucking tell you? What is the conclusion at the end of the day? That the Democrats, the centrist Democrats, do just as good under Republicans being in charge. The rest of us are fucked.
That's what it is. I'm glad that people are getting it. Disturbing. Dem doubles down after appearance with anti-Semitic streamer. He's not just anti-Israel, he's anti-American. He tries to justify the September 11 attacks. Remember, not one single Democrat is center Democrat. They're all far-left socialists. What the Democrats fail to understand is the hypocrisy of their actions. So is Mamdani's wife. Wow. The fuck? Or if anyone think the Democrats care about America, I think, again, you are losing your mind. It's kind of crazy that the Fox News guys have the Fox News comments have actually whipped back into submission, like total cattle status. Back in the day, they used to watch stuff like this and be like, well, you know, we don't fuck with Israel either. Why should we be Israel first? Now they're like, yeah, that's right. If you hate Israel, you hate me and you hate America.
California Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna defending his podcast appearance with controversial internet personality and anti-Israel commentator Hasan Piker, who has tried to justify the deadly October 7th attacks. Listen.
I have not done that. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Sure.
Do you have any regrets about appearing on his show?
None, and I would go again. But I, of course, condemn those comments. The lesson of the last election is we've got to be out there. We've got to engage. It's a complex, messy, multiracial democracy. I will defend my views, but the people who are saying don't engage will cost us future elections.
Joining us now is senior writer for the Washington Examiner and Fox News contributor Joe Concha. Joe, good morning.
What I find really strange is that the exact same forces that we saw with like the apolitical commentary sphere and the exact same mania they're doing again, but this time in the professional level. This time, you know, Fox News is doing cancel culture. This time there's an allegiance between like some of the most right-wing Trumpian forces and some of these people in the Democratic Party. There's a lot of liberals that are self-identifying liberals that are influencers on Twitter that are totally on board with this classic, very clear right-wing smear campaign. And I find that very strange. Does this not cause you a little bit of concern? Do you not look at this and go, wait a minute, I hate MAGA, I hate Donald Trump, but these guys are saying the same things I'm saying, right? Does that not cause you any concern at all? You don't even think about that at all? This clip comes up again.
The only motherfucker that...
I understand why Republicans do it. I hate them. But if you're a liberal and you're anti-Trump, if you are actively trying to unseat Republicans, if you want to fight against fascism in this country, then what the fuck are you doing? Fighting against me. I'm 57, a lifelong Democrat. Found you as a result of all the established Democrats attacking you. And as a result, I'm in your court, which I'm sure they didn't expect. Keep it up. We need more of you and less of these tools in the party. Hell yeah. Right now, the crisis that we are facing is absolute devastation, okay? Lock the fuck in. This is all I'm saying to the liberals. Like, if you spend all of your days attacking me as a prominent critic of Israel, as a prominent critic of Trump, your focus is not on the real vectors of harm. Your focus is on keeping your fucking careers in the party.
According to you, tell us a little bit more about Hasan Piker, what he said in the past, so people at home can make their own determination on if this congressman should have been on this podcast.
Yeah, it's always the same shit. They're doing the liberal ass cancel culture, like quote mining, clips out of context, making it seem like I'm against convictions that I've fought for a decade at this point. Is classic.
Thanks, Carly. I mean, I wrote it on X. I'll say it here on national television. This is pathetic. This is absolutely pathetic from Congressman Ro Khanna. First, to answer your question, he made the argument that joining Hasan Piker on his podcast is equivalent to joining Joe Rogan. At last check, Rogan, unlike Hasan Piker, didn't call Jews inbreds. It is Piker who said that America...
I didn't do that. But also, Joe Rogan has said way more heinous shit about Jews. What the fuck? Why do you have to watch and read every single hit piece? These people will not stop. At some point, you just have to ignore. This shit cannot be good for your mental health. Chat needs to stop linking every single negative thing people say or do about you. Just tell them to fuck off. You'll keep doing your thing and they can keep crying. I mean, we got to see the angles of attack, okay?
America deserved 9/11. Nearly 3,000 people died on that day. This is the same Hasan Piker who said it doesn't matter to him if rapes occurred during the October 7th attacks, 2023. This is a guy who's called his critics, quote, rabid ultra-Zionist pigs. He also called on Republicans to kill Senator Rick Scott. And Ro Khanna told Meet the Press yesterday, as you just played, he has no regrets going on a show like that and would happily do it again. Why? Because Piker has 2.8 million followers, mostly young men. Is Ro Khanna and Democrats...
I think this kind of like smarmy whining is unironically exactly what annoyed a lot of like independents. For the record, it gets like increasingly more unhinged. The quotes get like distributed and then changed every single time, and then they just like add more stuff to it. But again, at the end of the day, the president is Donald Trump. You guys defend Donald Trump with regular frequency. Donald Trump is the president. He's not a Twitch streamer. If you defend the president saying unhinged things like yesterday, saying he is going to, he said, open the fucking strait or else I'm going to do terrorism to you. You know, may Allah awaken the people. Whatever the fuck he said, right? And you defend that, and that's defensible. You can't turn around and be like, but this Twitch streamer, he's vulgar. It just doesn't make any sense, right? And I think a lot of people in the margins will see that. Because this is just whiny. It's totally fucking whiny, nonsensical bullshit, right?
really that desperate for votes that they'll cater to the anti-Semitic wing of the Democratic Party, which is a real thing, and it's a disturbing epidemic that is going on the far left in the year 2026. But Khanna said, hey, I'll be happy to go back. You don't give somebody like Hasan Piker this kind of attention, this kind of platform. It only rewards the kind of rhetoric that I just described. And I thought that he was smarter than this. I thought he was more towards the center. He's clearly...
It's so funny that these guys literally also absolutely fucking hate Democrats. Why should any Democrat listen to you? I mean, there's clearly plenty who do, unfortunately. There's clearly plenty in the Democratic media side that are leaning into these like smears and leaning into this like hit piece laden cancel culture campaign. But why should the average Democrat listen to you? You're fucking Fox News. So once again, I welcome this. I don't have a problem with this at all. I think it's great. I think it's awesome. Keep it up.
Proving that he is not.
Joe, he literally says, I'm doing this for the votes, so this doesn't cost us future elections. Yeah. It does beg the question, and we can't answer it because we're running out of time here. You're going to gain some votes, maybe, but aren't you going to lose a lot of people who, I don't know, thought 9/11?
You're Fox News. Don't you love that? Don't you love that? You don't want a Democrat to win. I don't understand what this argument is. Again, you don't want Democrats to win. So why are you giving unsolicited advice to a Democratic congressperson? It's so stupid.
11 was a bad thing, you know, right?
Plus your integrity.
Plus your integrity.
Yeah. All right, Joe, thank you so much for joining us on this.
I mean, I think what they're trying to do is like get me killed by a Republican, probably. Like that's what it is, right? Like they're trying to get some Republican to take matters in their own hands and like assassinate me or some shit. Have you ever had anyone on your show that has sold swastika t-shirts? Because Joe Rogan definitely did. Yeah, I have not. And I never will. Unfortunately, don't know many Dems or Libs other than my brother. He fucks with you now after recent events. Yeah, in 2021 and 2022, Sarah Longwell's 25's firm made $950,000 each year from the Koch network, according to Stand Together's tax filings. This is who's telling Democrats what streams they should and shouldn't go on. Interesting. If you were cashing Koch checks in 2022, I don't think you have a standing to nitpick a streamer's comments from like a decade ago. You know? Unironically, this is an all publicity is good publicity diff. I personally know like 4 people who have come over because of this. Yeah, I think considering that this is an angle of attack that is once again a 90-10 issue on our side, considering that I channel the exact same resentments that many Americans have, right? This kind of stuff is not going to work. And I don't mind it because I feel like it shows people where these right-wing forces and their priorities lie. Right? Related positive clip on these fucking losers. Now, hold on. What is this? So the Sarah Longwell lady has spent days crashing out over elected Dems interacting with Hasan Piker, all while apparently being a huge fan of the guy, most famous for getting caught sexting and trading news with an underage Discord kittens lol. Ew, she retweeted Sex Pestiny. Nice. Yeah, that's exactly the type of person that Sarah Longwell is aligning with. The Koch brothers, ultra Zionist Destiny, who is a staunch defender of Israel and its genocide. Yeah, like I said, I welcome people to make up their own minds. You're all adults. You all have critical thinking skills. Okay. I'm sure there's plenty in here that saw the wave of attacks and were like, let me take a look at what this guy's all about. Let me see for myself. And when you do see for yourself, you realize, oh, never mind. This guy's not the monster that they are trying to present him as.
Week or so, which is Hasan Piker. And I just want to preface this with a few points. So for those of you who don't know, Hasan Piker is a big Twitch streamer, very big in leftist politics. And there's been a lot of debate recently amongst a lot of the commentariat about whether Democrats should be aligned with him or not, campaigning with him, going on his show or not. And the debate is kind of senseless and mindless at this point. It's kind of people return to their same talking points if they have nothing else. But there's one thing that I want to get at, which is that it feels like much of the criticism of Hasan Piker feels just like how a lot of these people addressed college protesters and the uncommitted movement, which is to say, either Hasan Piker has so much of an impact and therefore we need to discuss whether we want to be associated with him or not, or he's irrelevant, no one listens to him, he's a nothing person, he doesn't matter to me. There's that aspect. There's another aspect that I think is important, which is that he's being held to these standards for comments he made in the past, some which he has apologized for or some which he has just explained or contextualized more. But if most of Washington, D.C. was rightly held to the same standards that he was falsely being held to, most of Congress and half of our friends in the mainstream press would not have a job. That should be made clear.
I mean, look, this is a big conversation. I would just say this. The obsession with Hasan Piker is not organic. Let's just first be clear. This is clearly a coordinated campaign where, somebody on a WhatsApp group or someone in some Democratic Party think tank or group has decided that this is what we need to do. Go back to Bill Clinton. Remember Sister Soldier moment, this calling out of a rapper that Bill Clinton was expected to, and he did, to show that he was a moderate. The Democratic establishment always wants that moment. They want that moment where you call out someone on your own side to show how centrist you are. And now
It has never worked. It is ineffective. Okay? It's ineffective. That's it. It's unbelievably stupid for Democrats to do that. It's just as stupid for Democrats to turn around and vote for messaging bills that say that they're like they're anti-communist, anti-socialist, because all that does is give credence to the argument that like socialism is bad. But guess what? Republicans are not going to stop calling you socialist anyway. They're going to continue calling you socialist. So why are you giving them an opportunity to dunk on your ideology? They will turn around and say, look at these idiots. Look at these idiotic socialists. They think they can fool us by voting for this anti-socialist bill because they also recognize how bad socialism is. Right? That's it. That's what this is. It's no different. Stop left punching. Stop attacking your left flank. Have you been asked for comment by these critical reports in the past couple of days? Yes, of course. And I will always give them. This is the person. Sarah Longwell and the Bulwark neocons were celebrating, infiltrating, and taking over the Democratic Party a week before the 2024 election. Pursuing their approval is what caused Kamala Harris to lose.
Thing about the cheering that I loved. Speaking of Stonewall, but also I think it's amazing when you get 75,000 presumably libs on the ellipse, and she's like, "We're gonna have the most lethal fighting force," and people are like, "Yeah," and she's like, "And we're gonna secure the border," and people are like, "Yeah," and I was just like, this is, and she's, we are gonna be leaders in the world, and we're not gonna let these guys push us around. And I was like, man, the world's really changed.
Yeah. All of those things led to this defeat, by the way.
Did the neocons just take over the Democratic Party?
Don't say that.
Yeah, don't say it. But I will say she is, look, man, she's leaning into, I'm going mainstream. And, whenever she does, there's a couple, price gouging or whatever, I'm like, boo. But like,
yeah, she hates the only popular policy of Kamala Harris and loves all of the unpopular shit that she said. This is why Kamala Harris lost, by the way. This is why we have fascism right now. So it's insane that they're trying to do this again. They're trying to do it again. And they're also trying to do it in Michigan, where it failed. Science is a candle in the dark. Thank you for the 10 Tier 1 gifted subs.
Pike has become that person. And as you say, the contradiction is there. You have David Frum saying, well, he doesn't even have an audience. MSNBC has a bigger audience than Hasan Piker, which is absurd when you compare like for like. It's not true. But also, if he doesn't have a big audience, then why do you care? Why do you just ignore him? And then the funny one is like, would you go on a show? And as Hasan pointed out, I didn't ask half these Democrats to even come on my show. Cory Booker went on Crooked Media this weekend and was asked by John Lovett about this, and he threw his comms director under the bus. He pointed his comms guy off screen. He goes, well, I don't even know who this guy is. Number one, you're lying. Of course you know who he is. And if you don't know who he is, aren't you supposed to be the social media guy for Democratic senators? How can you not know who he is? But then he throws his comms guy under the bus and says, well, my press guy just read out some quotes, and I said, well, they sound bad, so I'm not going on the show. The biggest point you'd make, and I've made this point online, is, as you say, the consistency is not there. Even if you've decided that Hasan Piker is too far out there, even if you've decided that this is going to be the moral line you stand, we're not going to go on his show because he's a bigot, which is not true. Why are you going on Bill Maher? Cory Booker loves going on Bill Maher. Bill Maher said 100 times more bigoted things than Hasan Piker. Not just about not just about religious minorities like Muslims, but black people and women. And yet Democratic senators, male and female, Democratic members of the House, male and female, go on Bill Maher all the time. Please be consistent. John Fetterman was just on Mark Levin. Where were the Democrats? I didn't see Democrats lining up. I didn't see Third Way lining up to attack Fetterman. Why was he on?
And the thing is, John Fetterman is on Mark Levin to agree with Mark Levin, especially on the issue of Israel. Michael Fosco Art, thank you for the 45 gifted subs. Holy moly, 45 big bones. Yeah, the reason why they didn't complain about that is because they agree with Mark Levin in theory and in principle, and that is precisely the reason why they don't talk about Fetterman, a Democratic senator, criticizing the rest of the party for not being sufficiently pro-Israel. Some of this is because they legitimately believe the idea that, like, pivoting to the center, they genuinely believe the idea that pivoting to the center is good. It's good politics and it's good policy, right? They're wrong. But some of it is because they're also in agreement with Mark Levin. They're in agreement with John Fetterman. And of course, they're not going to criticize John Fetterman for doing that because they like that John Fetterman is pro-Israel. That's it. Because for many of these people, they're just Israel first. They're pro-Israel. Either they're getting paid or they have this ideological reason, social conditioning, whatever it may be. It's very clear that if they're spending most of their time attacking me right now instead of Donald Trump and Israel, when the public is demanding that, when the public is there, it's obvious that you can't make an electoralist argument here. There is no real pro-Israel argument for winning elections. It does not exist. That's it.
Mark Levin show. Mark Levin is a horrible anti-Muslim, anti-Palestinian bigot, warmonger. Why are you on his show? Why is the top Democratic senator from Pennsylvania on Mark Levin's show? So the double standards are just brazen.
And yeah, I think that just gets to the core of this, which is that most of the people that are peddling this argument are not like a lay person. Like the people who are strongly feeling this only feel this way because they cannot contend with Hasan's main criticisms. So they just have to undermine him as
It's also about Israel. Let's just be very clear.
Well, I mean that's the point. Yeah.
I mean, look, if Hasan Piker was pro-Israel, this would not be part of the conversation. The idea that, oh, he said something offensive about Orthodox Jews, which he did. I'm not defending it. He's made offensive remarks about inbred people. He argues that he was talking about settlers. He says he uses it for lots of groups, not language I would use. But the idea that that's what's bothering these Democrats when they're happy to go on Mark Levin or Bill Maher or all of these other shows with much more offensive hosts, I just don't buy it. Also, the President of the United States is the most anti-Semitic mainstream politician in modern American history. I don't see Democrats getting worked up about that.
Speaking of the absurdities and stupidities of our time, Jen.
All right. This is the last piece I'm gonna look at real quick. The Guardian quoted me and wrote an article about Arab Americans in Michigan and how they're feeling in this process, this like media cycle, like how they are perceiving this media cycle, this round of attacks against Abdul al-Sayed and myself. Arab Americans in Michigan warn centrist Democrats attacking Hasan Piker. They haven't learned from 2024. Heated debate in a key swing state probably marks a preview of things to come as midterms ramp up. A heated debate over criticism of Israel and the political influence for Hasan Piker's role on the left has bitterly divided progressives and establishment Democrats in a U.S. Senate race in Michigan, an electorally critical swing state. The ongoing controversy probably marks a preview of things to come as the midterm and 2028 election seasons ramp up, and it is drawing warnings from Arab American leaders in a state where the party's Israel policy badly damaged Kamala Harris's campaign. Mallory McMorrow, a state senator favored by much of the establishment, is locked in a tight three-way race with the progressive Abdul al-Sayed and Haley Stevens, the U.S. representative who's backed by AIPAC. Al-Sayed and Piker last week announced plans to rally together. In response, McMorrow, the Anti-Defamation League, the Trump administration, Third Way, and Senator Elisa Slotkin and other pro-Israel figures went on the offensive, labeling Piker as anti-Semitic and seeking to tar al-Sayed over his association with him. Piker, who is Muslim and has an audience of 3 million on the Twitch streaming platform, often strongly criticizes Israel over its assaults on Gaza, Lebanon invasion, war with Iran, treatment of Palestinian people, and other issues, sometimes in provocative terms. He described Hamas as 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state. He's also a heavyweight political force with a massive following among younger voters. Piker interviewed and earned praise from Bernie Sanders, who is Jewish, and was invited by the Harris campaign to live stream from the Democratic National Convention in August 2024. 7 Arab American leaders who spoke with The Guardian say centrist Democrats' attacks on al-Sayed and Piker are strategic and moral blunders that show the party is making the same mistakes that fueled their 2024 electoral demise in this critical swing state and nationally. They dismissed the attacks as an effort to censor criticism of Israel and an expression of anti-Arab bias that imbues much of the political establishment. Michigan holds the nation's largest Arab American population per capita in the U.S. and is anchored by a huge Lebanese diaspora, largely from southern Lebanon. The controversy unfolds amid Israel's assault on southern Lebanon, and as Israel and its military actions are deeply unpopular among Democrats. They are not showing empathy towards Lebanese and Muslim communities, said Bassem El-Kara, executive director of Council on American Islamic Relations Action, CARE. Harris lost Michigan in 2024 by a narrow 80,000 votes. And by one estimate, support for Israel cost her 100,000 votes here. A November 2024 Guardian analysis found a 22,000 vote swing away from Democrats in 3 cities with the largest Arab American and Muslim populations alone. Nationally, one poll found it to be the top issue for Democrats who did not support Harris. Some in the Democratic Party haven't learned from 2024, El-Kara added, especially in a battleground state. I think they're going to suffer the consequences in 2028 if they don't rectify their strategy. And for the record, this is not like an ethnic tension. This is not an ethnic conflict. There are plenty of people beyond the Arab communities that also take issue with the Democratic Party refusing to mount the significant legislative pressure necessary to claw back some control and to reevaluate our relationship with Israel, right? That's it. There's a lot of people. It's not just like Lebanese, Arabs, Arab Americans, Muslims in general. It's far beyond that. This moment in Michigan is particularly sensitive. McMorrow and her surrogates have said Piker should be shunned because the rallies come less than a month after the Temple Israel synagogue attack, which was widely condemned by the Arab American community in Michigan. McMorrow did not respond to a request for comment. That is not somebody that you should be campaigning with a moment when there's clearly a lot of pain and trauma across our state, McMorrow said, the Jewish Insider, while highlighting that children were at the synagogue. You don't fan the flames. But Arab American and Muslim community leaders who spoke with The Guardian stressed that both sides' suffering can be acknowledged as the Middle East conflict intensifies. They see the exclusion of their pain as a deliberate political maneuver. Israel's Lebanon invasion has displaced more than 1 million civilians in recent months, and the IDF has begun wiping out Lebanese villages that some Michiganders or their families are from, in accordance with the model in Gaza, in the words of Israel's defense minister. The IDF also, as recently as this past week, openly stated that they will go to Christian and non-Shia villages in southern Lebanon and attack places that they suspect of harboring the Shia Muslim population. This is identical to what the Nazi occupation looked like in Eastern Europe. It's unbelievable. Virtually every one of the 120,000 Lebanese American people in Michigan has family members or friends who have been displaced or killed by Israel. Arab Americans who spoke with The Guardian said, "There's an asymmetry of compassion and an asymmetry of political pressure. Arabs get the pressure and Israel gets the compassion," said James Zogby, a Lebanese American member of the Democratic National Committee. "No one will pay attention to the human element of the situation, which is that their ancestral village is gone and their homes are demolished." In an interview with The Guardian, El Sayed expressed a similar sentiment. The Arab community, their voice, and their pain has been rendered insignificant, or even worse, an inconvenient aspect of our political situation. National polling shows more Democrats sympathize with Palestinians than Israelis. Support for Israel's war in Gaza plummeted as low as 8% among party voters, and the vast majority of Democrats support an arms embargo. Piker frequently expresses sympathy for the Palestinian people, criticizes Israel's wars, and calls for an arms embargo. Piker called the Temple Israel attack a heinous act of violence, but he said he also believed that it was Islamophobic to say, "Oh, this Muslim critic of Israel who has the majority opinion on Israel should not be going to a campaign rally." Michigan is a state the Democrats lost for this exact reason. When asked about the comment in which he labels some Orthodox Jews in Israel inbred, Piker told The Guardian he uses the term as a pejorative against ethno-religious and racial supremacists of all different varieties. It has nothing to do with Judaism. He has largely said he stands by his comments, but has also recently expressed regret about the inbred comment, saying he could have been more careful. Piker said he regularly educates listeners about the dangers of anti-Semitism and how it is the canary in the coal mine of fascism. "I will continue to do this because anti-Semitism is morally repugnant, but the difference is I believe that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are morally repugnant, and I'm an anti-genocide, anti-fascist, and therefore an anti-Zionist," Piker said. Though many of El Sayed's and Piker's political positions are aligned, El Sayed told The Guardian he did not agree with everything Piker has said, and he also offered an explanation on X. But he said winning requires talking with anyone from Joe Rogan to Hasan Piker. To illustrate the point, El Sayed appeared on Fox News last week. "The interests of all Michiganders and Arab Americans are one and the same," El Sayed said. "Every dollar that we spend on aimless, illegal, unjustified war in Iran that allows Israel to annex southern Lebanon and destroy people and their lives is a dollar not spent to improve our schools, provide people with health care, and fix our broken infrastructure." Boom. Something that I say all the time as well. So, moving on from that and getting back to the main villain, the top villain, Donald Trump.
45,000 people as of a month and a half ago. 45,000 protesters. We don't do that. So if I had my choice, I'd keep the oil. But I also want to make the people of our country happy. I think most people wouldn't understand that. I'll give you an example. Venezuela has worked out so incredibly. We have 100 million barrels of oil right now in Houston being refined. It's been great. The relationship with Venezuela, the leaders, has been fantastic. And I think we're going to have a long-term, very good relationship. And it might be beyond long-term. You understand what Well, I tell you what, I'm pretty good at this stuff, and I go around and I check. They'd like to see us win and come home. And I appreciate CNN for the first time maybe in my life. They did a poll, and everyone's saying, "Oh, is Trump losing MAGA?" No, I'm not losing MAGA. MAGA loves what I'm doing. And CNN did a poll of MAGA voters, a big poll, very important poll, Harry. And he went on, he said, "This is amazing."
He loves Harry Emden. Are we jazzing all of his interviews? That would be perfect. I agree. I think it adds an interesting seasoning to it.
100% support. He said, "I've never had a 100% poll at anything before." And do you support Trump, MAGA people, which is, by the way, mostly Republican. If you look, I would say MAGA makes up a majority, like about 95% of the Republican Party, all right? So they went out, they did a poll, and CNN came back 100% support. So they support what we're doing, but they would like to see it end and come back. But remember, wars last years. We're in there for 34 days. And we've obliterated a very powerful country in 34 days. Yeah, if it were up to me, I'd like to keep the oil. I just don't think the people of the United States would really understand.
I think the fact that he's so desperately relitigating that MAGA poll over and over again implies that he's sensitive to his base potentially taking a different approach to Israel. Like I'm serious. I think he recognizes, what is this? Change your pin tweet, bro. No, it's been there for too long. Time to change it. Okay, ridiculous. All right. He is a little bit worried, I think. That's why he's holding on. He's clutching on to that one poll. That says something. That means that if the MAGA base started maybe unwinding on the Iran war stuff because it's far too costly and it becomes unpopular in the base, he could potentially recalculate. I don't know.
How is it taking care of the Iranian people if you're bombing?
Yeah, who you with? Who you with?
Yes.
Well, that's a radical left group of lunatics that you're with. Let me just tell you, very fair question. The Iranian people, when they don't hear bombs go off, they're upset. They want to hear bombs because they want to be free. And the only reason they're not out protesting, you know that, is because they were informed that if they protest, like the wrestler and his friends, if they protest, they will be shot immediately. And that's an edict, that's in writing. If they protest, if they go out in the streets, they will be immediately shot. They don't have guns. You know, we sent some guns, but the group that was supposed to give, which I said would happen to my people, I said it, I called it exactly. We sent guns, a lot of guns. They were supposed to go to the people so they could fight back against these thugs. You know what happened? The people that they sent them to kept them because they said, what a beautiful gun, I think I'll keep it. So I'm very upset with a certain group of people, and they're going to pay a big price for that. But the Iranian people will fight back as soon as they know they're not going to be shot and as soon as they can get weapons. If they had weapons, not many of them, if they had weapons that would go in the other way, and you know what would happen? Iran would give up in 2 seconds because they wouldn't be able to take it. But in Iran, they have absolutely no weaponry, and they've been told point blank, if you come out to the streets, you will be killed. As of this morning, and we have this on pretty good information, 45,000 protesters have been killed. Pretty bad.
Mr. President, you said Iran has been obliterated. Why are we still at war then?
Country, they can't fight back. They have no capability. They have some missiles left. They have some drones left, but essentially they have no capability. They had a lucky shot with an airplane, but we got them back out. The rest.
So how did a F-15 fall on Iranian soil? How did a warthog fall? Do a crash landing near Kuwait? How did any of those things happen?
Rescue was incredible, and it wasn't of one person. It was of.
I guess the plausible deniability here is that he says some. They got some capabilities, some. There was a laundry fire. There was a laundry fire inside of the F-15. Lucky shots. Sparked up a laundry fire. You know what it is.
Two-person. There are those that say that's never happened before, because usually when you're shot down in strong enemy and deep enemy territory, you can't go after them because you'll end up losing 250 people to get one. So it's a terrible thing. But we had to make a decision. Do we do it or do we not? And we did. And, we have some helicopters with a lot of bullet holes in them right now. Probably you know that. No, I'm very honored to have rebuilt our military. We rebuilt our military in my first term. I'm using it in our second term. And we are the most respected country anywhere in the world with the greatest military anywhere in the world.
Yeah, thank God he actually rolled back unlimited warfare, by the way. Remember? That's what he did. I rolled back these wars. They were so stupid. I'm the peace president, but now I'm the war president, and that's also good. War is good too. That's the only way to do peace.
Well, thank you. So we have a news conference. You'll all be there, so you can ask the question in a little while. We have a news conference in a little while. What would you like to ask him?
What she wants to say, man, First Lady, can you tell us your message to children and finance?
well, all of this is happening for their future. So they will be safe in years to come.
We're fighting for children that are now in a war zone. We're keeping them as safe as we can possibly keep them. But we're fighting for their parents, their grandparents. We're fighting for them. We're fighting for their future. And I will tell you, it was given to me loud and clear. The time the Iranian people are the most unhappy when you hear bombs all over is when those bombs stop. That's the problem. It's, when they stop, because that means that, are they coming back? We want to have them back. And, you know, everybody knows it. Everybody sees it. So hopefully it could be over with quickly. Again, there are lots of different alternatives. We have many alternatives. We could leave right now, and it would take them 15 years to rebuild what they have. We could leave right now. But I want to finish it up. Iran, ready, cannot have a nuclear weapon. They are lunatics, and you can't put nuclear weapons in the hands of a lunatic. Thank you very much.
Okay, there we have it. Donald Trump, the US president, speaking at the White House on the sideline of what we understand is an Easter egg roll, flanked by the Easter Bunny, talking about extremely serious issues. Probably the most perilous moment that the Middle East has faced in terms of its security in generations.
And we had great talent. We got a little luck, too, I would say. And we were helped by a lot of people, a lot of great people.
Trump is doing this for his base, and it seems to be working. Crying emoji. Support for Iran war. Support 46. Oppose 45. Okay, that's chatter. You have to understand there's a outlier poll, right? Please. People laughing at my suggestion that Israel will find a way to attack Turkey mock me at their own peril. Yeah, no, Turkey's next. After Iran, Turkey's next, 100%. Turkey knows that. They're already talking about, like, you know, Turkey shouldn't be in NATO, all this shit. What do you mean an outlier poll? As in, this poll is not reflective of the overwhelming majority of other polls that were conducted. Okay? It's an outlier. As in, it's a standalone poll that shows a much more favorable result for Donald Trump and support that Donald Trump is garnered for the Iran war. Every other poll that has been conducted consistently shows that the only people that are in favor of this Iran war are actually just the MAGA base. Okay? It's a 30 to 70 split, usually, give or take. Yes, it is a statistical anomaly and not reflective of a trend. Anyway, an NBC News survey found Newsom was even less popular than Trump, and with Trump underwater by 12 points and Newsom by 18. Conversely, AOC polled ahead of Trump, Newsom, and the Democratic Party itself. Is that 30% the die-hard cult members? Yes. And for all of you that that don't understand what that means, like, when we say diehard cult members, okay, you need to understand that's the entirety of the Republican Party. That is the entirety of the Republican Party, because the Republican Party is MAGA and MAGA is the Republican Party. Okay? That's where we're at.
And it was an honor to be involved with it. It's very historic. This is a rescue that's very historic. It'll go down in the books late Thursday night, An American F-15 fighter jet went down deep inside enemy territory in Iran while participating in Operation Epic Fury, where we're doing unbelievably well, well at a level that nobody's ever seen before. The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night. Both members of the crew.
I don't know. All signs, I'm going to be honest, all signs point to Taco again, but hopefully I'm not wrong. So far, as we've seen, he's extended that deadline, and the terrorism deadline, which is crazy to begin with. Like, that the American president is like openly claiming he's going to do acts of terror. And he's extended that deadline 6 times now. Hopefully it's Taco Tuesday again. Hopefully he pulls out and doesn't actually blow up the entire energy grid of Iran, and then in retaliation, Iran blows up the rest of the region.
Crew ejected from the aircraft and landed alive. On Iranian soil, I immediately was asked to make a decision. I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft into hostile airspace, many flying at very low altitude, being shot by bullets. You bring rifles into play when you're going that low, but there are also certain advantages. And in broad daylight over Iran for 7 hours, at times facing very, very heavy enemy fire. We have a helicopter that's got a lot of bullets in it. It's amazing.
Okay, I'm used to hearing smooth jazz in the background when he chirps. And now I'm saddened. I'm saddened by the fact that I don't hear smooth jazz in the background when he's fucking saying bullshit. Also, there is a message that has been sent to all regional states from Iran. If the United States launch a mass attack on Iranian energy infrastructure, the entire region will plunge into darkness.
Would it not be a war crime to strike Iran's bridges and power plants?
Because they killed 45,000 people in the last month, more than that. It could be as much as 60. They killed protesters. They're animals. And we have to stop them, and we can't let them have a nuclear weapon. Very simple. They want a nuclear...
Like, what do you think is going to happen to millions of people if you blow up their entire energy grid, you fucking idiot? Like, even by your own logic here, if the Iranian government had actually killed 45,000 people and that made them animals, what does that make you? What does that make you?
Weapon they've been trying for a long time. I stopped them with the Obama horrible Iran nuclear deal. I stopped them in a lot of different ways.
So as you say, Donald Trump has been holding that press conference for close to an hour now. For the first 50 minutes, he didn't take any questions. As you say, he was focused entirely on the rescue of that American airman, a really audacious rescue operation, and one that they know is seen as very positive. And they want to grab hold of that right now, Krishnan, because they know that otherwise this Iran war is becoming very negative in the eyes of American voters. You could hear from Donald Trump today that he's quite sensitive about it. He was asked this morning, what do you say to Americans who don't support the war? He said, I think they're foolish. They don't appreciate the nuclear threat. Having said that, his objectives have continued to sound quite muddled again today. On the one hand, he talks about the nuclear threat. On the other hand, as viewers will have just heard, he's talking about wanting to take the oil, saying he only isn't going to do that because Americans want this war to be over. Just now, he's been talking again about how this isn't about regime change, but he said that Iranians should rise up against the regime, before then saying that the consequences would be huge if they did that, that they could be shot and killed immediately. Also today, he's had a pop at Keir Starmer, our Prime Minister, again suggesting not that he isn't a Winston Churchill, as he has said before, but saying we don't want a Neville Chamberlain. So comparing Keir Starmer to the UK Prime Minister, who has
The U.S. and Israel are carrying out intense bombing raids on Iran's South Pars petrochemical complex, which accounts for 85% of the country's production in this sector. The damage is massive, yet the complex covers 54,000 hectares and will require many days of sustained heavy bombing to achieve its total destruction. Even so, the losses are certainly in the range of tens of billions of dollars in destroyed infrastructure and lost profits. I don't know how reliable that analysis is. I might be totally off base here, but in the absence of like straight up bunker buster bombs, like a lot of these facilities are like they're designed to be super hardened, right? So in most circumstances, in most circumstances, I mean, it could be billions and billions of dollars of damage, but when they try to blow up these facilities, like it's still recoverable, it's still repairable. So I don't know. I mean, it's entirely dependent on what they actually hit. If they hit the pipes, and the pipes literally have oil in them, then it's fucked. So, oh my God, this microphone. Jesus Christ. Wait, there was a baby F? Uh-oh. What is happening? There was a baby F and the microphone is falling apart. That's not good. That's not good at all. No F, just refresh. Okay.
Of course, accused of appeasement against with the Nazis. Now, he's been talking about all of this today as that Iranian deadline continues to loom large. And a warning, there is some strong language in my report. It sometimes feels as if America and its 47th president have stepped through the looking glass, like something surreal has taken hold in the White House.
And what about the rescue that took place yesterday? What about that?
Today gave us the eccentricities of the Mad Hatter.
Ready? Get set.
And the ruthlessness of the Queen of Hearts.
Because we are obliterating that country. And I hate to do it, but we're obliterating, and they just don't want to say uncle. If I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil. Because it's there for the taking.
The White House Easter egg roll is an annual event. But in the middle of a war, Donald Trump has warned that Iran will face living hell tomorrow if it fails to do a deal. But the fires are already burning today after Israel again struck the world's largest natural gas field, South Pars, a critical source of income for Iran's military guard. The Israeli military also released footage of what it called a wave of strikes on Tehran's airports overnight. And Iran's intelligence chief, Majid Kademi, was killed as the country's foreign ministry spokesman said this was no way to negotiate.
Negotiation in no way involves an ultimatum or a threat to commit war crimes. The Islamic Republic of Iran has very, very bitter experiences of negotiating with America, and we did not gain these experiences lightly.
Iran has rejected a 45-day ceasefire proposal ahead of tomorrow's deadline, though Trump's deadlines have been erratic. On March the 21st, he gave Iran 48 hours to reopen the strait, or said he'd obliterate their power plants. Then came the extensions, first 5 days, then 10, before on Saturday another 48 hours, or all hell will rain down, he warned, before adding Tuesday would be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day. And then the US president wrote, "Open the strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah."
Thank you very much.
And so, in the upside-down world of Donald Trump, from hunting for Easter eggs in the morning to the hunt for a missing pilot in the afternoon.
Of one of the largest, most complex, most harrowing combat searches ever attempted by the military.
And there were more threats for Iran.
The entire country could be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
as Trump made way for Pete Hegseth, the man who began as Secretary of Defense, but who he renamed the Secretary of War, perhaps for this moment.
Per the president's direction, today will be the largest volume.
I'll be honest, I don't know how much motion or how much damage to profit centers Iran can implement that will cause capital owners to tell Donald Trump to retreat. I think the only way to do this is by making Israel feel unsafe enough that they finally turn around and get Donald Trump to retreat. In the absence of pummeling Israel or retaliating against Israel in the same exact way that America and Israel is bombing Iran, I just don't think that anyone is going to tell Donald Trump to pull back. Markets are green. They expect the taco. Uh-oh. Well, considering the way that the markets have been consistently wrong, I worry a little bit about that.
Of strikes since day one of this operation. Tomorrow, even more than today. And then Iran has a choice.
Yeah, I talked about this already, but like Iranian missile hit rates against Israel have risen from 3% during the first 2 weeks of the war to 27%.
Choose wisely, because this president does not play around.
Donald Trump may not play around, but he certainly does seem to shift his position on this war's objectives, on the several deadlines that he has now given to Iran, and on what it will take for him to bring this conflict to an end.
Well, joining me now is HasanAbi Andalini, a British-Iranian author who heads the International Civil Society Action Network. They work with women peace activists in war zones. And in Texas is the former U.S. Special Envoy for Middle East humanitarian issues, David Satterfield. Hasan, first of all, with Trump saying he could take out the whole country tomorrow night, what are you supposed to make of that? What are Iranians supposed to make of that?
Well, first of all, from the news that I've heard in the last 24 hours, in hospitals, for example, in a children's hospital in Tehran, they're preparing for lack of electricity, lack of water, lack of gas, figuring out what to do with the kids that are in most critical conditions, sending the other ones home. In Bushehr, they're handing out iodine tablets in case of radiation. But I think this is horrific because the Hormuz Strait is actually open if you're not part of the war. The Spanish have gotten ships through, the Portuguese have, the Japanese have, the Chinese have. So the idea that the Straits of Hormuz are not open is actually not true.
It's largely closed.
Largely closed if you're supporting the war. If you're supporting an illegal war and you're supporting war crimes. They have hit 30 universities. They've been hitting the petrochemical plants. They're already attacking all these things.
Hell yeah.
600...
She's dope. Okay.
Schools. These are all war crimes. What is going on? And this is, Iranians are watching it. They're experiencing it. He's being a clown and with the Easter Bunny.
I mean, he says a lot of Iranians are supporting the bombing, and that they are worried when the bombing doesn't happen.
So we have a very loud, vociferous diaspora opposition that has been supported by Israel, but 66% of them in America are now against this war.
Yeah, I mean that was. Even in the 12-day war, which was, incredibly limited in comparison to what they're experiencing now. And that isn't to say that that was fine. It just is to show you how ridiculous this has been. Even then, by the end of that process, it was at a 56% disapproval amongst the Iranian diaspora. So clearly, this was always going to be incredibly unpopular with everyone. Anyone who isn't like a psychopath, and there's some who are psychopathic in the diaspora, let's be real, right? There are still certainly some people that will defend it. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all what people think, right? It doesn't matter what the diaspora thinks, doesn't matter what the American population thinks. Maybe it matters a little bit what like MAGA thinks, right? Because American foreign policy is not dictated by popular sentiment. Obviously, unpopularity, especially if it's paired up with like a lot of public pressure and maybe gumming up the works a little bit, mass demonstrations, people taking matters in their own hands, work stoppages at ports that are supposed to be delivering weapons, demonstrations outside of one of like 3 facilities, according to PRFI's reporting, that could technically cripple the entirety of the American munitions production. Like, that kind of stuff could make things more difficult for this admin, but more often than not, the only thing that matters is the markets, is capital owners, is Israel, and who knows?
And the fact is that in a country of 93 million people, where we now have people who are suffering from toxins because of petrochemical plants being bombed, it is really egregious to suggest that people want to be bombed. That is an absurd statement, and certainly nobody that I know.
But the diaspora is responsible for manufacturing consent for this war? Yes. They were. And then they got discarded all the same. Obviously, no one cares. Obviously, no one in the administration cares about what the diaspora has to say. And I made that very clear from the start. And a lot of people used to yell at me for making this point. I don't know how you can still find yourself duped by the sweet nothings that this administration sometimes dignifies you with, especially given what this administration has done. Your targets are too conservative. You need to include donor businesses to Trump, include companies which are tangentially related, not just direct munitions and aircraft manufacturers. I mean, sure.
Is saying that.
David Satterfield, do you expect this now to start happening tomorrow? It's very difficult to work out what Trump's deadlines actually mean, but he is now saying, well, the deadline is tomorrow.
It is beyond difficult to determine from the president's postings on social media or rhetoric in news conferences what he intends to do or where. But let's go beyond the president's rhetoric and take a look at what the consequences of the campaign to date have been. Iran's nuclear enrichment research capacity has been diminished further, significantly so. Its missile and drone program, from production, storage, launchers, has been dramatically reduced, but Iran retains the strategic ability to project pain and risk to all of its neighbors in the Gulf and beyond.
And it still has its uranium.
And the Strait of Tehran is, of course, closed. 30,000 ships transit in a year the Strait of Tehran. A tiny handful of countries which are not associated in any fashion with this campaign, including all of the Gulf states, are barred from using the Strait. The Strait does need to reopen for the sake of global commerce. The issue is how will further strikes, particularly on civil
might as well call it the Strait of Tehran, baby.
Infrastructure, bring the Iranian regime, which has shown the perfect capacity to murder at will its own people, agree to a concession like this?
Yes, so do you think bombing bridges and power, set aside the fact that they're probably war crimes, would they be effective?
I do not believe this strategy, if it is in fact a strategy of striking civil infrastructure, particularly bridges, power plants, is likely to produce the kinds of outcomes which the United States wishes to see.
Yeah, but that's not the reason why they're doing it, is it? The reason why they're doing it is not for achieving some sort of strategic military purpose. It's in the absence of achieving that strategic military purpose that they're doing this in an effort to broaden the targets even further. They've already been killing civilians. They just want to punish the civilians even further with the hopes that a responsive government will then shy away from retaliating in kind. At some point, it's going to turn into such a spectacular failure that eventually America will have to invade Iran. That's what this is. That's where this goes. The Iranian government, I'm not exactly certain about their capabilities, but the Iranian government has regularly entertained that. Okay? It's totally devastating. And it was totally devastating even with the Iran-Iraq war, and the American military's capabilities are obviously far more significant than the Iraqi military was at the time, right? But even then, it will be devastating for every side involved. It's just so unbelievably stupid and unbelievably cruel, so unnecessary. I don't know.
Are you, as a diplomat, a career diplomat, are you embarrassed by Trump's language and his swearing and his threats?
I am concerned that a campaign which appears focused on targeting rather than strategy and strategic objective achievement is...
This guy's a fucking milsim autist over here. He's like, well, if he was using swear words while also... if he was swearing while simultaneously achieving military objectives, I would be fine.
Not likely to produce an Iran which is less of a threat to its neighbors and to the region, but will remain now not only in a position of sustaining those threats.
Yeah, guy who's not mad that like Iran never really presented a threat until Donald Trump egged them on or backed them into a corner where they had to become a threat. Guy who genuinely, sincerely has said Iran is a threat. It's just that Trump is not handling that threat well.
But views itself as having succeeded, having survived.
Yes.
That is not a desirable outcome here.
Let me bring back HasanAbi Andalini. A lot of people were wondering what the effect of this war would be as it goes on Iranian public opinion vis-a-vis the regime. You know, is it having the effect in Iran of uniting people against the United States and Israel?
Well, again, I think that you have to, it's a population of 93 million people. People right now are experiencing carpet bombing. To suggest to them, are you going to take...
Trump said he won't annex Canada because he didn't know King Charles was our king. Oh my God, please stop. Oh God, it shouldn't be this easy to fucking manipulate this guy, man. First of all, why is that even relevant? Like, he should never talk about annexing Canada regardless. Secondly, why does he fucking love the royal family so much? And last but not least, how do you not know that Canada is a part of the Commonwealth? He's just wrong on every front. He's just an unbelievably stupid guy.
Sides between two nuclear powers that are bombing you and threatening to annihilate you, and a regime that at the moment is defending the territorial integrity of the country. Whatever we think about the domestic issues, these are difficult questions. The regime has, obviously, there is tremendous public dissatisfaction with the regime in terms of its treatment of its people. We need to understand in January exactly what happened. There needs to be an independent investigation in terms of the numbers, because it's absurd to say 45,000 and 50,000 dead. We don't have any evidence of that. We have an evidence of 7,000 killed, which is significant and it's huge. We also have evidence of Israeli infiltration. So it's a complicated situation, but I just want to say this. Bombing universities, bombing hospitals, bombing schools. Over 600 schools have been hit. This is targeted hitting of civilian and human infrastructure. Over 3 million people.
And it's worth saying that
displaced.
he did admit trying to send weapons to Iranian protesters. Hasn't that played into the Iranian government's hands? Because that's what they were saying was happening.
Look, I'm no fan of the Iranian regime. I'm just saying, if you imagine that in England, we suddenly hear that the Chinese are trying to bring weapons into Britain to support protesters that are protesting some issue. How would the British government respond? Okay. So we have to look at it from these perspectives.
Cooking.
But 3.5 million people are displaced.
Absolutely cooking.
Schools and hospitals are being hit, and civilians are being hurt.
Hasan Andolini and David Satterfield, thank you both very much. Now, whilst Israel continues...
It is a very complex situation, so to be able to like demonstrate moral clarity throughout that process, I mean, respect.
To strike targets in Iran today, as we heard in Anushka's report. It also hit targets in Lebanon, where nearly 1,500 people have now died, and Gaza. Israeli civilians also came under continued missile fire, with casualties in northern and central Israel. Let's go to Harry Forces, who joins us from Jerusalem. Harry.
Yes, Christian, as you're saying, Iranian missiles again evading Israeli defenses, dropping cluster submunitions in various locations across central Israel, causing damage and injury. But a lot of the attention remaining further north on Haifa, where a ballistic missile struck, didn't detonate, but destroyed a residence.
Here's some good news. At least like Pakistani sources cited by Haaretz suggest a widening gap. In spite of everything that's going on, there's at least a little bit of fucking hope. A glimmer of hope, okay? Pakistani sources cited by Haaretz suggest a widening gap in endgame expectations. Iran shows no willingness to accept U.S. terms to end the war. Pakistani diplomats reportedly convened to regional actors, Saudi, Egypt, Turkey, that Tehran believes it has already prevailed. Crucially, Islamabad assesses that Washington is now more eager than ever before to get a deal with Tehran. They're more eager to get a deal than Tehran is. However, and this is the negative side of things, of course, despite this, the Trump administration is still insisting on its core demands: zero enrichment, missile limits, conditions Iran continues to reject outright. If accurate, this points to a classic mismatch, one side negotiating from perceived strength, the other from urgency. It's frustrating because, unfortunately, one side has the capacity to negotiate, understands its limitations, is significantly more restrained until pushed into a corner, and then the other side is Donald Trump, a psychopath. So it's all about pressure with these guys. Ironically enough, we've spent decades talking about our enemies around the world as animals, incapable of behaving in a rational and logical manner. However, we were the animals all along. And the reason why I say that is because we are the ones who are incapable of understanding the dynamic on the ground. We are the ones who don't care about how many people we kill. We are the ones who are doing terrorism. It's just, you're still doing it? What? I don't know. And as animals, we are the only ones, we are the only party here that needs to be brought to heel in some ways. Like, we need to receive some pressure. Yes, I saw the Meat Canyon. Yes, I saw the Meat Canyon appearance, chatter. And no, it's not the average American. The average American is of different. The average American obviously is not maybe as considerate as you would expect them to be, but like the average American obviously is not in favor of any of this, unless you're talking about MAGA. But I'm specifically referencing like how states operate, and if you look at America's barbaric modus operandi, and you look at the way Iran has conducted itself so far, it's very obvious that the only way to demand, the only way to get America to stop is by showing it has to stop. America is not going to stop until American allies, American partners get to the table and tell America to stop. Trump needs to be fielding calls from Jamie Dimon on numerous occasions before he fucking decides maybe we've miscalculated. Maybe we need to retreat. Meanwhile, look at Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urging Trump in a call on Sunday not to go for a ceasefire at the moment and expressed concern about the risks of such a move. An Israeli official said, Trump told Netanyahu that if Iran agrees to the U.S. demands, a ceasefire could happen, but stressed he won't give up on his demand that Iran hand over all of its enriched uranium and agree not to resume enrichment, according to the Israeli official. Modus arsum what law? Modus operandi. Our mode of operation. The way we operate. Yeah. Israel, you aren't fighting this war for us. Also, Israel, just in, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has warned Trump against a ceasefire deal, Israeli officials told Axios. Dude, guys, you feeling okay today? You seem to be tired. It's okay to take a day off. I'm a 34-year-old man. Can you please? I really thank you for your consideration, but like, stop babying me, please. Okay? Please. I'm not a baby. I'm a 34-year-old man. I'm an adult. Okay? I know my limitations. What is happening here? I'm tired because look at the dog shit events that are unfolding. Okay? I'm also tired because I didn't sleep a lot last night. I was on a red eye to Michigan so I could start my broadcast early, knowing that Donald Trump was going to deliver a speech directly from the White House. Congressman Pat Fallon, Republican of Texas, the chair of the Military Personnel Subcommittee in the House of Armed Services, says American boots on the ground are necessary in the war against Iran. I just don't see any other way. What? Concrete proof of the rape tone fuck HasanAbi pivot. Tectone's ex-girlfriend Pikachu revealed that she went to the police on March 2nd, 2025. Tectone began using the Hasan tag on his YouTube videos on March 6th, 2025. What the fuck? God. How cruel and how weird and how strange my ops are. Just villains in every way. Trump said he jailed the person who reported on the missing airmen. Not anymore because it was Amit Segal. Yeah. We're about to see Trump's promise to find and imprison whoever leaked the info about the second pilot vanish into the ether. It came from Israeli government. Yeah, Donald Trump earlier today said he was going to find and jail whoever leaked the details about the failed the F-15 that was dropped. It was Amit Segal. As Amit Segal just acknowledged on his Telegram channel, he was the first to publish details about the missing second airman. Segal is an Israeli journalist known for his immediate proximity to Netanyahu. Trump has threatened to jail the journalist who first reported on the missing airman in order to force him to confess the identity of his source. Segal does not appear to be concerned. Also, he's flexing. Look at him. He wrote the quote on his Telegram. He said, Trump, we didn't talk about the first one we rescued. Then someone leaked something about the navigator. We're going to find whoever leaked it, whoever it is. What? Per Miranda Devine, the Times of Israel has now deleted the reference to Israel's Minister of Defense as the original source of the second down pilot story. Oh my God. And the IMOD is strenuously denying it. Oh my God. So was the Times of Israel just making up a non-existent source, or are they just now deleting it because Trump is mad? So this means that the original source to Amit Segal was literally the Israeli Minister of Defense. I mean, I believe it. That's why I keep telling you, like a lot of these Israeli reporters, especially people like Ahmed Segal, that are very close to Benjamin Netanyahu, they are basically the government mouthpieces. In most of these circumstances, when you hear something from these guys, just understand that it's the government saying it. And they obviously will consistently leak information that the American side doesn't want out because they don't give a shit. And also, what are you going to do? Punish Israel? You can't. You're a bitch. You're bitch made. Our government is a dog to the Israeli government. Okay? That's it.
Residential building last night.
Special
Two people
privileges,
found
baby.
dead last
Special
night.
partnership.
2 more bodies pulled from the rubble during the course of the day. It's now been confirmed it was an extended family, an elderly couple, their son and his wife. And Israel continuing to strike into Lebanon today. 7 people killed, and a continuation of this Gaza-like tactic of destroying Lebanese villages close to Israeli territory. The Israeli military releasing images of the village of Taibe and various detonations destroying large parts of that village. The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, also speaking today, offering condolences for the deaths in Haifa, reportedly having spoken to Donald Trump on the phone, urging against a ceasefire, presumably feeling that not enough has been done in Israel's terms so far in Iran, nonetheless selling achievements in his terms so far to the Israeli people today.
We are eliminating facilities, we are eliminating operatives, and yes, we are continuing to eliminate senior figures. Iran is no longer the same Iran. It's not the same Iran anymore. Israel is no longer the same Israel. Israel is stronger than ever, and the terror regime in Iran is weaker than ever.
And a bloody reminder today of the continued Israeli fire into Gaza.
It's so crazy he gets to flex this way too. It's actually so wild that he just gets to go. And I mean, he won't do this in English usually. He'll do this only in Hebrew. But every day he's just like, yes, America is my bitch. America is my dog. Look at how far we've come. We're no longer just a regional power. We're a global superpower. It's awesome. Fantastic. We need to keep giving unlimited money to these guys. Okay? This war can be summed up by a single sentence from Netanyahu's 1993 book, A Place Among the Nations. The task of Israel's leaders is to try to convince the American government that it is in the interest of the United States to follow policies that cohere with Israeli interests, not vice versa. It's almost like they say it right to our faces. Yeah. That's the reason why Benjamin Netanyahu has been... Guys, Benjamin Netanyahu has been consistently voted back into office. Is it because he's a particularly charismatic person? No. Is it because he's the most bloodthirsty out of all of the Israeli leadership? No. There's plenty more in the tank. The reason why Benjamin Netanyahu has been consistently voted back into office is because he is seen as the protector. And the only reason why he's seen as the protector is because he's seen as the most reliable manipulator of American presidents. He has the most experience with American presidents, and he's the most effective at getting Americans to do whatever the fuck he wants. That's it. And therefore, he is the guy who is protecting Israel by getting America to protect Israel. That's it. And we have only proven him right over and over again. Famous quote from Bill Clinton was, who do you think is the superpower here, right? Like, that's how mad he got at Benjamin Netanyahu. And then it did what in the aftermath? Nothing. Gave him everything he wanted.
In central Gaza, an Israeli airstrike killing at least 10 people close to a school being used for displaced residents. The reports are that there was a clash between Israeli-backed militia and others in that area, and that the airstrikes followed that. 2 other airstrikes killing 2 other Palestinians as well, leaving 1 girl seriously injured. All of this, of course, months after the October ceasefire. The Gaza Health Ministry says more than 700 people have been killed by Israeli fire since then.
Harry Fawcett in Jerusalem. Well, amid Donald Trump's repeated threats and imminent deadlines for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, the markets have remained highly volatile. Our economics correspondent, Halia Ebrahimi, is with me. Halia.
Well, the president's messaging is erratic, it's bombastic, offensive even, but time and time again, Chris, he's been able to prove and persuade to the markets that the talks are going well, that the war is going to end very soon, and that's despite what's happening on the ground. Today, US shares were all in the green. The S&P, after the president spoke, flat, up slightly at 0.3%. Crude oil fell.
How come there's no more talk about Hamas in Gaza? Because Hamas is still the de facto governance structure in Gaza, and Israel is currently still occupying 55% of Gaza. That the tensions will eventually bubble up once again as Israel finds a moment of Israel seizes on another moment like an opening or whatever, but for the time being, they're too busy getting their shit pushed in Lebanon by Hezbollah, and also demanding Donald Trump nuke Iran. So they're too busy to deal with Gaza at the moment, even though they did successfully annex 55% of Gaza. Remember, it was already small to begin with, and now it's even smaller.
This morning, and then after he spoke, inched up slightly, but 110 is a long way from the 60, 70 bucks we started with. The other key metric, US debt, it didn't really move today, but it's firmly above 4%, making it all the more expensive at a time when Washington is running these historic deficits. And Chris, American consumers are already feeling it on the ground, with gasoline now on average at above $4 a gallon, and diesel now up 55%. That's critical for transportation. Now, Amazon and the US Postal Office are saying that these higher prices mean they are now going to start charging US consumers a surcharge.
Right, now, the Iranian government have said they are not.
They killed a UN staff member today in Gaza. Oh, yeah, they
ceasefire.
haven't, obviously, in classic Israeli fashion. It's not like they've stopped bombing Gaza. Of course, they still conduct operations in Gaza. Same with, like, the ceasefire in Lebanon, right? If you remember. The other side ceases and Israel fires. That's just how it works.
Open the Straits of Hormuz. What does that mean for the markets? Are they going to keep believing Trump every time he says it's all going to be fine?
Well, I think, you know, when you don't have fundamentals, Chris, you've got to go with the sentiment of the most powerful president in the world. What else can they do? Everyone wants to buy the dip. But the key thing here is the Strait of Hormuz. You've seen, you know, it's a critical waterway. It's for gas, for oil, for essential chemicals. But over the weekend, since Saturday, you saw the passage of 16 ships pass through. Indian ships, ships from Iraq, ships carrying Iranian oil to China. Now, that is a trickle compared to the 100, 150 tankers that used to go through, but it represents some kind of change. But it comes at a price, because the Iranians have set up a sort of toll route between the islands of Heshm and Larak, where they've been charging reportedly $2 million a barrel. Now, the regime says that is because of all of the damage caused by this war. One of the critical things to remember, Krish, is that it takes about 30 days for tankers to get to their destination from the Strait of Hormuz. So we've been talking about higher oil prices, but so far there hasn't really been any issues when it comes to shortages. If the strait remains closed, that's when we start to feel some real pain.
And what's been happening today?
Well, oil analysts have been keenly following the passage of two tankers that were going towards the Strait of Hormuz. They were coming from Ras Laffan, which is in Qatar, home to the kind of 20% of the world's LNG gas export. It had never been...
She meant 2 million per tanker, not 2 million per barrel, guys.
Attempted in this war before. But as Anushka was saying, you had that Israeli attack on the Iranian petrochemical site, and then the ships return. So you can see that...
You haven't mentioned it in stream, I think, but Israel has had to change their war goals in Lebanon due to how badly the campaign is going. Demilitarizing Hezbollah is no longer a goal. And the buffer zone has been reduced to possibly 2 to 3 kilometers if they can get it. Yeah. Ew, why are you in my state? Ew. Because I was welcomed by someone running for the Senate seat and also the students of the colleges that I will be visiting? Did you think that normal people in the real world shared the same weirdo resentments that you developed off of watching some of the dumbest content creators on the internet? There's plenty more people in here that are from Michigan that are excited that I'm in your state. It's so funny that these guys think that their own learned resentment from outrage manufacturers and drama farmers is actually shared amongst the masses.
While the president is talking, there are still contradictions.
Thanks, Helia.
Iran has responded to Pakistan's ceasefire initiative.
Your mom invited me to the state so I could have sexual intercourse with her. I'll see you later, little bro.
Demanding a permanent end to the war with the US and Israel. State media says Tehran's conditions include a new protocol for passage in the Strait of Hormuz. That's after a renewed wave of Israeli attacks on dozens of aircraft in Tehran and other locations in the country. The strikes come shortly after it targeted Iran's largest petrochemical complex in the port city of Asalua. The facility processes natural gas from the offshore South Pars field. Well, Iran says the attack damaged several production units. Strikes hit facilities that supply the complex with
Are
electricity.
you covering the Trump presser? Are you speaking right now? I covered the earlier one. Does he have another one?
Water and oxygen, bringing operations to a halt. The Israeli defense minister says the attack's a severe economic blow to Tehran. Last month, Israel hit a storage facility in the South Pars gas field. Iran responded by targeting energy sites across the region, including Qatar's Ras Laffan facility. Well, South Pars forms part of a 9,700 square kilometre gas field, the largest on Earth, jointly held by Iran and Qatar. For Iran, South Pars is the backbone of its energy supply, meeting around 80% of the country's domestic natural gas demand. Stretching beneath the Gulf, the field is divided. Roughly one-third lies within Iran's territory as South Pars, while the larger share extends into Qatari waters, known as the North Dome Field. Well, we are live in Dubai, Ramallah in the occupied West Bank, the White House and Tehran. Let's begin with Ali Hashim in the Iranian capital. Good to see you, Ali. So Iran, we understand, responding to Pakistan's ceasefire initiative. What more do we know?
Well, Iran responded to the 15 points initiative that was, or at least 15 points that President Trump sent. The Iranians seem to have refused parts of this plan. Mainly, they responded with calling for peace to be across the region. They do not want a ceasefire. They have issues. They are having reservations. They're putting reservations on the idea of ceasefire. So they want a peace plan for the whole region. That means all regional conflicts that are already going on right now. They want them to be part of this solution. Second thing, that they want a protocol for safe passage in the Strait of Hormuz. This is what they are offering. Also, clearly, they're saying that based on previous experiences with the United States, they cannot accept a ceasefire. That's why they want something comprehensive and completely different. This is what the Iranians are putting now on the table. How, with the other side, how President Trump is going to deal with this is going to be the big question.
All right, Ali, back with you in a second. Let's now speak to our White House correspondent, Kimberly Hackett, and look at this in more detail with you, Kimberly. So,
U.S. word is completely worthless? Yes, but that's up to Iran. It's up to Iran to establish sufficient military deterrence so that America does not get goaded into doing this alongside Israel ever again. and that Israel also thinks twice before agitating in this direction.
Confirmation the Iranians are engaging in diplomatic efforts with terms of their own. We talked previously about dual-track diplomacy coming from the US, so issuing threats while apparently engaging in talks. Can you shed some light on where we are right now when it comes to the US stance?
Well, it still is a dual track. What we know is that the vice president, along with Middle East envoys Witkoff and Kushner, and also the Secretary of State, but for the most part, the vice president has been leading these discussions and these back channel discussions with intermediaries. But the bottom line is that there has been no signature from the U.S. president on any deal that would lead to a 45-day ceasefire, because as you point out, the U.S. president is continuing with these threats and that looming deadline of Tuesday, 8 p.m. Washington time, for there to be some sort of agreement that would not only halt hostilities, but also reopen the Strait of Hormuz. In fact, the U.S. president continuing that maximum pressure in order to get Iran to comply, saying he will, quote, blow up the whole country if a deal's not reached. Now, the U.S. president is expected to have a 17 GMT press conference today where he'll be talking about the rescue of the second airman from that F-15E, a story that Al Jazeera English broke on Saturday evening. We're going to hear from the president and hopefully also get some clarity on where things.
Tallarico's Israel stance helped them win. I'm not sure what it will take for Dems to realize that the stakes of this issue here, but 15% of Texas Dems saying they would sit out the general election if the Democratic nominee is as supportive of Israel as the Republican. New poll, 76% of Texas Democratic voters says Israel is committing a genocide. Tallarico's pledge to not send weapons to Israel boosted him over Crockett by a 4-1 margin. Oh, wow. Look at that. This is why all the chirping is utterly irrelevant. Do you understand? This is what I'm trying to say. This is why I don't have as much worry about McMorrow any longer, because her, what the fuck? Why is it so orange in this room? This was why McMorrow, drawing a line in the sand and leaning into Republican pressure, was not a smart thing to do at all. Leaning into like the Republican Party. That will turn around and attack me and attack Abdul Sayed, would only expose her as not being a real anti-Israel voice. Okay? I don't think simply saying, "Oh, you know, maybe Israel is done war crimes, or maybe Israel's done a genocide, who knows," is enough. But we shall see. I think that the problem is, like, if it's a straight line, establishment versus left flank race, it's very clear you'll have a Graham Plattner style blowout. But there are Warrenite spoilers that try to carve a space out for themselves and present themselves as like moderates that are still more progressive than the establishment Democrats, while getting all of the institutional backing from the party. And that's precisely what's going on with McMorrow right now. Right? We've seen this happen in the BIS race with Kat Abu-Ghazaleh. That is a real issue for true left flank candidates everywhere. When you got a real left flank candidate and then you have a fake progressive or pseudo progressive candidate, it actually changes the dynamic quite a bit. So we shall see. We shall see. McMorrow aligning with AIPAC nerfs or spoiler potential because now it's about Abdul versus her plus Haley as opposed to Haley versus Abdul and Mallory. I don't think that that message has reached people in Michigan. I think people in Michigan probably still think McMorrow is like an anti-Israel candidate. Hopefully we can change that dynamic by exposing the contradictions a little bit further. There's also one other thing that I want to talk about. Speaking of which, because as we saw here, obviously Tallarico got a big boost from having a better message on Israel than Jasmine Crockett, speaking about it a little bit more empathetically, right? But also, here's another issue that's going on. Harry Emden, once again. This is from RNC Research, but it's the actual, CNN broadcast where Harry Emden talks about. Do we have a longer video of this, by the way? I don't want to just watch the RNC Research version. I want to see the full one. Where he talks about how the GOP as a national party is still polling better than the Democrats as a national party. And this doesn't mean that like Democrats are going to lose these midterms. That's not what I'm saying at all. But it is insane that this dynamic still exists. Unlike in the 2006-2018 cycles, the GOP actually leads the Dems on net favorability at this point. The national environment suggests GOP holding the Senate. Why? Generic ballot. Dems in a weaker position than 2006 and 2018. Senate map. Dems need pickups in red states. And history.
Say this, Mr. Berman, and that is that this lead is historically low for Democrats at this point with a Republican president. Because take a look here, and I'm taking a look at the average of all the polls. Dem generic congressional ballot lead at this point in the cycle with the Republican president. On average, their lead's actually slightly less. It's 5 points. That's less than it was back in 2018 when it was 8 points, and way less than it was during the 2006 cycle when it was 11 points. So yeah, Democrats are ahead.
The 2006 cycle.
Ahead, but they're only ahead by 5 with a president whose net approval rating is bordering on -20 to -30, depending on what polls you look at. You'd make the argument Democrats should be way ahead, and they're just only sort of slightly ahead.
Now, to be clear, 5 points might be enough for them to retake the House, which is really a narrow margin.
Yeah.
Would not take much at all for Democrats to get this.
Would blow it.
The Senate is a different matter.
Yeah, the Senate is a different matter. I think 5 points is enough to take back the House. But in the Senate, 5 points is almost certainly not enough if you apply it to the Senate map. Why do I say that? Because let's just take a look. GOP would win the Senate with this map. Let's say Republicans only hold onto the states that Trump won by greater than 10 points. That would, in fact, give them the Senate 51 to 49. Why? Because what you would see is you would see that the Democrats would flip North Carolina, they would flip Maine, but Republicans would hold on to Ohio, they'd hold on to Texas, and they'd hold on to Alaska because Donald Trump won all of those states by greater than 10 points. And I will note, John and I were talking, we have the NCAA tournament going on. This is sort of the chalk scenario going on where the most obvious events actually do occur. Because take a look, during the Trump era, look at this, flip the Senate seat, midterm and presidential years. States the other party won by 10 plus points in the last presidential election. 0, 0, 0 times did a party flip those states. So we're talking about places like Texas, Alaska, Ohio, where Trump won by double digits.
Which is why the Democrats might need a bigger lead than they have now if the Senate is really in play. What else is going on now for the Democrats that maybe should cause them concern?
What might cause them concern? Why is that generic congressional ballot lead so low? Because just take a look at this. Net favorability. Party ahead at this point. Midterm years with the GOP president. In 2018, Dems were up by 12. In 2006 on net favorability, which party you like more? Dems were ahead by 18. Republicans are actually ahead on net favorability at this point by 5 points. So Democrats are just simply put running behind their previous benchmarks, and they need to be running well ahead of them if they want to take back the United States Senate, given that map.
To be clear, both parties are wildly unfavorable right now. However,
Democrats are even more unpopular than Republicans.
Some of these charts are something Democrats should look at as they head into November. Harriet, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Berman.
Do something, keep screaming to the Dems. Hasn't it usually been the case that disappointment in current Dems isn't a good indicator of whether Dems will do well in the elections? Doesn't a generic unmanned Dem always poll higher than the actual Dem politician, even if you don't like the current party? It seems like folks will still vote for that mythical Dem who hasn't disappointed voters yet. Yes and no. I don't think this is as bad. Partially because, I mean, it depends. It depends on what the primaries look like. If you got more ABDULs and Tallarico, I mean, Tallarico already got it, right? Like, that's actually pretty good. People like Tallarico do have a shot. Like, breathing new life into the Democratic Party forcibly, even though there's tremendous response, tremendous retaliation from the centrists in power, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It could actually help the Democrats like genuinely change the battleground dynamic, especially in red states and purple states. I mean, you got Maine, Plattner, Tallarico in Texas, ABDUL in Michigan. Well, Michigan is, blue for the Senate seat regardless, but still. Even if the Democrats did win authority back in the other two branches of government, it seems pretty damn clear to me that the executive branch will continue running with unchecked authority. Yeah, but it starts the process of undermining the Trump agenda. Okay? You will see a lot more success. Alaska is winnable too with Peltola. Or is it Peltola? Alaska is winnable Senate candidate. A known, relatively successful congressman who was beaten by hair in 2024. I remember that. Osborne, too. Osborne as well in Nebraska. Independent, but again, a unique Peltola. Sorry. Peltola is pro-Israel. It doesn't matter, dude. We're talking about fucking Alaska, okay? Who gives a shit? So is like 99% of the Democrats. I'm just giving you what the battleground looks like. Okay? I'm sorry that there isn't a fucking anti-Zionist in Alaska. She's not a progressive. Who cares? It's fucking Alaska. And also, I'm not talking about anything. I'm talking about the Democratic Party's chances. Not all of the candidates that I'm referencing are progressive candidates. I'm just telling you what the red states and purple states look like. Hello? How is this difficult to comprehend?
Stand not only on the discussions, but also on whether or not he really is firm about this deadline, given the fact that the U.S. president has issued deadlines to reopen the strait before, only to extend them.
Thanks, Kimberly. Back with Ali Hashim in Tehran. Ali, so as Kimberly was saying there, dual track diplomacy is happening right now. So the threat of violence coupled with the potential for talks. We have seen the threat of violence become a reality in Iran in the past 24 hours, particularly when it comes to the targeting of the South Pars facility by Israeli forces. What more are you learning on that?
Well, the attack on South Pars comes as the attacks on other infrastructure is going on. We saw attacks on universities.
I think a lot of people forget that, like, I'm not just a mouthpiece for American socialism, okay? I do commentary on a variety of different issues, and as a political commentator, I will obviously do analysis on Democrats and Republicans winning and losing races. It doesn't mean that every single politician that I mention by name I absolutely love and admire and defend unconditionally. It's very strange.
South Pars, which is actually a strategic field for the Iranians, and given the precedents.
So I saw some discussion today that the last ships to leave the Strait of Hormuz are going to be arriving this week, and shortly after that, physical shortages will become a lot more common. Reality is going to come home unless this changes. Yes. I think today is the last day that the UK is actually receiving jet fuel. Hasan, does Izzy have a gun to your head? I'm speaking about Butch Ware or even Ramsey. Nothing on third parties whatsoever. Blink once for yes, break dance for no. There's a chaos taking place in those two campaigns, but the reason why I haven't really covered the California governor's race is because it's a massive, spectacular fuck up. But not only that, but also obviously viability is what matters. And if you guys think that I personally have the capacity to uplift someone like Ramsey Robinson from 1% to electoral victory, or Butch Ware from 1% to electoral victory, you're out of your dang minds. Apparently Butch is also anti-China, but I don't really care about that much either. There's plenty of people who are anti-China. My point is, there's a very limited amount of opportunity here. I'm not capable of changing the dynamic of a race like that. Work for Zoran. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking stupid. Please stop. I am not a kingmaker. I didn't make Zoran. Zoran was a very uniquely gifted candidate who worked his way through the Democratic Socialists of America infrastructure in New York City, which has a robust on-the-ground door-knocking operation and in a ranked choice voting system. Like, it's not an appropriate comparison. Oh, God. What are you, Sarah Longwell? Acting like I have the make it or break it ability over here. Oh. I wish I had that. I wish I could do that. I'd be waving my wand around a lot. Chris Hedges had Trita Parsi on to talk about the Iranian war. Where are you in Michigan? Why do you ask these questions? Like, it's very strange.
Donald Trump, on Easter of all days, issued an expletive-laden threat to Iran, in which he demanded the regime, quote, open the f***ing Strait of Hormuz, you crazy bastards. He vowed to target the country's energy and transport infrastructure, which is a war crime. His latest rant is part of a pattern of incendiary rhetoric, including a threat to bomb Iranians, quote, back to the Stone Age where they belong. Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day all wrapped up in one. In Iran, he posted, there will be nothing like it. Open the f***ing strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. Leaving aside the obvious questions about Trump's mental stability, the threat comes as the Trump White House approaches yet another self-imposed deadline. By tomorrow, Iran must reopen the Strait of Hormuz, one of the world's most important shipping lanes for oil and gas, or, according to Trump, face apocalyptic retribution. The strait has been effectively closed since the U.S. and Israel launched the war on Iran in February and has seen global oil prices skyrocket. What does this latest...
I mean, that tweet itself is a perfect depiction of how desperate Trump is and how poorly things are going. Okay? There's no clear indication that the war efforts are not going well than the president saying, open the fucking strait, God damn it. It's just, You don't do that when you're actually when you have a significant advantage over your opponents.
Deadline portend? Will it be extended in desperation, as past deadlines by the U.S. have been, or will it signal an escalation of the war, one where vital energy facilities and infrastructure, including desalination plants, will be targeted by Israel and the United States, as well as by Iran? Iran insists that it will only open the strait after receiving compensation for war damages paid via a new legal regime based on transit fees imposed on shipping in the strait.
I don't agree with Robert A. Pape, by the way. I don't think Iran is now a center of global power. I don't think so at all. No disrespect. He's great, but I think Iran at best is hopefully, if they're lucky, in this back and forth, Iran will emerge as at best regional power that has sovereignty. That's the best case scenario. Iran is not going to become a global power. It almost harkens back to Professor Chiang's arguments. They control the center of global power? No. In order to become a global power, you can't just have a strategic choke point that you have control over. This would imply that Egypt is a global power. Well, technically, Egypt is not sovereign, but it's not, right? Yemen is not a global power. I don't think Iran becomes a center of global power. Yeah, Panama is not a center of global power. Of course, Panama and Egypt are not independent sovereign states. They're vassals, but it's just not, there's not, like, controlling a choke point doesn't make you automatically into a center of global power. However, Iran could develop into a wonderful country if it was left alone and could just be sovereign. And potentially they could fight their way into that sovereignty as long as there are competent people that are applying pressure to Trump who understand the severity of the crisis ahead of us.
Me to discuss the looming Tuesday deadline and the war on Iran is Trita Parsi, an expert on U.S.-Iranian relations, Iranian foreign policy, and the geopolitics of the Middle East. He is the author of 4 books on U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, with a particular focus on...
China is not even really a global power. They're on the cusp, but not quite. Okay, that's ridiculous. China is absolutely a global power. What you mean is China is not the hegemonic superpower. What? I'm hurt. Hey, Alaskan subscriber here. I'm very much anti-Israel. What would you recommend Alaskan Democrats should do to improve their optics? It hurt, not gonna lie, that we were wrote off so quickly in your earlier response. Hey, I don't want to be those people who copy-paste their question, but I'd like a response to my question. Please respond. I don't know, man. Go talk to your candidates. Go tell Peltola to be anti-Israel. I don't know what you want me to say. Like, what am I supposed to do? What can I do? Urge your electeds to represent your interests, right? I just don't think that that's a likely outcome. I feel like in Alaska, I don't know how much pressure you could actually apply to someone like Peltola. Because why the fuck does she care about Israel? Okay, why? Why does she even have an opinion on Israel? The very fact that she has an opinion on Israel that is pro-Israel implies that she's, getting paid to have that position. What the fuck does Alaska have to do with Israel? What the fuck does the Alaskan constituents and their needs have anything to do with Israel? Okay, it's just the easy pick for AIPAC and other pro-Israel donors to just mark off as another reliable ally that they can buy cheaply.
on Iran and Israel. He is the co-founder and executive vice president of the Quincy Institute and the co-founder and former president of the National Iranian American Council. He has served as an adjunct professor of international relations.
Why do the diaspora call Trita Parsi an Islamic Republic mouthpiece? Because they're insane. Because anyone that has a more nuanced opinion on Iranian sovereignty that doesn't immediately glaze either MEK, which are even more psychotic than the Pahlavists, or Reza Pahlavi is automatically considered a fucking op, is automatically considered an Islamic Republic mouthpiece.
At Johns Hopkins.
I think they also have like, he's like, I think Trita is also Zoroastrian, right? I've seen some insane stuff about him on the timeline. I've seen stuff, people saying like he's actually a Shia Muslim, but he's lying about being a Zoroastrian or something like that.
Hopkins University's SAIS, New York University, Georgetown University, and George Washington University, as well as an adjunct scholar at the Middle East Institute and as a policy fellow at the Woodrow Wilson International Center for Scholars in Washington, D.C. So, Trita, let's begin with this self-imposed deadline, the newest, that I spoke about in the introduction. But it does seem, although these self-imposed deadlines have been extended, it does seem that we have reached a very frightening point where there's serious consideration of massive escalation in desperation, obviously driven by desperation. Is that where you see us headed?
I fear that is where we are. We can see a pattern in which Trump is issuing angrier and angrier tweets with all kinds of deadlines and threats of escalation. He has largely backed off from actualizing many of those, knowing very well that he doesn't have escalation dominance. So take a look at what the situation is in the Persian Gulf right now, for instance. We have high oil prices because the Iranians are not letting the tankers through. They're letting some through, but not all. They're trying to collect transit fees, etc. But we don't have a destruction of the oil infrastructure in the region. And this is deliberate. Now, if the United States goes after the power plants and other type of infrastructure in Iran, the Iranians have threatened that they will go after the oil infrastructure in the region. If that happens, we're not just in a situation in which right now oil prices are high because of a bottleneck in the Persian Gulf, but once that bottleneck is open, the oil will flow rather quickly. We will be in a situation in which the oil will not flow for quite some time because there will be a production problem. It can take 3 to 5 years to rebuild all of those different things. That would cause a prolonged and much higher level of oil prices that would destroy Trump's presidency and throw the world most likely into a global depression. So precisely because of these reasons, Trump has so far been very careful not to go that full distance. But because of his desperation, because of his false belief that he's still in a strong position and can dictate the terms to the Iranians, and his psychological refusal to accept the fact that in order to get out of this war, he actually has to give some concessions, there is a likelihood that he will just go all out and do something absolutely insane, potentially using non-conventional weapons. So that risk cannot be discounted, because if we presume rationality, well, we wouldn't be in this position in the first place. There's nothing rational about being in this war or having started this war under this false belief that the Iranians would cave or collapse within 4 days.
And, of course, the other question is, how desperate is Israel?
I don't think the Israelis are desperate, but I think the Israelis are very comfortable knowing that they can keep on pushing Trump in the direction that they want.
Yeah, the only way to change that dynamic, this is true, by the way, the only way to change that dynamic is by increasing the pressure Israel feels. And the only way for Israel to feel some pressure, as far as what we've seen, is more successive strikes that apply public pressure to the administration to hastily end this war, because for the first time ever, they're actually receiving some kind of retaliation and some kind of harm. So that's it. Because no one else, like, the idea that like democracy or the will of the people matter in this situation is obviously silly. There's points of pressure you can apply on to Trump, European allies, not even individually, by the way. European allies have to get together and demand changes. It kind of worked with the Greenland saga, right? Where they told them, like, we'll give you something. We'll give you like a symbolic victory in Greenland, but you can't be out here talking about how you're going to militarily invade Greenland. Like, that's not how this stuff works. You're embarrassing us. But it did work. Trump did back away from the annexation threats, right? So judging by that, you have to have a significant response from basically the entirety of the European allies and all of the other allies as well. Latin American countries, Asian allies. That's important too. Last but not least, or the other person, the other group that's important is capital owners. If the markets are actually on fire, which could happen, when physical shortages start happening, obviously the pressure will increase, right? That's potentially a point of pressure from capital owners, too much market volatility. They're not making money. And then the most consequential pressure point is obviously Israel, specifically Benjamin Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu has to be more responsive to the public needs. Okay? And it doesn't, he only gets to continue posturing the way that he does because America's got his back. America is capable of protecting Israel. If Israel feels unprotected, they will change their attitude.
I mean, take a look at, for instance, what he's now suddenly saying, that he will bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. And then on top of that, he said, we will set them back, and then the next president may have to bomb them again. That's the exact Israeli blueprint for their strategy of mowing the grass. This is not the way the U.S. has been conducting war. You know, the U.S., as much as it's committed a lot of atrocities in Iraq and Afghanistan, the United States did not deliberately target universities in Iraq. But that is what the Israelis have been doing in Gaza and in Lebanon, and this is exactly what they're doing right now, together with the U.S. and Iran. Sharif University, their top university, was hit just yesterday. So we're seeing the Israelization of America's conduct of the war, but also of the goals of the war, in which mowing the grass strategy, which by definition means an endless state of war with Iran, is now being embraced by Donald Trump. That's a sign of desperation and a sign of the control or the influence that the Israelis have over his direction.
If there is an escalation, a military escalation, if they hit, for instance, the oil facilities on Karg Island, if they actually strike the power plants in Iran, what do you see the Iranians doing?
At that point, I see them targeting refineries as well as power grids in the GCC countries and in Israel. And as I mentioned, that will create a completely different oil crisis than compared to what we have right now. Right now, this is just because of a bottleneck in that other.
Starting to sound a lot like the music of the Gaza war ceasefire talks. Israel and the U.S. want a temporary ceasefire while Iran, like Hamas, demand a full end of the hostilities with guarantees they won't be attacked. The minute they concede something, Hamas had hostages, Iran has Hormuz. Yeah, except Israel didn't really give a fuck about the hostages all that much, even though there was some public pressure. But unfortunately, with the Israel dynamic here, Israel being the senior partner in this coalition in many ways, in terms of its influence capabilities over Donald Trump, I mean, the Strait of Hormuz is not a hostage for Israel at all. It doesn't impact Israel one bit. That's the real problem. There was public pressure launched against Benjamin Netanyahu because of the hostages. It was a thorn on his side. He was annoyed by it, but he had to address it. No such comparison could be made with, unfortunately, no such comparison could be made with, like, the Strait of Hormuz being held hostage. An Iranian drone strike on a base of Kuwait injured 15 Americans overnight. Jim Laporta reports most of these hurt at Ali Al Salam Air Base have returned to duty. Jennifer Jacobs says 373 U.S. service members have been injured in Iran, in the Iran war, a little over 5 weeks in. Okay, those numbers are, again, much lower than what the actual numbers are. No way. .373 U.S. service members have been injured in the Iran war, a little over 5 weeks. Of those, 330 have returned to duty, and 5 are currently considered seriously wounded, U.S. Central Command told. Yeah, I don't know if I fully believe that. That's nothing? What do you mean? No, that's just what CENTCOM is revealing. And if CENTCOM is revealing that, that means, it's probably a lot higher than that. Intercept's investigative reporting had shown that it's actually closer to 750. So there's that. Check this damage on the base. Only 15 injured law. I can't really tell from that angle. But
Scenario will be because of infrastructure being destroyed, production being degraded. That's going to cause a completely different type of a scenario that ultimately will likely destroy Trump's presidency. And this is part of the reason why he's refrained from going in that direction so far. But out of this desperation, in which he realizes he is not in control. He cannot dictate the terms. He cannot decide when this war ends or when it pauses. There is a risk that he will go down this path. Right now, the U.S. is apparently putting forward these phased ceasefire proposals. And then Trump gets more and more frustrated because the Iranians are rejecting them. But why would any country at this point agree to a phased ceasefire with the United States and Israel, mindful of the track record that Israel and the United States have in Lebanon and in Gaza, in which these ceasefires have been violated within minutes by the Israelis without any repercussions from the U.S.? And we have never reached phase 2 or phase 3 because they were not meant to go to that point. And if you take a look at the proposal that has been put on the table so far, it is essentially asking the Iranians to give up all of their leverage in phase 1, and then there's a huge question mark as to whether there ever will be an achievement of reaching phase 2.
Well, that's every agreement going back to Camp David. They're always written in phases. Israel gets what it wants in the first phase and ignores every other phase. That's the pattern for those of us who have covered the Middle East.
Indeed, and when it comes to Gaza, for instance, the Israelis were very, they're not even hiding it. They were very clear cut. They're never going to go to phase 2. The Trump administration thought that at least phase 2 would be achievable, but they knew themselves that phase 3 was never going to be achieved. At this point, if you're serious about diplomacy, you don't put forward proposals of that kind and lowballing because it simply won't go anywhere. And if you don't have time on your side, which Trump does not, getting serious means that you actually put some real compromises on the table. And so
Israel gets their oil and gas and energy. I'm not entirely certain of the totality, but more than half of it gets it through Azerbaijan by way of pipelines that go through Turkey and then are placed on tankers that arrive at Haifa. So that's how Israel gets his oil and gas. And I guess now Venezuela as well. Apparently, that's a new thing, but that's new.
So far, we have not seen that.
Well, you also had strikes on Iran in June, and then again starting on February 28th with this war.
Can you explain how you know the numbers are higher? Do you have a source? I think I missed that part of the broadcast. 2 reasons. Number one, CENTCOM, just like Iran, has an interest in obviously revealing information that is the most favorable. And number two, the separate intercept reporting showed that it was actually 750 minimum.
Or in the midst of negotiations.
Exactly. Twice Iran now has been struck by two nuclear weapon states in the middle of negotiations. So all of that adds to a scenario in which the Iranians are not going to agree to anything that does not end the war in a durable manner, end the war, not just cause some sort of a ceasefire. And within that also, they're going to be asking for concessions that the U.S. probably thought it would never have to give, such as lifting of the sanctions. They may not agree to completely open the strait. They may actually try to install a transit fee system permanently and use their control of the straits not to end the war, but to negotiate or manage the relations with states after the war, states who in the past used to have economic relations with Iran, but who cut those economic relations in the last 10, 15 years because of pressure from the United States. It seems like the Iranians are going to try to use this leverage to restart those economic relations with those states rather than using it for some sort of negotiations with the United States. If that is the case, it tells you something of what type of assessment the Iranians have themselves of their position of weakness or strength. And they may be miscalculating as well and overplaying their hands. But it shows you that the distance between where the U.S. is and where the Iranians believe they are is so massive that any negotiation that is based on these type of lowball things are absolute non-starters and are probably setting back the cause of ending this war.
Well, that's what we get for having two Zionist assets, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, running our negotiations with Iran.
I think at the end of the day, though, the real issue is that it's not the negotiators, not to say that, in defending them or how they conduct themselves or even if they know anything about these subjects. The details that have come out from the Geneva round of negotiations really are frankly embarrassing in terms of how little technical knowledge Witkoff and Kushner appear to have had, and as a result, the opportunities, they contributed to those opportunities being missed. But the fundamental problem is who the negotiators are reporting to, and that is Trump. And with him right now, you have a scenario in which he had been lulled into this belief that the Iranian regime is so weak, it has no choice but to capitulate. And all you need to do is to push it a little bit, whether it's through military threats or actually taking military action, and they will either implode internally or they will surrender. And that was a fundamental misread of the situation. But it was not a misread from the Israeli side. I think the Israelis knew very well that that was not the reality. But they knew also that the only way you could convince Trump to do something like this, take military action, adopt a regime change policy, things he had promised his base that he wouldn't do, the only way you could do that is to convince him that it's going to be so easy, it's just going to be a repeat of Venezuela, and as a result, you're better off doing that than to negotiate a deal and agree to a compromise with the Iranians. And that mindset ruined the negotiations and then also led to this war being turned into a debacle.
You already have the Iranians imposing tariffs, fees, whatever you want to call it. I think it's $2 million per oil tanker. I think those tankers have about $200 million worth of oil. They've already set up this kind of toll booth system in the Strait.
They have, but it has not been, de facto it's operating right now. Even the French apparently now are getting some ships through. And I suspect that there's going to be a larger number of countries that will negotiate either collectively or their bilateral deals with Iran. But whether that is a temporary situation on the war or whether that becomes a permanent mechanism post-war remains a question. Clearly, the Iranians want to go towards the latter, making sure that this is now a permanent situation. If that ends up becoming one of the long-term outcomes of this war, then it's a clear sign of what a disastrous decision it was for the United States to initiate this war in the first place. But there's still a lot of question marks as to whether that mechanism in the long run will work, will be accepted, etc. But right now, that is where the Iranians have their mindset.
I want to talk about the diaspora. I was in a Persian restaurant in New York on Saturday, and the owner told me on February 28th, when they assassinated the supreme leader, they all broke out the champagne. But there is this disconnect between the diaspora, the Iranian diaspora, and I think at this point the citizens of Iran were watching their schools be obliterated with the death of, what's the final count, 175 schoolgirls, basic infrastructure being they just hit a petrochemical plant. And it reminds me very much of the Iraq War, where you had figures like Hanan Makea and Chalabi and others kind of cheering on the destruction of Iraq. Can you speak to that issue?
Sure, absolutely. First of all, I think it's important to note that those people in the diaspora who were cheering the war, not just the assassination of Khomeini, but actually wanted war, were never a majority in the community, but they had become a very strong plurality just in the last year or so, which in and of itself is quite astonishing, mindful of the fact that just 10 years ago, support for war within the Iranian-American community was less than 5%. So some things clearly had shifted. The latest poll done by the National Iranian-American Council that was published last week showed that 2/3 of the Iranian-American community oppose this war. But this brings us to the other parallel that you just mentioned in regard.
Not that it even matters all that much, because obviously it was just a way to propagandize and to create a reason for why America had to do what it's doing. And it was bullshit from the start, and people could see it, or at least I could see it, and many others could as well. There's an initial report. An American refueling aircraft has made an emergency landing at Ben Gurion Airport. A lot of squawks from the American Air Force, by the way, in the last couple of days. There's been like 4 of them, 4 emergency landings that have taken place. So they're getting dinged up.
Regards to Iraq. Back in 2003, those Iraqi voices, Iraqi-American voices that were cheerleading this war, they were paraded on mainstream media, going from channel to channel, begging the United States to bomb their ancestral home. The same thing happened here, in which a lot of those voices were overwhelmingly invited onto all mainstream media shows to kind of give an Iranian face to this war, to humanize it, to say that essentially this is done out of humanitarian concerns. Those voices were never representative of the majority of the community, and that right now they're representative of a shrinking minority, because more and more people are understandably turning against this war. They had been criminally naive, thinking that this was going to be a quick affair and that this would liberate the country, that Israel would bring democracy to Iran in the midst of its ongoing genocide in Gaza. Criminally naive, but nevertheless, people are understandably turning away from that position. But it is the mainstream media that I think more than anything else have been responsible for giving everyone the impression that that is the totality of the Iranian-American community, whereas it wasn't even a majority to begin with. It is a shrinking minority now, but still, those are the voices that are being paraded on TV, just as they were in the Iraq War.
I want to talk about the sanctions. Iran is a wealthy country. It had a thriving middle class. We should also be clear, Iranians, like Iraqis, I also worked in Iraq, are highly educated. A vast majority are highly educated. It's not in any way as, the kind of the way it's painted, certainly by the Trump White House, but often in the media. And the middle class is a bulwark of any democracy. Our own disintegrating middle class certainly contributed to the rise of Trump and the right wing. But many of the policies that the United States has carried out since the revolution, I think have been counterproductive to building democracy. And then we just have to throw in the overthrow of Mossadegh by the CIA and British intelligence, which at the time he was the prime minister, and he wanted control of Iranian oil rather than turning it over to British Petroleum. He was overthrown in a coup, and that was one of the last, if I have that correct, truly functioning democracies in the Middle East, which we destroyed. So, but talk a little bit about how this, I don't think Israel and the United States actually wants democracy. That's why they're kind of pushing the Shah's son on us, not so much Trump, but certainly the Israelis. But talk a little bit about how counterproductive our policies have been and how those policies have really played to the advantage of this Ayatollah, the Ayatollah-led regime.
No, you're absolutely right. And you're putting your finger on something very important that goes to explain why you had 5% support for military strikes 10 years ago and then suddenly a strong minority in the community, above 45%, but not 50, that in the beginning of this war were in favor of it. Obviously, the fundamental factor is the repression of the Iranian government itself that has intensified. But the question is, why has it intensified? And here the sanctions come in as a very important factor. Between 2016 and 2017, when the JCPOA was in effect and the US had lifted or at least waived its sanctions, the Iranian economy grew 6 to 7% every year. The middle class was getting stronger. And if this had continued for another 10 years, if the US had never walked out of the JCPOA and sanctions had remained...
This is just for people who don't know, this is the Obama...
Correct.
The agreement, which freed up, I think, billions, you probably know the exact figure, of Iranian frozen assets.
Correct. Frozen assets were freed up, but more importantly...
I have a genuine question of highly educated. Why so restrictive socially regarding women's apparel, for example? Hopefully I'm not insensitive nor out of touch. No, it's a great question. It's actually a massive friction in Iranian society. A big part of that, a big part of the problem stem from that. Part of it is because, as I've explained before, there's a dynamic in countries that have been destabilized by Western forces, where some of the more fundamentalist groups that do have a popular base of support in the country, and the IRG, not the RGC, but like the Islamic Republic has a popular base, right? A reliable popular base that's like approximately 30% of the country on a bad day, right? And the more fundamentalist forces are oftentimes, this is the case with the Islamic Republic, seen as the most uncorruptible anti-Western forces. So if the overarching popular demand is that you want an uncorruptible force, you want an uncorruptible anti-Western force, and that is the only way you can actually develop sovereignty. And plenty of Iranians obviously wanted sovereignty. There was a real revolution that took place in Iran. And one of the elements within that revolution, the one that actually succeeded, the one that actually ended up taking control over Iranian governance, was the Islamic forces, the Islamist forces. They initially had a wave of support. Obviously, that went away very quickly after. And they successfully were able to slowly but surely chip away at their opposition. And now they justify their existence, they justify their power by showcasing their fundamentalist values, their principles. But it's not as black and white as the way Americans present it, of course. And that's precisely the reason why it's important to acknowledge that they have a very strong emphasis on education for women as well as men. And yet they still have a lot of social repression and have actively seen any kind of demonstration against that social repression from regular Iranian society as an opportunity to potentially destabilize the country, and have responded very violently at times. Yeah, also their legitimacy came after the Iraq invasion, yes, for sure. But also their brutality increased after the Iraq invasion as well. Countries that are describing the Islamic Republic as fundamentalist is not accurate. I mean, it's more complex than that, but I'm saying that a lot of the people they're real. They're really religious. They're actually religious. Not every component of the Iranian governance is as religious as the clerics, but there is still a final say that comes from a religious figure that sits on top of society, that is appointed into power by scholars, by clerics. The problem, of course, is that there are dueling pressures. There are competing pressures. Okay? The primary focus of any form of governance in a country that had to fight for its sovereignty like Iran did is always going to be destabilizing elements in society. We see this in China. We see this in even to a much more limited degree in places like Cuba. But countries that are designed as foreign adversaries oftentimes have a lot more repression, a lot more state repression than countries that are under the security umbrella of the West. And a reason for why they behave in these repressive ways is because they are terrified of instability. And it's not like the United States of America and Israel don't foment said instability. They do, right? Iran International, for example, is a channel that is specifically designed with the interest of fomenting said ethnic tensions and trying to create some kind of popular revolution on the ground. Now, they failed to do so, but they have been able to convince a lot of people, right? And Iran International is backed by Western forces, Israel, and the Gulf. Okay? It's officially backed by the Gulf, but it's certainly backed by the West as well. And Iran International has not only been effective in changing the minds of the diaspora, for example, but also changing the minds of regular Iranians as well, greatly emphasizing the repressive nature of the IRGC, the Basij forces, the government. So they touch on existing pressure points and highlight them and greatly emphasize them. And also engage in a good deal of misinformation. There's a reason why there were Iranians that thought initially, inside of Iran, mind you, that America and Israel would be their salvation. Right? There's a reason. It's because of outlets like BBC Persia, outlets like Iranian International that created this narrative that worked. People believed in it. Now, how many people still believe in that inside of Iran? I don't know. Probably not a lot, because Iranians are very stubborn people. They're very proud people, and obviously, they still carry on that revolutionary spirit of the Islamic Revolution, the Iranian Revolution, and therefore, at least according to polls that I have seen, every time the United States or or Israel directly intervene with Iran militarily, that actually absolutely plays that has a galvanizing effect on the IRGC and on the Iranian government. Okay? Like, there is definitely a real rallying around the flag effect. Anyway.
The Iranians were able to sell oil again. Investments could be flowing in. It didn't happen to the extent that the Iranians hoped for. But nevertheless, even in that limited sense, their economy grew 6 to 7%. If that had continued, economists have made calculations. Iran's middle class would have become...
Yeah, that 30,000 number initially came from Iranian International, right? Harana, which is, again, another Western-backed humanitarian rights organization. Their number was 7,000, right? Iran International came out with 30,000. CBS News reported it immediately. And now that number has increased to 45,000, right? Sometimes people say 80,000. It's very clear what the purpose of that was. Now, 7,000 itself is already a heinous number, right? It's an unbelievably high number. But it wasn't enough, because just as October 7 an accurate assessment of the tragedies of October 7 and the violence of October 7 wasn't enough for Israel to justify what it was about to do to the rest of the world. They had to do atrocity propaganda around October 7. Same thing happened here in Iran.
The strongest, if not or one of the strongest middle classes in the Middle East by 2025, 10 years after the signing of the JCPOA. This would then have led to a scenario in which the Iranian middle class, as in all other middle classes, would be exerting pressure on their government for greater openness, political liberalization, same trends that we have seen in other places. But they would be doing so from a position of strength, because the growing economy would have reduced the state's ability to control all means of production and assets and income in the country. Instead, Trump walked out of the JCPOA, imposed even stricter sanctions on Iran, which then decimated the Iranian middle class. Between 2018 and 2019, 1/3 of Iran's middle class actually went into poverty as a direct result of the sanctions. This then predictably led to an even more repressive Iranian government, who had to use more repression in order to be able to sustain their own power in the country as the economy was deteriorating further. Then we saw the massive protest in 2022 around Mahsa Amini, and of course the protest earlier in December and January, in which the government was using more and more repressive means, and in January killing several thousand protesters. And what you saw there is that as a result of this increased repression, which to a large extent has to do with the economic situation, which has very much to do with the sanctions being reimposed, is that the population also then, in reaction, became radicalized. In 2009, they were protesting in favor of making sure that the election results would stand, that there wouldn't be any election fraud.
Faitux reports senior Iranian officials tell New York Times its demands for an end to the war include 1. A guarantee Iran will not be attacked again, an end to Israeli strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon, lifting of all sanctions on Iran, Iran retaining control of the Strait of Hormuz along with Oman, with a $2 million fee being imposed on all ships that transit the strait. This is what they've been saying. This is not new. They have said this. They've said this consistently since like day 4. Or at least they've said this since they closed off the Strait of Hormuz and instituted toll, so a couple weeks prior. The idea that they don't bring up anything in Gaza is also interesting. Sometimes it's a loss in the translation, because I've heard from people say that the Iranian government's demands actually revolve around like ceasing hostilities against all those who have resisted against Israel, which would include Gaza as well. But so HasanAbi, Moshe Cory Booker is a coward sellout for supporting Israel. Would you call yourself a coward criminal for supporting the rape and colonialism of Crimea by Russia? As a Circassian, I think this is quite important. Yeah, you're going to have to take it up with Barack Hussein Obama, chatter. That's who you have to take that up with. I have long explained over and over again, and will continue to do so, that there's a difference between the way that Russia took over Crimea versus the way that Russia has been trying to overtake militarily eastern Ukraine. One must ask the question why there's a big difference. But I thought you were president in 2014. Yeah. I mean, even Obama understood this dynamic, and he talked about it as well. And yet people seemingly only use as a talking point for some fucking weird reason. I'm not pro-Russia, if that's what you're implying, however.
But it was about change within the system. By 2022, there was no demand for reform. It was a demand for the regime to fall altogether. And the means for that was street protest and revolution. By 2025, 26, the demands that we were increasingly hearing from the protesters was, again, no reform, just get rid of this regime. But now suddenly, at least a portion of the protesters, a minority, but nevertheless, started asking for military intervention from the outside. The argument being that the population no longer is in a position to overthrow the government on its own. It has to have military intervention. So you had these protests, again, occurring, of course, but instead of being from a position of strength, as they could have been had the sanctions been lifted, now people were out there out of desperation and despair, protesting from a position of weakness. And I think this is a very important lesson for us to understand because, yes, sanctions can destroy and devastate the economies of these countries, but we have almost no examples in which the sanctions lead to successful protest movements.
Circassians are not even from Crimea. What does that have to do with anything? Okay, but have you considered that that chatter is Circassian and you should sit this one out? Yeah. I don't even understand what that had to do with anything, but do you like Drew Pavlov from Twitter? No, I don't.
That overthrow the government. More protests, but less successful protests and more desperate protests. That's exactly the pattern that we have seen here. And it tells us how counterproductive U.S. policy has been if we assume that the goal actually has been to see Iran move in a more liberal and democratic direction.
Now, the U.S. government has admitted to also arming factions within Iran. Can you speak about that?
Yeah, so we had Trump himself reveal it to a Fox News reporter that the U.S. had been sending arms to the Kurdish rebels in Iran. And on top of that, of course, we saw how both the Israelis were saying that they were on the ground, how we saw the former head of the CIA, Mike Pompeo, saying that the Mossad and others are on the ground and that armament, etc., have been shipped. I think what is emerging here with these revelations or admissions is that the protests in December and January were overwhelmingly peaceful, and they were overwhelmingly by people who just came out of their frustration and anger at the repression and mismanagement of the economy by the Iranian government. But there were also elements there who operated under the shadow of these protesters, who the protesters had no relationship with and did not know about, who were armed and trained by Israel or the United States, who used extensive violence, burning banks, burning mosques, burning fire stations, killing a lot of police and other members of the Basij, for instance, which is something we had not seen.
I just want to interrupt you. The
past.
Basij are these popular militias.
The popular militias,
for people
exactly.
who don't know.
Which are used by the government to repress the population.
Right.
But, you know, despite the fact that they are, of course, extremely unpopular, we had not seen this level of violence from protesters before. The 2009 protesters were extensively peaceful with a very strong nonviolent discipline. A person I spoke to who has essentially attended all protests in Iran since 2009 said that in 2009, if anyone started using violence or throwing stones at shops, etc., other protesters would intervene to keep a nonviolent discipline. This time around, he said he was out protesting in January, but then he saw people dressed in black that seemed to move very coordinated, planned way, using violence, and he saw no one intervening because people were as afraid of those violent elements as they were of the repressive representatives of the state. And this is a phenomenon we had not seen before in Iran in the last 40 years or so. And again, when Trump is coming out and saying, hey, we armed these people, it frankly makes sense. The picture is starting to become complete.
Well, and now those armed attacks became the excuse for wholesale slaughter. We don't really know. I mean, 7,000 Iranians killed in the streets, maybe more, but they became the excuse to gun people down en masse.
Yeah, the Iranian government essentially.
Hasan, is the government allowed to admit out loud that they're arming Kurds? Thanks, King. Brother, it's the American government. They could literally say whatever they want. As a matter of fact, Trump is saying whatever he wants all the time. I mean, he straight up said he's going to do terrorism to Iran. And he gave a timeline for when he's going to do terrorism. He's going to destroy every power plant. He's going to destroy every bridge in the country. That's a war crime. It's a violation of the Geneva Conventions. That's terrorism. That's it. He's like, we're currently waiting out the clock on when he decides to destroy the planet. Either destroy the global energy markets if Iran retaliates in kind, or just simply destroy Iran and Iranian existence, Iranian livelihood, Iranian lives in general. So yeah, Trump gets to say and do whatever the fuck he wants, unfortunately, in the absence of any sort of pushback, any sort of legislative pushback, any sort of pressure. He just does whatever he wants. We are at the mercy of a fucking psycho.
Actually started gunning people down en masse, not making a distinction between peaceful, legitimate protesters and others who have been trained and armed by foreign services. And as a result, you had, frankly, a massacre. Some people are throwing out the number 30,000, 40,000, etc.
A key reason that U.S. global leadership is in rapid decline is not just because Trump is a raving lunatic, but also because our system of checks and balances have completely failed to address that. The failure is so much deeper than Trump, who's merely a symptom of the decline. Yep. It turns out you can just do things. I hate that conversation, but I hate that statement, but it kind of is true. You can just do things, right? It turns out you don't really need anything. You could just be like, yeah, I'm slapping tariffs. Like, maybe at most you have one last remaining check on your power, which is the lower courts all the way up to the Supreme Court. And obviously, if you control the Supreme Court as Donald Trump does, you can kind of bend reality to your will. Israel and America have consistently destroyed international law, right? Every single day. European allies have recognized that they are vassals and they will not say anything. They won't even symbolically uphold these rules. And here we are.
etc. See no evidence for that, but reality is there is evidence for around 7,000, and 7,000 people killed is a ridiculous and horrific number of people killed by the Iranian government in just 2 days. And that tells you something. It tells you how bad the situation was, how perhaps desperate even the Iranian government was, thinking that it was losing control and then allowed its militias to just use violence in an indiscriminate manner.
There's an internet blackout. It's hard to get information. But one senses from a distance, you know more than I do, that the mood within Iran is changing as Iranians understand that this is not about regime change. This is about the destruction of the physical infrastructure of Iran, to do to Iran what Israel did to Gaza, what it's doing as I speak to southern Lebanon, and what it did to Syria, to turn Iran into a failed state.
Absolutely. I think it's starting to become clear. I think it was clear to a lot of people, but for those portions of the Iranian population who, out of desperation, thought perhaps military intervention can help them, it's starting to become very clear to them that this was never about them. This was never about their freedom. This was a campaign that had nothing to do with those things, and that the goal of the Israelis always have been to turn Iran into a failed state, because that takes Iran off of the geopolitical chessboard, and Iran can no longer pose a challenge to Israel's designs for hegemony in the region if Iran turns into a failed state. And I've written about this going 10 years back, that was the Israeli objective with any war that they would be engaging or starting. And now I think it's become clear to a lot of folks that they're not out there to help them, but to destroy the country as a whole. And we're seeing, at least on the side of folks inside of Iran, that more and more people are speaking out against this war, even people who may have been part of the protests earlier on, or who perhaps even were in favor of the war, that they are shifting sides. Still some people, I'm sure, this is a huge country, 90 million people, you can find a lot of different opinions. But the trend, I think, is quite clear. And I think what is not happening with the same clarity is within the diaspora. And I think part of the reason...
A year ago, you said I didn't hate Israel enough. You were correct. Yeah. But the time is now, you know?
Reason is, for many of those who took these strong positions in favor of the war, they essentially entered no man's land. They don't know where to go from here. And as a result, they're just doubling down on the position that they held before and just becoming more and more radical to be able to essentially handle the cognitive dissonance for that they have put themselves in and help put their compatriots inside of Iran. We had a similar phenomenon happening in the 1980s with a group called the Mujahideen Khalq, which was an opposition group on the U.S.'s terrorist
labeled
list.
as a terrorist group by the United States.
Exactly, up until 2010. They sided with Saddam Hussein during the Iraq-Iran war. They actually were a pretty popular group prior to that as part of the opposition to the Shah. But because they sided with that invader, it was essentially their death knell. And instead of reassessing and rethinking what they had done, their response was to just double down and become more and more dependent on any foreign entity, a rival of Iran, that would seek use of them. And as a result, essentially, they turned themselves into a hated group that became like a mercenary for any of Iran's geopolitical rivals. I fear that the monarchists may actually go in the same direction because they made this massive bet on this idea that bombing their own country would bring about democracy. Instead of it's bringing about death and destruction. And I think it's very hard for them to manage that. So I think they will frankly double down instead of trying to extricate themselves from this situation, unfortunately.
I just want to close about the use of nuclear weapons. That is, especially with Israel. There's been no Israel has certainly, if they've learned anything with the almost 3 years of genocide, it's that they can kill with impunity. Not only with impunity, but they can be supplied with billions of dollars of armaments to continue to kill with impunity. And yet they are not achieving their objectives. As you pointed out correctly, it is Iran that will determine, I think, when this thing ends, and they can, through asymmetrical warfare and crippling the global economy, they have, they have us by the throat. I know it's speculation, but I unfortunately, my fear is that we can't rule it out. And can you talk about that?
Yeah, no, it's extremely concerning because this is just a scenario the United States should not be in. But I'm hearing it increasingly from people, including former officials, that fear that this is the direction that Trump may be going in. That his desperation for something that can turn this war around, something that can allow him to declare victory and end it even without an agreement, requires him to take actions of this kind. Perhaps it could have worked if there was a successful effort to extract the highly enriched uranium, the 60% enriched uranium that the Iranians have somewhere underneath the ground around Fordo, which they apparently have not been able to access or extract themselves.
Isn't Israel crippled by a crippled global economy? Yes and no. Israel has a lot of incredibly wealthy benefactors that live in the Western world, specifically in the United States of America. And they will literally infuse money into the Israeli economy over and over again, which is part of the reason why their economy has not suffered as much as it should have over the course of the last 2.5 years of its continued genocide. Israel obviously also gets unbelievable amounts of support from the United States of America. It's just entirely propped up.
But this would be a tremendously difficult operation, probably quite a few American deaths. But Trump seems to think that he needs something of that kind in order to say, I won the war, it's now over, and I'm going to leave. And that this is then pushing him in the direction of more seriously considering nuclear options. And from what I hear, there is that pressure from Israel as well. I don't know this for certain. Again, there's a lot of a lot of information that is flowing around right now, a lot of speculation. We don't know any of this for certain, but folks are pointing to the fact that Trump is using the language of World War II, for instance, total surrender, the type of language that preceded the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And they're very worried that because Trump doesn't have any other options, he doesn't he doesn't seem to be willing to take the de-escalatory off-ramps that are available to him, because it will be an admission that this war was a failure. It will be an admission that he did not succeed, that as a result, he may actually go so desperate that he will take escalatory actions such as using nuclear weapons.
And just to close, what would be the Iranian response? How fast can they, I mean, at that point...
It's impossible to know, because we don't even know if this were to be used, and it feels frankly uncomfortable even talking about this publicly, given the fact that it is such an unthinkable option, or should be such an unthinkable option. No idea whatsoever what the Iranian response would be, and if they even could respond in any way, shape, or form, because it would be completely unclear, because it all depends on exactly where they would hit, etc. But again, I don't think we are there yet. I hope
Yeah, when
we don't
Trump
get to
says
that
if it
point.
weren't for him, Israel wouldn't exist, he's not wrong. But that could be said about every American president.
But the fact that this is increasingly being discussed in Washington as a potential possibility, it tells you about how badly this war is going.
Great. Thank you, Trita.
All right. That was Trita Parsi. I'd hope the world would respond.
Well, earlier we spoke.
I don't think the world would respond. Israel's ambassador to the UN had Danny Danon. Not sure what's going on in the comment section, but the GOP tried to come after you, but they're getting nuked. Yeah, GOP. Democrats Summer Lee and ABDUL Sayed are campaigning alongside Hasan Piker, who claims America deserved 9/11 and called Islamic terrorists brave. And it's really funny because Donald Trump literally said on the morning of 9/11, this is real, audio resurfaces of Trump falsely telling a TV station that he now owned the tallest building in Manhattan just hours after the Twin Towers fell on 9/11. So, it's, you know. You wouldn't believe it was a movie. Bro was bragging about his building on one of the worst days of our country. Yeah. You think there's already a deal in this tough guy shit is to try and get last minute clout? No, I don't. I don't. Bro said it as the towers were falling.
With our correspondent in Tehran, Reza Sayeh. I asked him about the latest US-Israeli strikes on Iran, including several explosions reported at Iran's largest gas complex this Monday.
It's just been a brutal 24 hours. More Israeli U.S. airstrikes targeting Iran's energy infrastructure, its intellectual infrastructure, with another attack on universities, and civilians are suffering. Early this morning, state media reporting U.S. and Israeli airstrikes hit a residential neighborhood in southern Tehran. 23 people killed, including 6 children under the age of 10. Also, reports of the attack on the Pars oil field and the Bushehr nuclear power plant in southern Iran. The foreign ministry condemning the attack. It's the 5th time that power plant has been attacked. Iran also warning of a radioactive disaster if those attacks continued. But Iran's position is this is more evidence that these U.S. and Israeli airstrikes are going after non-military targets, going after the economic and intellectual infrastructure of Iran. And in turn, Iran is doing the same. And that's why we've seen stepped-up attacks on economic hubs in the region, and a number of attacks on industrial.
They bombed the uni I did my underground in. The photos are horrible. Yeah. It's so indefensible, dude.
Hubs in Israel over the past 24 hours.
And of course, US President Trump has issued.
The only way that these guys also take issue with the things that are Sorry. The only way that Israelis ever complain about the usage of cluster munitions, for example, is if they're being deployed over Tel Aviv airspace. The only way that Israelis will ever complain about schools being targeted is if Israeli schools are targeted, you know? That's it. They just don't, and even then, it's not going to stop them because they're insane. Wait, is Iran ramping up attacks or Israel? No, Israel is increasing the strike targets.
A modified deadline for Tuesday now for Iran to open the Strait of Hormuz. It doesn't look like Iran's about to do that. What is morale like among the Iranians that you're speaking to, Reza?
Well, there's 92 million Iranians. They don't have one voice. They don't have one single emotion. I can tell you based on the voices I have heard, some people are naturally worried when you have the president of the most powerful country in the world saying that this place is going to be a living hell. Obviously, people are going to worry. But you're also seeing remarkable resilience. I think people here have been through so much, 40 years of pressure, economic and political isolation, now 2 wars, that they're showing remarkable resilience. And they're sending the message that we're ready for anything. But obviously, a lot of concern about what's coming in the next couple of days with that deadline. And a lot of people looking at diplomatic efforts to see if they can stave off whatever's about to come.
So we have the legitimacy to target those civilian targets. And I would advise the Iranians.
This guy is the Israeli ambassador to the UN. Okay. Did you hear what the Israeli ambassador to the UN said? Dani Danon. Here, I'm going to run it again.
So we have the legitimacy to target those civilian targets. And I would advise the Iranian to believe President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, because they have showed in the last...
Incredible. When he's not spending his time in the most productive way he possibly could, which is, of course, demanding that children's artwork get taken down at the United Nations headquarters because there are drawings of terror drawings. Look at this quilt, this child's quilt. It says peace on it.
That they are capable.
This is what he's doing. Israel has every right to target civilian. Israel has the legitimacy to target civilian targets in Iran.
Of striking any target in Iran. And now we have to wait whether we will continue to play the game with the Strait of Hormuz. You know, it's what they are doing there. It's beyond imagination. You know, the blackmail. They actually collect money from countries in order to allow...
HasanAbi sounds like he's doing a horrifically offensive impersonation of a deaf person every time he talks. Is ableist? Yes. I mean, a lot of people also think I'm being ableist when I do a Danny Denon. But then they hear him and they go, oh, that's like 100% accuracy, actually. No one sounds like Danny.
The Straits, we shouldn't allow this piracy 2026 to continue.
Hours of searching through the rubble to recover bodies after an Iranian missile hit Haifa in northern Israel. But people here are also searching for answers about why Israel's advanced air defense systems failed to intercept this missile. This damage...
Yeah, they're running out, man. They're running out. They're running out. Not that it matters. Not that it matters. It seems, at least for the time being, Benjamin Netanyahu is still going hard in the paint.
Could have been even worse. The fragmentation warhead, which expels shrapnel when they explode, did not detonate. Had it done so, the casualties and destruction could have been far greater.
This is a war of another kind in which fragmentation missiles are fired at us, causing destruction where they fall. And we see very harsh results. I fear that we will not see the end and that this war will be long. These wars will accomplish nothing.
Many Israelis are also asking how long this war will go on. Iranian attacks continued into Monday, causing several injuries. Major damage to homes and buildings in Tel Aviv was reported. And to the east, in Beit Tikva, shrapnel from a cluster munition injured one person.
This intensification of Iranian missile attacks comes ahead of Trump's ultimatum for Iran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz by Tuesday, a deadline he's extended twice. It's no secret that Israeli officials are lobbying against the deal to end the war.
But among the people, a growing skepticism of the government's strategy, not only regarding Iran, but also in Lebanon. Battles with Hezbollah have already killed several Israeli soldiers there.
The public must be informed accurately, not by claiming victory and destruction, but by providing precise information. Hezbollah still possesses approximately 25,000 rockets and missiles.
Yeah, Hezbollah's got hands as well. And so does Iran. And what is this? Lebanon is anti-Semitic. Centrists love this shit.
Show you something.
No. There's no, that's bullshit. That's bullshit. Parody Jeff does a lot of fake videos. There's no fucking shot that Herzog is still trying to pull the Hitler Mein Kampf copy in a fucking living room nonsense. Ain't no way, dude. Ma'ariv, Iran has found the holes in Israel's air defenses. The gap that they are exploiting through these cluster attacks goes beyond tactically bypassing defense systems. It places heavy and sustained pressure on the precious inventory of mid-course interceptors, the SM-3, Arrow 3, because it forces operators to intercept at higher altitudes. The reason they're forced to do it is that they can't tell the difference between a unitary explosive warhead and a cluster warhead. The cluster warheads need to be intercepted at high altitudes. Globes. A ministerial committee has approved increased production of Arrow missiles in a deal which will be worth billions to Israeli aerospace industries. Hezbollah publishes a video of them firing an ABDUL towards Safed. That video is from last year? Oh, this video is from last year? Or the Herzog videos from last year? They just found a poster of Hassan Piker in a Hezbollah tank. Yeah, that's scarier. Dr. Jihad, that's actually scarier than Adolf Hitler. Hitler, Hezbollah, Hamas, and HasanAbi, also known as Dr. Jihad. But yeah, that's do you see Destiny trying to debate Tim Miller into disavowing you? No, I did not. And that's I feel like there's more productive uses of everybody's time than for my number one stalker to do maximum oppo dumps wherever people will hear him out. He is a pedophile. Why is he still around? A lot of this stuff doesn't matter to people. It's clear that as long as, you know, they're aligned, as long as he's aligned in this like fuck Hassan crusade, the Hassan derangement syndrome that a lot of these people are participating in now, you know, centrist Democrats and think tank operators. They don't give a shit about the background. I mean, Neera Tanden has been calling me an anti-Semite or a dangerous radical or whatever, while simultaneously reposting Sneeko, and in the past she's retweeted Nicholas Fuentes. So these people don't have any sincere beliefs beyond wanting to maintain the power that they have. I feel like Ethan Klein has surpassed Destiny as your number one stalker at this stage. I don't know. I mean, at this point, it might be fucking someone else. It's just, we have a lot. Dude, you have to remember, I got a lot of them now. I mean, the GOP's posting about me nonstop. The Israeli collaborator massacre at the UNRWA school turned shelter east of El Maghazi camp in Gaza also included the kidnapping of children. There are now reportedly at least 11 martyrs. Shooting by Israel-backed group at shelter in Gaza is followed by an Israeli strike, killing 8. Yeah, it's stupid and desperate, but also very revealing about certain Dem factions and their biggest patrons and how they see the window of opportunity opening up with Trump trending down. If you're an Israel Dem or a loyal functionary for a billionaire mega donor who is, instead of this war, accomplishing what you want, but rubbing the stink off on Trump, the war is going to be so catastrophically that it's anchoring pro-Israel politics to Trump's decline. When Abdul took aim at AIPAC members for owning this, that's what got these antibodies so perked up, because it's landing, and they know it. And they know they're on a precipitous slope for all the money and institutional support. That's exactly what it is. A lot of Israel First Democrats, like pro-Israel Democrats in general, and centrist Democrats, right-wing Democrats, understand that Donald Trump is accomplishing all of their goals, right? Because their goals are Israel's goals. Like they want to advance Israel's interests. They want to advance the interests of the military-industrial complex. But the thing is, it's a win-win. Because, and Kid Fury, thank you for the 20 gifted subs, because all of that is now with Donald Trump. They get to have their cake and eat it too. They get to have their cake as far as, going to war with Iran, something that they wanted as well, because Israel wants it. And they get to stand on this morally righteous position.
After the war. When the US and Israel launched the offensive, Israeli politicians promised a short, decisive war and a clear victory. 5 weeks later, the Iranian regime is showing no signs of collapsing, and missiles and rockets are still causing damage and disrupting life in Israel. It's leading some Israelis to question the motives behind this expanding war and wonder whether they're being forced to shelter from attacks to protect Benjamin Netanyahu's political career. Nida Ibrahim, Al Jazeera, occupied West Bank, Palestine.
I just want to say that I do condemn Hasan Piker for the crime of being correct and also hot. You can only be one, and it should be illegal to be both. Wanting to stare longingly into your eyes while you explain the Cuban blockade is definitional terrorism. Like, how can I focus on him debunking the 40 beheaded babies myth when I want to have 40 of his babies, Also, why does he have money when he speaks about socialism and economic justice other than he streams 8 hours a day, 7 days a week? Real socialist victory is speaking to 2 people for 1 hour a week for no money, okay? And then splintering those people into 2 warring factions, okay? That's what will win. The point is, nobody should be platforming anyone who critiques Democrats and is also good looking. Unless that person is a right-winger, in which case we can totally swap makeup tips and deportation tactics.
What the hell? Did I miss something? What did I miss?
Say that I do condemn Hasan Piker for the crime of being correct and also hot.
Chat is moving so fast that no one will notice that I'm feeding crows unsalted peanuts. Good. Do not feed the crows salted peanuts. Don't do it. Boiled eggs are fine as well, as long as they're hard-boiled eggs.
You can only be one, and it should be illegal to be both. Wanting to stare longingly into your eyes while you explain the Cuban blockade is definitional terrorism. How can I focus on him debunking the 40 beheaded babies myth when I want to have 40 of his babies, Also, why does he have money when he speaks about socialism and economic justice other than he streams 8 hours a day, 7 days a week? Real socialist victory is speaking to two people for 1 hour a week for no money, okay? And then splintering those people into two warring factions, okay? That's what will win. The point is, nobody should be platforming anyone who critiques Democrats and is also good looking. Unless that person is a right winger, in which case we can totally like swap makeup tips and deportation tactics.
Thank you for the kind words. Great. Now you have to fight Matt Lieb. Never.
All right, y'all. I have to say, I am completely and utterly done with Hasan derangements.
My goat Kyle. He's back. Damn, this is doing well. 25K in like less than an hour. He's so angry.
Syndrome.
That's it. That's the go right there. The Dark Woke Commander. 23 minutes. Oh my Lord. 23 minutes of this. He's not even driving for this one. I'm not gonna lie, I think Kyle would kill for you. I'd kill for him. Bro, he's not even driving for this, okay? This is straight from inside of the studio, okay?
Let me just say, as clear as I possibly can, if you are a political commentator and you have a take on Hasan Piker, do me a favor and just shut the fuck up. I don't want to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it. We shouldn't even be having this conversation. This hopefully will be the last time I have to fucking address this, but I am so sick. We're living in a world where Donald Trump is waging an illegal and offensive war against Iran. The outline of World War III is there for shit sure. Anybody with a functioning brain can see it. China, Russia, Iran versus us and Israel, with a hesitant Europe to fucking take a side. Even the Gulf Arab states now are hesitant to sort of take a side. You see the outlines there. The Strait of Hormuz is shut down. Gas is absolutely skyrocketing. Our AI bubble is about to burst seemingly any minute. We have a looming fucking global depression that's about to hit. We have war crime after war crime after war crime being committed on a daily basis. We have fears of a Moab or nukes about to be used in Iran. They're attacking hospitals. They're attacking schools. Israel is stealing South Lebanon right now as we speak. They displaced 1.1 million people. They're bulldozing their homes. They're seizing their land. All this shit is going on. And we're supposed to have a fucking conversation about Hasan Piker. Did you guys see that in 2019, he said this thing, which was really politically incorrect and rude? I don't give a fuck if he was having sex with your grandma in 2019.
Oh, that's crazy. Had a random Pussy Riot Instagram post pop up on my feed using an old clip of you talking about Dan and Tucker Carlson interview saying the horseshoe theory is correct. Sure.
Or 2012. I don't give a fuck. Why are we having this conversation? Why are we talking about him? And so, we really had Hasan derangement syndrome hit a peak recently because on The Bulwark, the network The Bulwark, we had Tim Miller, who, to his credit, he came out and I think he had the proper take. He was basically saying, like, why the fuck are we talking about Hasan? There's an illegal war of aggression going on and Donald Trump's a psychopath. He's demented. He's going to basically drag us all to hell. Like, he's destroyed the country completely. He's working on destroying the world. Let's grow up here and move the fuck on. Let's not talk about Hasan. So Tim Miller comes out and says that. Well, you have a right-wing Democrat, a diet MAGA Democrat, as I called him, Sarah Longwell. She was one of the founders of The Bulwark, I believe. And she was mad at Tim Miller. And she goes, well, we got to have this conversation on air because I don't.
No denial in the grandma sex, by the way? No. I can't deny something I've done. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, I've done that. To basically the entirety of the right-wing forces in this country, seemingly, the way they're chirping. The way they're chirping about me, you might as well assume that because they're so goddamn angry.
Agree with you. What followed was just one of the most frustrating conversations I think I've ever seen. So let me show you a little snippet here. Here's what she said.
It's like, what? We're picking this fight with him now? I'm just like, I could think of 1,000 other things I would rather Democrats pick fights about now. Like, why him right now?
Because he's making their life harder. It is people like Hasan
They're making their life harder.
Hold on. People like Hasan are making Democrats who want to take a stand against this war, right? And who want to probably take a stand against the way that Trump is just sort of like doing whatever Bibi tells him. They're trying to figure out how to do it in a way where they don't imperil the safety of Jewish people in this country. They're trying to do it in a way that is, they don't want to be anti-Semitic. And I'll tell you why Hasan is so dangerous, is that what it does is it's exactly what Trump does. It's exactly what Nick Fuentes does and Tucker does. It takes maybe legitimate rage about something, and then it gives them an enemy to put it on. It gives them an outgroup to blame for it. And I think you have to be so careful with that so that you're not doing that, which starts with condemning the people who hold the same position as you for reasons that are bad, for reasons that are hostile to Jews.
Here's where I disagree. Totally disagree. It starts with condemning the fucking war and condemning Israel and condemning Bibi and condemning Trump and being...
He cooked it, by the way. That was this was a cookening from Tim Miller. He's been kind of carrying the bulwark a little bit. She's making up a mythical Democrat now, not only a mythical moderate voter. I bet she couldn't name a single Democrat that wants to do that. I mean, it's her and all of her friends, right? Like all the former the lifelong Republicans that are no longer in MAGA anymore, like that hate MAGA. That's who she's talking about. And they are, unfortunately for her, not a real constituency. They're not a real constituency at all. As a matter of fact, if we were to lean into her worldview, if we were to identify her frustrations and try to solve them, which we did in 2024, and that's why Kamala Harris lost, right? We would lose again and again and again.
Passionate and clear about it. Because then what happens? Then, if you have the credibility then with the voters who were anti-war voters, who were unhappy about the way that they see the bipartisan establishment, and they thought Trump was going to be their savior from this, that there was this some blob in D.C., and no matter which party is in charge, we always get into stupid wars. They thought Trump was their way out of this. And now they're like, Trump's doing the same shit that all the other ones did that we said we didn't want it. He's doing it worse. And so now if the Democrats go to those people and go on those shows, they should be on those shows. Democrats should be begging Joe Rogan or Theo, whoever, to have them on right now. They should be on Manosphere shows being like, I told you, this was stupid. I didn't want to do this. This war is dumb. Our relationship with Israel is too tight. We should be reevaluating it. We should not be getting dog walked into this war. By the way, MBS also sucks, right? Like, you can do that in a way that's not anti-Semitic because it's what has happened.
He's right that the same fucking people who basically were like, we messed up by not treating Joe Rogan like a special little baby bird and going on his show and explaining things to him like he's 3 years old. They're now in retrospect, they go, we should have been open to the podcasters and the brosphere. Why wouldn't we be open to them? We're so dumb. That's how you gain the voters. You go where they are. He's got a lot of people listening to him. We should have went over there. Those same people are now shunning the left-wing Joe Rogan. They're going, I'm going to cancel him. I don't like him. He needs to shut up and never say anything I don't like, ever. And let me quote the worst things he ever said, but out of context, and make him sound like an absolute fucking maniac. Even though anybody who watches his show for one fucking day or two can immediately tell you that the way they try to portray him is psychotically inaccurate. To the point where they're lying. They are lying the way that they portray this man. So, Sean says, my main takeaway from this was the revelation that Sarah has a book coming out on how to defeat MAGA when Kamala lost following her exact game plan down to campaigning with Liz Cheney. Tim Miller is the only never-Trumper who has actually truly thought about what happened in 2024. That's fucking incredible. So Sarah Longwell supported the idea of campaigning with Liz Cheney. Now she has the nerve to police the boundaries and the borders of the Democratic coalition. Yep. How about you go to shut the fuck upsville? How about that? How about you were dead wrong about everything? Kamala came out the gates hot as a motherfucker when her and Tim Walz were doing the rallies, and Tim Walz was making jokes about J.D. Vance, having sex with couches, and they were talking about how we're going to ban price gouging for groceries, and they came out hot and aggressive, and they went left. And at that moment, polls came out that had her up 6 points on Donald Trump. Then as soon as the Biden people infiltrated and the never-Trumpers infiltrated, and what happened? They softened the rhetoric. She stopped talking about the banning of price gouging on groceries. She started talking about having the most lethal military in the world. She had on, she was out there with Liz Cheney all the time, which, by the way, netted...
Literally things that Sarah has celebrated, by the way. I need you to understand, that's what makes this so much worse. Sarah Longwell has, on the record, openly celebrated how much Kamala Harris was basically repeating her agenda, okay? And It's all on the record. She was on Bulwark being like, see, Kamala's doing our bidding. It's incredible. Like, we've basically infiltrated the party. Ha ha ha. Like, obviously that was a joke, but it's kind of not a joke, right?
Her fucking 0 voters, probably lost more voters. Like, for fuck's sake, hello, this is the Democratic Party. Most of us lived through the fucking Bush years and we saw the horrors and we hated the fucking neocon warmongers, and your brilliant idea was to bring a neocon warmonger and say, I'm with these people who you fucking hate. And so the fact that she has the nerve to go out there and like she's policing it, bitch, you got here yesterday. Like, you got to the coalition yesterday. Are you kidding me? Okay. We also have this. It's Politics says, and people wonder why some never-Trump Republicans are not the best allies. Listen to Sarah Longwell. She came yesterday to the Democratic Party, and maybe she doesn't agree with the majority of positions of the base, like Medicare for all, taxing the rich, and decoupling from Israel, but she gets to pick and choose what people are in the tent. Get the fuck out of here. So here's another clip that went viral. Here we go.
Should he be in the tent or out of the tent is a question of like, okay, who is this guy? What does he believe? What does he talk about on what is a relatively popular streaming site? And I'll just give you a flavor of some of the things.
Here come the smears. Here come the out of context quotes. Let's get it.
Things that pop up from Hasan's critics that I have seen and that I think are quite terrible. So America deserved 9/11, dude.
It's the CIA concept of fucking blowback is what he's talking about. No, he's not pro Al-Qaeda, pro Osama bin Laden, pro terrorist attack against civilians in the United States. And the only reason why you're implying that's the case is because you're an Islamophobic hag bitch. His name is Hasan, so you think you can get away with a quick one by pretending he's pro-terrorism. No, in fact, on his show, he talks out against terrorism daily. Okay, this is why he covers the genocide in Gaza, where they're murking civilians on a daily basis, because he's anti-terrorism. He doesn't want any harm to be done to any fucking civilians. And the fact that you didn't realize he's referring to the CIA concept of blowback says everything about you and fucking nothing about him. Jesus Christ.
On China, he says, we hyper-focus on the social repression or the civil liberties, or not even civil liberties necessarily, but free speech and things like that. But in terms of good governance, there's a lot we can learn from the way they perform out there. At least they...
That's just literally factually correct. That's like not even arguable. That's not even debatable. They have all these fucking beautiful high-speed trains where they built out all of the infrastructure since like 2008 until today. It's a fucking modern marvel of engineering. It's phenomenal. That's the shit he's talking about. Hey, look at the high-speed trains. Look at the state-of-the-art airports. Look at how their mid-level cities now mog the shit out of our fucking top-level cities. That's what he's talking about. You're trying to make some banal, factual observation like controversial and unacceptable. This is the sort of cancel culture bullshit that all you idiots said you would stop doing after the 2024 election, and yet here we are.
And he has a lot of very pro-China takes.
He's able to call a spade a spade? Don't you know we're supposed to shut our brains off and say, and everything ever about China is evil and wrong and bad?
There's one that he says was a little
oh my God.
bit taken out of context, but he says, doesn't matter if the fucking rapes happened on October 7th.
When you admit before you do the smear that, well, this one's out of context. How did you let those words come out of your mouth? Oh my days. How did you let that escape your mouth? Well, I know this one's like a smear and is totally out of context, but I'm going to try it anyway. Oh my God. His point was that wouldn't justify a genocide. Even if there were rapes on October 7th, that doesn't then justify carpet bombing babies. That doesn't justify murdering untold numbers of civilians, shooting people who wave white flags, starving people to death, bombing World Central Kitchen workers and hospitals and schools, okay? That is the most banal observation I think I've ever heard. Like, who would say, oh, if a bad thing happens here, you're allowed to genocide them back? No, that's not a thing. That was his point. I don't know why, like, again, people, they clip chimp and clip farm and think like, oh, this is going to get him. It's not going to fucking get him. And again, all you have to do, and I'm not even kidding about this, watch one day of Hasan's stream, 2 at most, and you'll walk away going, oh, they've been lying about literally everything about this man the entire time. Like, they're just lying. They're just lying. I know what he believes. I've seen enough of him talk. I don't need you to take these out of fucking context clips and play the gotcha game, and you think that that's going to change my opinion on what I've seen with my own 2 fucking eyes.
That doesn't change the dynamic for me even this much. So that's the other part of this problem that many people can't contend with. Like, the Palestinian resistance is not perfect. They're not like so good. They have magical bullets. I don't know what that means. He says Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel.
Literally, he's talking about math. How many people died on October 7th? Like, what, 2,000? And what's the minimum number they talk about now on how many are dead in Gaza? 70,000, 80,000? In reality, I think it's like at least 200,000, by the way, for the record. That's what I think it is, at least 200,000. But let's go with the low number of like 70,000. It's a mathematical reality that 70,000 innocent people being murdered by the Israeli government is a much higher number than about 2,000 being killed by Hamas on October 7th. That's the point. Are you now going to proceed to argue against math? Is that what you're going to do? Please try. Let me see how that works out for you.
On Hezbollah, he said, overall, what's my favorite flag? Hezbollah. Look it up. I'm not even kidding. It's actually a dope flag. It's got an AK on it and a fucking hand holding
and
it.
Tim Miller is laughing. Why? Because when you talk about something like this, it's literally just how a flag looks. That's a fucking joke, okay? And that's why Tim Miller is laughing. Again, what? Like they're trying so fucking hard and they're getting absolutely nothing. And by the way, don't take Hasan's word for it. There was an article that came out in the Telegraph, which they deleted because it got a little too close to the truth. And in that article, they spoke to Christians in Lebanon who were like, oh yeah, we got no problem with Hezbollah. They protect us from the psychotic Israelis. They thought we're going to go talk to the Christians in Lebanon, and they're all going to say Hezbollah's evil and wrong, and they're bad, and they're terrorists, and they're rapists, and they're this, and they're that. And they were like, oh no, they actually protect us from the Israelis, and they do Christmas celebrations, and they put up a Christmas tree, and they're all very nice to us. Like, again, like I know that sort of the whole thing about being a right-winger is that you're a fucking idiot and you're incredibly ignorant about the world. But this is really something. You think you're in the Democratic tent and this is how you talk? You think you're in the Democratic tent? Please.
On Dan Crenshaw losing an eye in Afghanistan. What the fuck is wrong with this dude? I also dislike Dan Crenshaw, but I would not say this. Didn't he go to war and like literally lose his eye because of some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick?
All right, y'all. New Kyle rule. You're allowed to say whatever the fuck you want to say to joke about how evil Republican politicians are. There are literally no lines when joking about how evil Republican politics.
You know what? I just realized I've been dark woke. Low key, I've been dark woke. Because that's from 2019. You just realized? Yeah, I fucking hate Republicans, man. I think a lot of Democrats need to catch up to my shit. I didn't even realize. I always thought I wasn't dark woke.
Politicians are. And if you have a problem with it, there's this little thing called free speech that I'm going to introduce you to. And by the way, as you're about to see here, Tim Miller is laughing at this one as well.
Because of some mujahideen, a brave fucking soldier, fucked his eye hole with their dick. On Israel being full of immigrants.
This is supposed to make people not like him? This is supposed to make people not like him. Oh my God. This next one too, this is another sad attempt that I got. You ready?
You are left with a country that is packed to the fucking gills with the most inbred, uneducated, ultra-nationalist, rabid, Haredi population. On Russia's annexation
Okay, so he's talking about the ultra-Orthodox, right? This is another Kyle rule. Sorry if this one offends people out there. You are allowed to joke around about how stupid and evil every single fundamentalist religious group is. No, you're not going to push us into the corner. You're not allowed to say that. I will say whatever the fuck I want about fundamentalist Christians and fundamentalist Muslims and fundamentalist Jews. Fundamentalists are fucking weird, dog. They're weird. They're fucked up. They're strange. They dress funny. They smell. There's a whole lot of... All the fundamentalists of all the different religions are fucking creepy. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. I'm secular, bro. I'm secular. People can live however they want to live, but I'm allowed to have opinions about that. And I'm allowed to joke about that. And that's what Hasan was doing when he was calling them inbred. Okay? Like, again, I'm so sick of the fake outrage. I'm so fucking sick of it. Where we have a demented president, likely has Alzheimer's, who's this close to nuking an entire country of 90 million people. And we're supposed to talk about Hasan Piker's jokes and be outraged? I can't, bro.
Annexation of Crimea was absolutely a justifiable annexation. What do you call Crimea? I call it part of Russian territory, bitch. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. The annexation of...
Look, he's joking. Now, to be fair, he absolutely was incorrect with his prediction of what would happen. He thought that Russia was not going to invade Ukraine, which he was wrong, by the way. Pat myself on the back on that one. I kind of thought they were. I didn't understand why people were going out on a limb and saying, like, they're not going to invade. Well, then why are they doing the troop buildup on the border, right? So I think he was factually wrong about that. He would admit he was factually wrong about that. But this just sort of sounds like jokes. And I think at this point, Hasan, if you were to ask him, I think he would say, no, Ukraine has every right to defend themselves, and Ukraine, in this instance, are the victims. And
I mean, yeah, I have been saying that. I've been saying that since day one. Crimea is a Barack Obama era policy that's, again, very different than the annexation of fucking eastern Ukraine. And that's precisely the reason why, regardless of the Donbass, regardless of the fucking back and forth, regardless of the 14,000, it was still utterly unacceptable for Russia to invade Ukraine. I think a lot of people don't know. They think like the Crimea annexation happened in like 2022 or something. Like they don't realize that happened in like 2014. That's the problem. And for the record, yes, for the Ukrainians, obviously this was like an anger-inducing moment. But you know, clearly when Zelensky blew up the fucking waterways that were like the waterways that were routing fresh water to Crimea that were built in the USSR, I didn't acknowledge it until 2022, bro. Yeah, I think that's what it is. Because, like, Kyle's mixing that up, too. I've never argued, not even a little bit, that Russia was justified in invading Ukraine. It's one of the most like resilient, one of the most like annoying and persistent lies that people talk about. All of it is clips out of context. I have not only fundraised for Ukrainians, but I have very consistently talked about how I'm not a fan of Vladimir Putin, that I'm very critical, and also on top of that, not in favor of Russia's unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine, its occupation of Ukraine. My initial assessment from the start was always around how fucking insane of a move that would be.
Russia is the imperialist aggressor. I think he would admit this because it's true, right? It's true. In this scenario, like, Russia is Israel.
Yeah, also, the Russian government called me gay. I even talked about how if a larger irredentist power invades a smaller country whose entire national project has revolved around not being invaded or not being dominated by Russia, that they're going to turn to the most right-wing reactionary forces, neo-Nazis in particular, as emancipatory forces. That was in reference to the Azov Brigade and you know, the Banderites and the like, which is literally what happened, by the way. So, you know, you were gay baiting Putin, bro. Also, an important factor I really see mentioned in the agreement that NATO wouldn't expand. Putin warned multiple times that if Ukraine joined NATO, he would bring troops to the border and that he wouldn't accept it. Of course. Yeah, a lot of people also don't realize that like half of the fucking Russian incursions, I mean, both in Georgia and also like the same thing that happened in Ukraine. You could say Russia always had territorial ambitions. But the reality is what triggered it was George W. Bush. On his way out, George W. Bush decided, I didn't fuck up the world hard enough. Let me throw another bomb in here. Let me float the idea of Ukraine and Georgia joining NATO. A lot of people don't know this. I understand why you go much harder against the Israel and the Israelis. But why do you not go as hard against Russia? Well, two reasons. Number one, obviously, is what Israel's doing is a genocide, and it's 80 years of apartheid. Ironically, initially supported by the USSR, by the way. But the other reason is because Ukraine is backed by every single Western power. It's turned into a proxy war. One might even say it was always a proxy for Western interests in encroaching upon Russia's territorial sovereignty. And that was part of the reason. I don't think that was the full reason. I'm very much in favor of the notion that Vladimir Putin was like trying to build a legacy for himself and like rebuild the might of the Russian Empire. And I think that's a huge part of the reason why he engaged in this irredentist action, especially considering that if I knew that Ukraine was never going to be a part of fucking NATO, then Vladimir Putin probably knew as well. I mean, you had European partners that would never allow that to happen. So, and it's so funny because like half of the shit that I said year after year has offered vindication, like talking about the off-ramps that Ukraine could have taken when it had significantly better leverage. I said, this is the maximum leverage Ukraine has. It should take this ceasefire proposal, even if Russia's not interested. Didn't Russia genocide the Tatars? Sorry. The USSR Russified Crimea. They did population transfer on ethnic lines from Crimea. That was the USSR. Okay, what we're talking about is not like modern day, current, contemporary Crimea. It's very strange when people bring that up. It has nothing to do with the Russian Federation. Just as it has nothing to do with Ukraine. In any case, like I said, I disagree with equating Russia and Israel. Israel is Ukraine. The Donbass is Palestine. Russia is Iran. Israel and Ukraine are Nazi states that love doing ethnic cleansing. Come on, man. Donbass and Palestine are victims without sovereignty. Russia and Iran are the regional powers that begrudgingly stepped away after years of being prodded. No, I don't think that's the case. I mean, that's crazy. To compare Russia and Iran in this way is so wild. And yeah, not just the USSR. Goes back to Tsarist Russia. Wrong on this. Putin wants to rebuild the USSR. No, Putin doesn't. Putin's not even a fucking communist. What are you talking about? No, he wants to rebuild the Russian Empire. Okay? The only thing people like Vladimir Putin care about with respect to the USSR is the power that the USSR had as a global superpower. That's it. Vladimir Putin is critical of Lenin, dude. What are you talking about? He's a fucking nationalist. He's an anti-communist.
and Ukraine are the Palestinians. And so if you support fighting oppression, you would back the Ukrainians, right?
Black people care about the border. I don't give a fuck what black people care about. Black people care about this. Black people care about
this. Is like completely out of context. If my memory serves me right, he was going after black MAGA, being like, oh, I don't care what, because there's some black people who are hard right wingers. That's supposed to like stop me from opposing them. Like, fuck that. I don't care what these black people think of it. That's what that's what he meant. And again, she's trying to frame it like he's racist against all black people. It's just, this is so try hard.
That, like, shut the fuck up. That's not how politics work. And then, I don't know if this is I'm not going to rank these, but this one's a real doozy. Date rape is better if it happens to rich women. If you have these fucking millionaire, billionaire wasp fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is in some respects, from a utilitarian perspective.
I like how Tim Miller's just taking this all in.
Of course, a little bit better. Okay, Piker told off a listener who condemned the massacre on October 7th, a bloodthirsty, violent pig dog suck my dick. Okay, so that's the guy. That's the guy. I do not think any Democrat should look to include him in their coalition. And here's the thing. You mentioned my book at the top. I just wrote a whole book that is going to come out in September. It is 300 pages. It's called How to Eat an Elephant One Voter at a Time. It is 300 pages about how you build a winning coalition.
You gave Kamala bad advice. You are the last person we should listen to.
That recommends cozying up to people like Hasan Piker. I talk a lot about big tents. I talk a lot about pro-democracy coalition. But here's the thing. Hasan Piker doesn't actually belong in the pro-democracy coalition.
She's doing the takfir. You're not a real Democrat. When she came yesterday to this party.
Illiberal guy. He's a China, Russia sympathizer who hates women, hates Israel. Like, he's all the toxic things. And I think,
it's so toxic to hate Israel. And I hate women. Jesus Christ. You worked your entire career in the most anti-women party. And then yesterday became a Democrat. And now you're over here being like, oh, Hasan Piker hates women. You worked in a party that played a formative role in at least the modern iteration of it, making abortion illegal in the country again. And you're over here talking to a guy who's fucking spent his last 10 years advocating for bodily autonomy for women, highlighting the sexual violence and violence in the workplace that women experience, oftentimes by, conservative men. But it's not just conservative men, it's just men in general. But like, it's so crazy that these people fucking turn around and they're like, oh, you hate women. Shut the fuck up. What do you mean you hate women? Who the fuck are you? Did this shit with Bernie too. It was so annoying. Remember? Bernie bros, misogynistic. Bernie's misogynistic.
And I was like, my biggest problem with it, because I agree with you in some places, my biggest problem is I felt like you were soft selling who this guy is.
No, you're smearing him and you're lying about him. Now, finally, let's get to the heart of the matter here, the real truth of the situation. This is what Sarah Longwell really believes. Here we go.
But here's the thing about the cheering that I loved. Speaking of Stonewall, but also...
I should point out, this was just before the election, right before the election, okay?
So I think it's amazing when you get 75,000 presumably libs on the ellipse, and she's like, we're going to have the most lethal fighting force. And people are like, yeah.
So she loves it when Kamala sounds more like a warmonger than Trump. That's what she's describing here. So presumably, it stands to logical deduction. She would hate it if Kamala was out there like, I'm anti-war. We're not going to go to war with Iran, right? We're not going to, keep arming and funding Israel as they do a genocide. I'm against war. She would not like that. She's not done, though.
That was one of the funniest things that people would say about, like, the Never Trump Republicans. People on the timeline were like, well, Never Trump Republicans never asked anything of Kamala Harris. They were just there in support of Kamala Harris. So what's the problem? And it's like, yeah, dumbass. They didn't have to ask anything of Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris was in line with them ideologically. That's the fucking problem. She was actively pushing aside people to her left flank. She thought she could win without them.
Tell us more.
Most lethal fighting force. And people are like, yeah. And she's like, and we're going to secure the border. And people are like, yeah.
So defeating MAGA by doing MAGA. Defeating MAGA by taking their policies and doing them, but like do them more liberally.
We are going to be leaders in the world, and we're not going to let these guys push us around. And I was like, man, the world's really changed.
Did the neocons just take over the Democratic Party?
Don't say that.
Yeah, don't say it.
Did the neocons just take over the Democratic Party? Ha 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 ha. Don't say that. You're putting a little too much truth out there about how we want the Democratic Party to be. How we want them to be. Diet MAGA. That's what this is. Diet fucking MAGA. In the same way, it's diet neoconservatism from the George W. Bush era. Okay? So you want the Democrats to be more right-wing. That's what you want.
Look, man, she's leaning into, I'm going mainstream. And, whenever she does, there's a couple, price gouging or whatever. I'm like, boo. But like.
So one of the best parts of Kamala's campaign, when she was up 6 points and she was talking about how she's going to ban price gouging for groceries, she was booing that. Pro-war and pro-price gouging. And she's the one who's going to police the borders of the Democratic coalition. Are you fucking kidding? Have you no fucking shame? So as Ryan Grimm points out, quote, whenever Kamala Harris does something like price gouging, I'm like, boo, but also whatever. Sarah Longwell, former Republican political operative, boasting that her faction has made Democrats more hawkish, and the cost of that is to once in a while have to hear something they don't like about corporate price gouging. It is one thing to be pro-price gouging because you are a corporate lobbyist. I understand that. But to try to pitch it as something that makes Democrats more electable is comical. Ladies and gentlemen, this woman is a fucking idiot. You know what happens when Democratic politicians listen to Hasan Piker? Zoran Mamdani happens. That's how, Kyle, that's only in fucking New York and that can't happen anywhere else. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. All right. So Leah Greenberg, who is one of the co-founders of the organization behind the No Kings protest, she says, personally, I am team.
I don't like when people bring up that Sarah lobbied against drunk driving laws because that's the only redeemable thing she's ever done. People keep bringing up that she worked for like the alcohol lobby. And as a part of her lobbying job, she literally actively petitioned against drunk driving laws, which I think is awesome. And that's the only thing that I agree with her on. Okay, low key. You got a drunk driving charge? Shut the fuck up. Exactly. And I wouldn't have gotten a drunk driving charge if Sarah got her fucking wishes across. No, I didn't get a drunk driving charge. I just got arrested for it. Never prosecuted. But in any case, it's not the drunk drivers, it's the drunk crashers. Drunk crashers ruin it for the rest of us. Which is what I suspect she was saying as a lobbyist for the alcohol companies. Drunk drivers don't kill people. Drunk drivers don't kill people. Drunk cars do. Guys, it's legal to drink. It's legal to drive. Why is it illegal to drunk drive? I don't understand. All right, let's continue.
Hashtag big tent. But if we're going to start kicking people out of the party on brand/moral grounds, I would like to nominate number 1, the foreign policy team behind the Gaza genocide, and number 2, every Dem former elected/staffer who takes a cushy job with an overtly evil company. That includes fucking Kalshi, that includes AI companies, that includes crypto companies, that includes Wall Street, that includes big oil. Okay? So here's what she's saying. Oh, are we really going to police these the boundaries and the borders of the Democratic coalition? Well, let's start with the pro-genocide motherfuckers. Let's start with that, okay? And let's start with the corrupt sellouts who take big money from the Epstein class. And she's exactly fucking right. That's who gets kicked the fuck out of the coalition. The people
I can't tell if you're joking about allegedly drunk driving. It's a fucking reprehensible thing to do. Oh my God, bro. Bro, can I please make jokes? I mean, Kyle just literally went through some of my top moments here. Can I please? No, dude, I don't think it's okay to drunk drive. Do you want me to spell it out for you? That's crazy. That's actually crazy. Are you a baby? What the hell is going on? What the fuck is happening, dude? Can I just not take an unbearably ridiculous fucking position that is so ridiculous that it's like on its face, I'm joking? Good. Thanks for confirming. Oh my God, this guy doesn't even understand. Brother, you are off the spectrum, okay? Seriously, like you're not even on the spectrum anymore. You have flipped back around. You're off the spectrum again. You are so on the spectrum, you're off of it. Jesus Christ. It is fair to think the joke is in poor taste, especially those who have to deal with dead family and friends seeing the drunk driver walk around. Yeah, I know it might be in poor taste, except it's a fucking joke. Okay? Every joke has targets that are going to hurt some people's feelings. The joke isn't me defending drunk driving. The joke is me saying it's fucking obviously so ridiculous. Oh my God, I'm done. Let's keep going with the Dark Lord Commander.
Who are diet MAGA Democrats because they just genuinely agree with the right. I'm sorry, but if you're not on the left, you're not with us. We need to have some defining principles and defining policies on what it means to be in this coalition. And from my perspective, you need to be center-left, liberal, leftist, independent, or apolitical. Like, that's it. If you're right of center, sorry, not interested. And the fact of the matter is there are way more of us than there are of them. There are way more people who fit into the coalition I just described than fit into MAGA or any kind of right-wing coalition. And then finally, here's Ro Khanna, and he's asked about this, and I think he does a pretty good job sort of putting into perspective how stupid this entire conversation is. Here we go.
You have made several appearances on a show hosted by socialist commentator Hasan Piker. Some of your fellow Democrats, though, have raised alarms about his views. Here are two members of a left-leaning think tank. This is how they put it. They wrote, quote, "No left-wing agitator."
I hate when they say left-leaning think tank about third way. I also do think that we have become joyless fucking scolds. Anytime I cover the news for endless hours every day, the community becomes so much more autistic. I don't know if it's like looking at OSINT stuff and looking at foreign policy that either like literally makes you more autistic or if it's self-selecting. But it's true. Doing politics 7 hours a day, 8 hours a day, 7 days a week, unironically make the community into like the bro thought jokes would fly ass chat. They bring back 2016 IDPOL. Chill, I'm not autistic, I'm Dominican. The answer is gaming. It's so crazy to hear your name from all these guys we listen to every day. Does it feel unreal? No.
Is more influential and extreme than Twitch streamer Hasan Piker. He's referred to ultra-Orthodox Jews as inbred, employed anti-Semitic dog whistles, bloodthirsty, violent pig dog against an anti-Hamas viewer of his stream, compared liberal Zionists to liberal Nazis, and said
This is so dishonest how they're framing it.
Hamas is 1,000 times better than the Israeli state. Now, Hasan Piker,
again, mathematically speaking, yes, the death numbers, but okay, let's just fucking smear him. Anyway, let's listen to his response.
says some of his comments have been taken out of context, but he largely stands by them. Do you have any regrets about appearing on his show?
None, and I would go go again, but I, of course, condemn those comments. I mean, I've described Hamas as a terrorist state, and we need to unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism. But Hasan Piker was at the DNC in 2024 covering Vice President Harris. What should the standard of the Democrats be? Should we not go on Theo Vaughn? Should we not go on Sean Ryan? Should we not go on Joe Rogan? Should we just have these purity tests of canceling folks? The lesson of the last election is we've got...
Bro, one of these days, you got to remember yesterday, this isn't going to be changing. It is just the way it is. Bro, one of these days, you got to remember yesterday. What the fuck does that mean? What is this? At 33 minutes, Jay speaks on what you just said. You can't teach Giga autists not to be autistic? Yeah, that's true. Bro, it's so funny because, like, I will quite literally be like, hey, chatter, I think you're being a bit neurodivergent. Let me explain to you what this joke was. And then the chatter will respond like this. Totally fucking deadpan. Okay, good. I'm glad you've clarified. Don't ever try to make a joke ever again. It's like, bro, fucking chill, dude. Like, yeah, I'm not going to cook you super hard, but I'm trying to be accommodating to my neurodivergent chatters by explaining the concept behind jokes. But you don't have to double down on it. You don't have to literally turn around and be like, well, guess what? I misunderstood the intent of your joke, and therefore harm had taken place. Jokes are bourgeois decadence. Jokes are counter-revolutionary behavior. You will get flogged by me and the Red Guards if you ever try to do a joke again. And it's funny because it's like, at a certain point, you got to realize, like, I know I got shortcomings as an autist myself. Okay? I got shortcomings on reading social cues. And I try to nail social interactions, and I fucking fail to do so sometimes, but I still try my best. Some of you motherfuckers know you are the most autistic person that has ever embraced God's green earth, and you're like, I don't give a fuck. Yeah, I'm autistic. It's your problem now. I don't give a shit. You try a joke around me, I'm gonna fucking shove that back down your throat real quick. You know? Like, I got the self-awareness. They ain't like this whenever you make shitty jokes. It's only the rare time you drop a good one. Anyway. Neurodivergent people are responsible for their own feelings and lack of joke comprehension. We can be nice and give explanations, but fuck the hand-holding nonsense. Yeah. I think the soundboard helps with this. Honestly, I agree. Let's continue.
Be out there. We've got to engage. It's a complex, messy, multiracial democracy. I will defend my views, but the people who are saying don't engage will cost us future elections.
I think he handled that well. I mean, look, if I was sitting in the chair, I would have taken head on a lot of the lies and smears that were directed at Hasan about how they're just flat out lying about this guy and his beliefs. But I understand that as a politician, he's in a slightly different situation. But I think he handled that well to say, it was 7 minutes ago that all you idiots were saying we're going to go on all the podcasts, we're going to talk to all the people, we're going to try to win over everybody. Now all of a sudden...
Bro, the craziest thing is NBC itself made a pro-Hasan, Joe Rogan of the left ass video, you know? Hold on. Sorry.
You're shunning the left flank. So apparently the, outreach to expand the tent only cut to the right. Which meant what? All you idiots are just trying to make the party more right-wing, which has been the fucking problem all along. The further left you go, the more you'll win. And the more you'll actually stand for something from a moral perspective and an ethical perspective, right? The more you'll actually be good people. And by the way, the further left you go, the harder you oppose MAGA. So I'm tired of the diet MAGA bullshit. I'm tired of the Hasan derangement syndrome. And I need everybody to wake up and realize what's going on here.
Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm.
Whoa, what the fuck? What the fuck? Whoa. What is happening? What the fuck was that? That was weird. That was weird as hell. What happened on your end? What happened on your end? What did you what on my end? I had all of my shit. I had like all of my shit reboot for some reason. It got weird. Damn. Okay. The screen turned green. We saw your Discord. There's nothing on my Discord. Green screen and you came back, audio loss. Okay, it'll be fine, I think. Oh, oops. This is the wrong. My screen's flipped. Hold on. God damn it. There it is. Hold on, I'm fixing everything. I got hacked. Mossad. I'm Israel high. Okay. That was cool. That was the last.
Why do members of the
Cory Booker faceplants disaster interview again, loses it. Are you going to cover Sagoni today? Sagondi's nuts? It's a stupid pilot crash with Windows 11. Okay. Mini doc was so good. Hey, we're going to watch the mini doc after this.
Viral.
Oh, this is another thing I wanted to show you with the Justice Democrats. Here's our boy Waleed Shahid describing how Muslim and Arab voters have felt betrayed by Biden's apathy towards Palestinian suffering. And Sarah Longwell's response.
Blunders, particularly in October, that are viral in the Muslim community on WhatsApp, like questioning the death toll, like refusing to call the family of the 6-year-old boy out in Illinois for a week who was stabbed multiple times in a hate crime. These things are like known as like core. When people feel these kinds of things on an identity level, it's hard to shake their distrust of the president that he cares about people like them. I don't agree with it. I'm just saying I'm being descriptive.
Right. But I just think like there's literally every demographic that could make the case that they feel unseen in some way by the president. Like I hear black people in the focus groups talk about how they don't feel like enough has been done on policing. Every Republican who voted for Biden feels betrayed by the fact that he's been too accommodating to progressives. I mean, I just like literally everybody has a reason to be mad at him. And the question is are you going to have a temper tantrum in the face of is every group going to just like be like, I'm not voting for this guy because of Trump? Because I think that's what they did in 2016. And that's how you got him. And the thing is everybody knows now you can get him and what it's like when you do. And if anybody is going to let their anger over any given policy issue, no matter how frustrated they are by it, put Trump back in the White House, that's the...
Yeah, you only say that because all of your needs are being met. You know what I mean? It's like... You're kind of complaining right now because one of your needs is not being met, or at least the Democratic Party is not like sufficiently having your needs be met, which is on the issue of defending Israel, right? That's why you're chirping.
It is both, I think, an action against self-interest as well as like a deeply selfish thing to do in the face of the threat of Trump.
That's a crazy thing to say, too. Anyway. You cover the reports of North Korea distancing itself from Iran in hopes with the relationship with the U.S. I don't believe it. Not Mike Kim. He would never do that.
Fighting democracy with a former Republican member of Congress was the right strategy.
I stand by that. Go ahead.
Okay, great. No. So I want to unpack this because I've heard you sort of make, and you went on and talked about this with Tim.
She does look like Hillary Clinton a bit. Am I crazy? Or does she kind of look like Hillary Rodham? Her entire argument falls apart when you realize that Hillary literally won the popular vote in 2016. Also, very funny that she's comparing Never Trump Republicans to minority Palestinians and Black Americans. Yeah. Well, I know. It's disrespectful to Never Trump Republicans, who are obviously the most oppressed minority in America. They only get 99.9% of their wishes across the opposition party after spending years destroying it. So think about the 0.0001% of wishes that they don't get across to the Democratic Party's elite, who are super giddy at the prospect of finally having some cunning operators work at their behest that have spent years and years ripping them apart, only to then turn the party into the neocon party of their own desires, totally casting aside large swaths of their base, hoping that they'll still go and fucking vote for the Democrats, even if the Democrats don't present a decent reason to vote for them beyond harm reduction, which has obviously been a devastating failure as far as drawing out turnout in every single election cycle.
So it's not like you've never been in the Bulwark universe speaking to this. But, I moderated one of those conversations between Liz Cheney and Kamala Harris. And I think I probably came on your show and we talked about this as a strategy. And I will say I did not pitch it like, hey, go on tour with Liz Cheney. But I was pleased to be there and did not think that Kamala Harris trying to appeal to sort of center-right voters who don't like Trump, but and in fact, this is most of my campaigns focused on these people, and so
yeah, I mean, it was a resounding failure, right? Like they didn't turn, they didn't fucking turn at all.
So this feels sort of like squarely a strategic repudiation of a lot of sort of, I would say maybe my thinking going into the election, although my thinking is much bigger and broader than who I chose to narrowly focus on myself. But tell us why you thought of all the things that you could say was the reason that this failed, you've sort of chosen to settle on that as a highlight of why it went south.
Well,
anyway, this woman retweeted Sex Pestiny bashing you. She's crazy. I don't think she knows who the fuck Sex Pestiny is, but she probably knows now. And let's be real, she probably likes it. Okay, because these guys are, I mean, they're Republican operators. Okay, I will give them at least some credit. For years and years, they took the anti-worker, morally repugnant agenda of the Republican Party, and they were able to successfully sell it to the American masses. That's part of the reason why the Republicans were so excited about the Lincoln Project, right? That's it. So these guys are not shy about working with fucking neo-Nazis. Their entire careers as Republican operators were either being neo-Nazis themselves or working alongside neo-Nazis. They water down the neo-Nazi message and try to make it a little bit more palatable to the average American. So for them, working with Sex Pestany is like not really all that different from all the other people that they work with. That's it. Must be nice to be in a 5-star hotel where the penguins of Herd and McDonald's Island are being strangled by your leader's tariffs. Yeah. I'm going to go out and strangle some penguins myself in a little bit.
We can't have cancel culture anymore, et cetera, et cetera. And I don't know what your online feed has looked like, but mine for the last 2 weeks is like, we need to cancel Hasan Piker. And it's all of these moderates and centrists that want to cancel Hasan Piker. Pumps, what's your take on all that?
Here's my take. I have long been someone that only develops new ideas and evolves in my thought when I am challenged and when I listen to the perspective of others. And so then I take my perspective and that person's perspective, and then I find what I think is the best. And I do not believe that people get better and or policy gets better if criticism is not shared and integrated and perspectives evolve. And I do not think you can have that if you want to silence anyone that disagrees with you. And you know who else doesn't, who agrees with me on that is MAGA, because they allow for no dissent within their party. So I think what's going on with Hasan Piker is an embarrassment to the Democratic establishment and all the people that are perpetuating it.
Okay, so John Levitt, in this interview with Cory Booker, asked him about whether he would appear on Hasan Piker's stream. Play the clip.
As you said, and it's just one person, but it's part of a large group of, I think, people that have this point of view, that you wouldn't say go on like Hasan Piker's stream because he's said some heinous and stupid shit in the past. But to me, I would expect you'd be like chomping at the bit to say, you know what, of course I'm going to go there because I want to represent this point of view in a place that doesn't normally hear it. And I want to talk about the ways in which I think some of the things he said are offensive. The same way you might want to go confront somebody on Fox News, or you've met with, talked to Newt Gingrich and he said crazy shit in the past too. So maybe part of the way out of this is for someone like you to go to those spaces, even if there have been things that are offensive to people.
Yeah, so first of all, somehow we're having a much more deeper and personal conversation than I thought. So I'm going to be very candid with you.
Gotcha.
Got me, but in a very good way.
I always want to talk to you about deep things.
No, I appreciate that.
Okay, stop it right there. So when I saw this clip, this struck me. Number one, the first thing that strikes me is that Cory Booker will take a photograph with Benjamin Netanyahu in the middle of a genocide, but draws the line with going on Hasan Piker's Twitch. But the second thing that struck me there was when Cory Booker said, oh, this conversation is much deeper than I had thought. And I'm going to let you all in on a little secret. When we filmed with Cory Booker, after Kamala lost, all of the Democrats came to us. We want to be on your pod. We want to be on your pod. And we're like, great. Yeah, you can be on our pod. I don't have a corporate news background, so I ask questions that I think are relevant. And some Democratic politicians come on and they don't want to know what they're talking about and they don't care. They just want to talk about the country and whatever questions I have for them. Others are a lot more scripted and controlled. And Cory Booker's office, it's in our producers. Cory wants to talk about XYZ. And I saw those talking points, but right out of the gates, I asked him, what have you had it with? And he said, I've had it with corporate money. And I was just like, bitch, please, you take like millions of dollars in AIPAC money. So it led down that rabbit hole, right? Because I was like, wait, this seems hypocritical. And instead of staying on the script that his office sent me,
they're so good.
I went with his answer as a normal conversation should. Well, the whole time I'm asking about Benjamin Netanyahu, his office is stage 5 melting down, texting our producers, trying to get her to like, hey, we didn't agree to talk about this, blah, blah. My point in this is not to pick on Cory Booker or his staff. They are operating the way they've always operated in corporate media. That's the way it's been. They were doing what they've always done. The problem that's happening now is we have these spaces where people have realized their politicians are bought and paid for and their news anchors are bought and paid for. And everybody's, whether it's Republican or Democrat, wants independent voices and independent spaces. And so obviously that clip went viral. His staff was melting down for reasons that they should have, because it didn't make him look that great. But another person I've had come on who flew to New York to sit down with me for an hour in person is Ro Khanna. And it was just what time and where was the only question beforehand. There was no, what are we going to talk about? He didn't care. When he came in, I said, hey, let's do some Epstein stuff. He goes, Jennifer, whatever you want to talk about, I am pleased to talk to your audience. That's what Representative Ro Khanna had. So I think what I'm getting at here is when you have moral clarity, it doesn't matter what John Levitt asks you, what Jennifer Welch asks you, you don't have to have your people in the back, wait, what's going on here? Or would Cory Booker have to say, oh, I didn't realize we were going to get this deep. You would just come in and sit down and say, ask me anything on the planet you want. I don't know if I'm going to have all the answers for you, but I'm going to try. And that's what a lot of like progressive Democrats do. Needless to say, we don't hear from Senator Booker's office that much anymore, but I'd welcome him back on. I don't dislike Cory Booker. I don't think he and his staff did anything particularly wrong. That's how it's handled in corporate news. But it seems to me like they want this whole thing, Pumps, where it's like, okay, we need to go on podcasts and we need to speak like normal people. And then we need to get rid of cancel culture. And now they're trying to cancel Hasan Piker. We can take pictures with Benjamin Netanyahu, and I like Cory Booker in that. He's like,
well, and another thing you think about, okay, we're going to go on podcasts. We're going to be unscripted. You can't go on a podcast and be unscripted if your staff is telling the podcast what the talking points are. So talk unscripted and be open to anything.
I completely agree. And so this is something where I feel like the Democratic establishment wants their cake and they want to eat it too.
Of course.
We need to go on podcasts and talk like normal people. But, here's our normal people talking points, because normal people.
Here's your script for normal people
conversation. And then it's like, we've got to quit with this cancel culture. And then Cory Booker's like, I draw the line with Hasan Piker. Oh, BB's going to be there? Here I am. And so it's just like, I think the thing that pisses me off about the Democratic establishment is the condescending nature they treat us. Like, nobody gives a shit if you go on Hasan's stream, if you go on I've Had It, if you go on Theo Vaughn, if you go on, I'm even saying right-wingers, if you go on, what's his name, the little Joe Rogan. If you go on Joe Rogan, I don't give a shit. Go on all of these podcasts. Nobody gives a shit. But do not treat us with the abject stupidity that you are going to draw the line at Hasan Piker, who has killed 0 people, and then go play peekaboo patty cake with Benjamin Netanyahu, who is an objective 100% killer, the world's biggest killer of children right now.
Also, the other side of this is, and I've heard this from some of the liberals who are like, enough with this conversation. It's bullshit. Just go on Hasan's show and fucking dunk on him. To that, I say, welcome. Okay? I say, come closer. Okay? That's what I say. I like that. If you're coming in with the expectation it's a glaze fest, it's not going to happen. But if you come in with the expectation that there's going to be a spirited debate on the issues that you have defended and on the issues that you continue to defend, I'd love that. That would be great. So to Cory Booker, to Lisa Slotkin, Lisa Slotkin already got a little taste of that with Breaking Points, obviously. But yeah, that's fine.
Is the IDF at the instruction of Benjamin Netanyahu. So that's where Cory is with all of this. And then let me show you where Ro Khanna is on this. Play this clip from Meet the Press this weekend.
have any regrets about appearing on his show?
None, and I would go again. But I, of course, condemn those comments. I mean, I've described Hamas as a terrorist state, and we need to unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism. But Hasan Piker was at the DNC in 2024, covering Vice President Harris. What should the standard of the Democrats be? Should we not go on Theo Vaughn? Should we not go on Sean Ryan? Should we not go on Joe Rogan? Should we just have these purity tests of canceling folks? The lesson of the last election is we've got to be out there. We've got to engage. It's a complex, messy, multiracial democracy. I will defend my views, but the people who are saying don't engage will cost us future elections.
Do you run?
I completely agree with him here. And I think that what they should be saying is, instead of being focused on these specific streamers or podcasters, let's focus on the actual war criminals. Let's focus on, I think Theo Vaughn pretty much calls out Benjamin Netanyahu and the government of Israel. Pretty crystal clear. There's a lot of bipartisan, reality-based people that see that. The problem with the Democratic establishment is they want to preserve the system that lost to Trump. And I don't want to preserve that. I don't want any part of that. And, but we can talk about the Bulwark did a deep dive on this. Sarah and Tim talked about it. Ro Khan has weighed in. Pod Save guys have had Cory Booker weigh in. Regardless, politicians do whatever you want to do. But what do the Democrats, this system they're trying to uphold, these establishment Democrats, what does the polling say? Do the Democrats approve of Democrats right now? Play the clip.
Congressional Dems have the right priorities. Look at this. Overall, 74%, nearly 3 in 4 say no. Just 25% overall say yes. You might say, okay, well, at least Dems like Democrats. Not the case. Look at this. The majority of Democrats are independents who lean Democrats. Look at this. 55% say no, congressional Democrats do not have the right priorities. And then you just see a minority, 45% of Democrats say that congressional Democrats have the right priorities. This to me just jumps out at the screen because it screams primary.
Yeah. Of course, the real reason why they feel this way is because congressional Democrats haven't gone right-wing enough. That's what it is. And certainly not because they're not fighting back at all. You know, that's what it is. They should be fighting hard to go further right. They're not fighting hard enough to go right enough.
Primary challenges all over the map, and it says that even if Democrats don't like Donald Trump, they don't like their own party either when it comes to Congress. And overall, I mean, my goodness.
Do you see that? Here's the thing. These establishment Democrats are operating as though they have a super high favorability, and they don't. They simply do not. They're so out of touch with where the base is right now. If you want to see the approval ratings of the Democratic Party jump up, if they were to say, okay, Schumer, hit the bricks, we're done with you, we're voting to get a new minority leader. And the same with Hakeem Jeffries. I mean, seriously, you would be like, oh my God, yes, finally they're fighting. And here's an anecdotal story for everyone. My husband is from a small town called Hugo, Oklahoma. It's like the armpit of Oklahoma, this town, right? And so he goes down there for a funeral. And this is MAGA dump truck. I mean, this is where it is just crazy called MAGA. He's down there for a funeral. And much to his surprise, everybody's coming up to him saying, oh my God, your wife's podcast. Tell her to stay after it and tell her to stay after those Democrats too. They're not fighting hard enough for us.
I literally had this convo earlier in Easter. My wife's cousin thinks Rat Jam Pete is playing it smart and she's glad she isn't taking attention by shutting the fuck up. Why would you want your politician to shut up? The real question is, why is your cousin's wife operating like they're a Democratic Party consultant? I just don't get it. A lot of Democrats, Republicans don't work this way. Republicans are like, give me what I want, right? Democrats, on the other hand, behave as though they are consultants for the party. And it's such a fascinating phenomenon that I will never understand. I will never understand why Democrat voters will always vote on not the basis of what they want, but instead they vote as though they're pundits or they're consultants for the DNC, and they are, making the maximum best electoral decision. I think it's time to vote for people that you like. Just vote for who represents your values the best. Because the reality is, if those candidates get out of the primaries, they're going to have an easier time in the general. But it's so strange. It's so fucking strange that Democrats do this way. Democrats vote this way. Like I was at Stanford, and one of the kids from SJP came up to me and was like, "Hey, my parents think that they like Abdul, but they might not vote for Abdul now because they think, Abdul is tied to you, so he's gonna have a hard time. What do I say to them?" And I was like, why do you think that this establishment Democrat-backed smear campaign is actually going to harm him? If anything, it's harder for him to get out of that crowded primary than it is to defeat the Republican. He will defeat the shit out of the Republican. Okay? He'll absolutely shellac the Republican. It's harder because there is a fake progressive spoiler in the race, Mallory McMorrow. To those people, I always say Zoran Mamdani. Zoran Kwame Mamdani. Okay? Zoran Kwame Mamdani. One of the most popular politicians in the country. Bro, you sound so weird in the Cuba documentary intro, like someone increased the frequency of your voice, nasaled it. Oh my God. You guys. Yes. Okay? My voice sounds different because I'm not fucking yelling at my chatters.
So I just think, and of course that's anecdotal, but also I have conversations, Pumps, you have conversations with people in red states. We want fighters. We don't want people who play peekaboo with Benjamin Netanyahu. We don't want people that can't say the sky is blue. And the equivalent of saying the sky is blue right now is saying that.
What the hell are you talking about? Nobody knows who you are. You didn't do anything. Who is this fucking lady? Magdi Jacobs? For the first time in 10 years, Democrats have finally gained some power over the psychopathic election sabotaging faction of the online left. And we did it by telling them they do not matter. I've never seen them act this way before. They keep ranting, but deflation is palpable. Wait, what? Are these guys all right? Like, I feel like they have invented an alternative reality in their minds. First, they made me out to be this major villain, and then they were like, let's just stop talking about it because he's irrelevant. And now they're like, yeah, we won. We stopped talking about him, even though I'm still talking about him. And now they know they're powerless. They know their place. It's like, it's very, very strange behavior. Are you all right? The fuck?
Benjamin Netanyahu is a fucking war criminal. It's objectively true. Pumps.
Well, I completely agree with you. And the only thing I would add to that is we are going into a midterm where we know they have gerrymandered, they have told us on national TV, they are going to put ice around these voting booths. They're trying to pass the SAVE Act. So Democrats, people are going to vote for you because they don't like fascism. But if you're not starting to fight now against all of these things that they've already said they're going to do, if you're not filing lawsuits, if you're not coming out against us, they are trying to put everyone in a position that they cannot vote, that their vote will not be heard, and they're building a bunker underneath the ballroom, all that. But we've got to start now making policy and going after politicians. And we have to do that with clear eyes and with fighters because the midterms are coming and they're coming quickly. And if you can't get out there now, you're not going to help yourself much then.
I just think the thing is a lot of these liberals are fascist collaborators and scholars.
Boom. That's right. All right. Last video we're going to watch is Holy Toledo. Mr. Holy Toledo. Run all the numbers. Why is the war helping Trump? And then after that, we'll do the Cuba doc finally.
And we are running all the numbers on why war isn't helping Trump, and you won't see this on air. Why is there not a rally around the flag event for Donald Trump? In fact, you look at these numbers, they're absolutely...
I saw this, and I'm proud of what More Perfect US has done, or More Perfect Union has done. I'm also fucking motionless, dude. Democracy Now! Picked up 160,000+ new subs, okay? Where are we at? Where are we at, boys, girls, MBs? We're out here eating Cuba Day, okay? We're cooked. We're cooked. How do I find my analytics on YouTube? I gotta look this shit up. I mean, I'm glad that they're cooking. But I'm getting like, what? Verify it's you. What the heliante? Why is this happening? Hold on. Open the YouTube app on another phone. Goddamn. That's because Amy Goodman is a real gamer, unlike you. Okay, dude. Fucking calm down. Okay, calm it. Cool it. Calma. Calma. I need to see how many I need to see what we've done in the last, well, I guess 2026, right? That's the last quarter. Okay, I'm at the bottom of this list. Plus 84,000. I'm not at the bottom of this list. 84,000 new subscribers in this last quarter in Q1 2026. Okay, I didn't realize Democracy Now's top U.S. headlines of X Day videos got 400K views. Yeah, they're cooking. Turning Point USA, 1.6 million. More Perfect Union, plus 560,000. Nick Shirley, 520,000. Sean Ryan. Midas Touch is cooking as well. That's pretty good. Daily Show's cooking. MS Now, Breaking Points, Zeteo, Johnny Harris, Don Lemon, Heather Cox Richardson, Brian Tyler Cohen. I mean, let's be real. I'm cooked on fucking YouTube. I'm cooked on YouTube. I gotta work on my YouTube. I gotta work on my YouTube presence. No, it's not bots. I mean, Turning Point USA is bots. You have the industrial complex. Does that play a role? Yes. It's totally parsed out across the board. And my main YouTube presence is kind of ass. If you did more YouTube exclusives, you'd be in this list. You just do more Breaking Points, brother. Ryan is on half the days. Yeah. Trevor Noah, Really American Democracy Now, JD Mello. I'm subscribed to like 10 Hasan channels. That's why. Yeah, I have a shit ton of fan channels, and I think that's what it is that plays a role in this.
Bonkers. There's been the opposite of a rally around the flag event. Look at this. Net approval change due to actions in Iran. If you look a month in, back during the Iranian hostage crisis, look at this. Jimmy Carter saw his net approval rating jump up by 32 points. There was a massive, massive rally around the flag event. But look at this. Trump's net approval rating, it's actually down. It's actually down 1, 2, 3, 4 points. 4 points since the beginning of the war in Iran. And indeed, you can look at wars during the last 35 years in the Middle East, and you see the same story. That is, usually you see rally around the flag events. You're not seeing that here. Look at this. 1 month change in net approval ratings during the Iran war, the Iraq war, and the Gulf War. Both of these, of course, being fought with Iraq. And look at this. Again, you see Trump here, 4 points underward. Look at this with George W. Bush. 14 points above. That is, his net approval rating jumped by 14 points. And look at George H.W. Bush. My goodness gracious, a jump of 31 points. in just a month's time from the start of the Gulf War to a month in. So we see that Donald Trump is very, very much the outlier here. Now, I was racking my brain, and you know, this is something that is very difficult for me to do because there's a lot going on up there, some of which is...
Bro, my Iranian dad watches unofficial streams on YouTube TV because he won't get Twitch. That's crazy. We got Iranian fathers watching, but they won't watch the mainstream. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. We're suffering. We're suffering here at the Piker Broadcasting Service. Everyone is calling me washed. Magdai, whatever the fuck, said I'm irrelevant. Please subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. My relevancy has fallen. Okay? For $6 a month or for free with a Twitch Prime, you too can support the Piker Broadcasting Service and help me maintain my editorial independence. That's right. You can also get gifted a sub. You're asking for a sub, you don't have sound effects? That's what you think. Pause chronic. There you go. There you go.
Absolutely bonkers. You know, I just think about all those old 90s sitcoms. And I did, in my mind, find one instance recently of an event, a foreign policy event in Asia, in which we see numbers that are similar in terms of this shift for Donald Trump. Look at this. Look at this shift that we see here. Okay. Net approval rating change 1 month after the Iran war began. Look at this. February, late February now, we see Trump down by 4 points.
Holy shit. Americans were more upset with Biden doing the morally correct thing and pulling out of Afghanistan than Trump's last 37 days of the Iran war. We are an irredeemable country. This is quite literally the best, one of the best foreign policy decisions of the Biden era. I stand by it. I've defended it. I will continue to defend it. And yet, how did Americans reward him for that bravery? -6 on his approvals. Literally, this is a less popular decision.
Look at this. Look at the shift that we saw for Joe Biden upon the Afghanistan exit, right? When we took our troops out of Afghanistan.
Nah.
Look at that. Joe Biden saw a...
Nah, this shit makes me feel like I'm one of those like centrist Democrats who says, you know, they're cattle, that Americans are cattle. Let's not forget that the growth over the last 5 years has been insane. 2020 to 2021, 4x views. 2021 to 2022, 1.5x views. 2022 to 2023, stable. These are just YouTube views, not even streams. What is this? $111 million views on the main channel and 222 million views on the fan channel? Holy fuck. I mean, that's just in 2023. I wonder where we're at now. We're in 2026. YouTube, I think, did cook my YouTube did cook the Clips complex for sure. From 2020 to 2021, it was popping. It was so good. Hire a fan channel? What are you doing? Buddy, brother, I don't think you guys understand. There is no hiring a fan channel. There's only shuttering all of the fan channels by force, by DMCAing them. I thought we had already established this. It's very frustrating that a lot of people don't understand this. What the hell's wrong with you guys?
Drop in his net approval rating of 6 points. Very similar to what we see with Donald Trump right now in terms of his net approval rating when it comes to a month into the Iran war. And of course, Joe Biden's presidency, at least politically speaking, was basically over the day after we had that Afghanistan exit. He never recovered. His net approval rating never, ever recovered from the drop that he saw after the Afghanistan exit. We'll see if that's the case with Donald John Trump. But what I can say is why? What is going on? Why is Trump not seeing the rise in his net approval ratings that we often see when it comes to foreign policy activities, that is, that rally around the flag event when we see the starts of wars? Well, I think this might give you a pretty good indication why. Okay, first off, this war, it's not popular, and it's because...
Okay, whatever. I'm bored. All right, it's time for the Cuba Doc. Let's go.
Right now as we speak.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're watching the Cuba Doc. Clip channels, do not clip the reaction to this, okay? Took a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of work from a lot of people to put this together. I tried something that I haven't done before. It got 244,000 views in one day. I think it's a 1 out of 10 now. It's not, it's not that great, but it's not bad either. I want you guys, I'm not doing IRL today. I'm doing IRL tomorrow. Tomorrow is basically all day IRL, as a matter of fact. Okay. What's with the AI voiceovers? They're not AI, you fucking idiot. It's my voice.
There are 11 million people living 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America in a Caribbean island nation known as Cuba, experiencing a severe crisis. Everyday life is being brought to a screeching halt. There are nationwide blackouts caused by a total collapse of the country's electrical grid. There's a shortage of food and medicine. They can't pump drinking water. Cuba has been starved of the most important resource to make modern life work: oil. For over 60 years, the United States has maintained a trade embargo against Cuba. Under the embargo, it's nearly impossible for foreign companies to invest and do business in Cuba while trading with the United States. For years, I've wanted to visit Cuba. I wanted to learn about the problems caused by the embargo. I wanted to see a socialist society in person. Last month, I took the opportunity to go as a part of a humanitarian mission to bring aid that my government won't. I'd be accompanying Progressive International alongside hundreds of others from around the world. Activists, journalists, artists, and politicians will be coming to the island by boat and plane to deliver over 40 tons of necessary supplies, food, medicine, and medical equipment. Our first stop is Miami, Florida.
Is Delta United?
No, it's a special plane.
Oh.
It's just Terminal G is where they said we have to go to.
Oh.
Shouts out the Copink, Answer Coalition, Progressive International. They set up a flight with medical aid, solar panels, food, numerous things that the Cuban population desperately needs right now. We are basically the last leg of this international convoy that's coming from all around the world. We're now officially on the 3rd month of Cuba being without oil, and the energy grid collapsed in its entirety a couple days.
No, I love your new voice. Oh my God, you guys are so fucking annoying. The reason why that voice in this segment sounds weird is because Austin Ox cleaned it up with some kind of like voice modulator thing, because we're on the plane and it was very fucking loud.
Days ago for approximately 29 hours until they were able to bring it back up. They're basically operating on 1 HP right now. The entire country is, and it's a total man-made disaster. It should not happen. My goal here is to basically show you guys what the reality looks like on the ground.
We're here. Havana, Cuba, baby.
All right, we're in the heart of Havana right now. One of the things that I've immediately been hit with is how beautiful the city is, but also how hollowed out it is in many ways. It looks like, I mean, some of these houses, they have the skeleton, they have the outside, but inside it looks like it's bombed out, you know? There's people living in it, but like very clearly This is in a dire state of disrepair.
For decades, Cubans have been driving what in America we'd call classic cars, like this convertible, a Chevrolet Bel Air from the 1950s. But taxi and carpool drivers like this guy wait in long lines for gas, if they can get it at all.
Hundreds of them waiting here all night for simply 5 gallons of gas.
And ever since COVID, fewer tourists have been coming to Havana.
The island, obviously, has had a significant fuel shortage. And there was a lot of garbage that was piling up. But here in old Havana, they've been able to basically scrounge up a little bit of fuel and are not only doing a little bit of construction work, but also apparently picking up some garbage along the way as well. We're going to be heading to a hospital right now. We're going to be talking to a doctor about what the energy infrastructure and the lack of oil on the island has done to healthcare in general, obviously.
Since the early days of the Cuban Revolution in the 1960s, the government has promised its citizens free healthcare. As a result, the Cuban healthcare system flourished for decades. Cuban doctors were sent on medical missions around the world, providing care to those in need. And even under the embargo, Cuba became a pioneer in biomedical research. But the energy crisis has put all of this at risk. Dr. Juan Guillermo Sanchez Acuna is the chief of maxillofacial surgery at Havana's General Calixto Garcia University Hospital. He described for me what it was like to have his work totally disrupted by the American oil blockade.
The Cuban economy is completely paralyzed by the energy problem. If we don't have any oil, if there's no power, nothing can be produced. So yes, I believe it's the impact that the energy situation has had, this energy blockade on the activity that one performs. Sometimes you're in the middle of an operation and the power just suddenly goes out, right? And we simply continue operating. And the patient, she didn't have her surgery last week because the power failed. And we're going to operate on her this Monday. But today, the hospital is having some situations with the anesthetics. For example, there is no...
I will literally put you in the machine. I will put you in the machine. Wait until you hear the AI voices on the translations. Hey, chatter, that's YouTube. We hired a fucking voice actor to do the voice acting. We did not use AI, okay? If you are talking about YouTube's own, like different audio tracks, okay? Those are auto-dubbed. That's AI. That's just YouTube's own thing that it offers people, okay? This is why I dislike watching with chat. Is unbelievably fucking annoying. Pick the Spanish one, it removes the AI thing. This isn't AI. This is an English voice actor that we hired.
Isoflurane, no propofol, nothing to reverse the anesthesia. In other words, we're working under very, very difficult conditions. The hospital today only has 5 anesthesia machines, just 5 anesthesia.
Legit, the meanest community. I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. I swear to God. Chatters are fucking AI.
Anesthesia machines. And without replacement parts, for example, we only have 5 monitors for patients when you take them out of. We are working under very harsh, very adverse conditions.
I really do have the worst fucking chat.
But aren't 5 really enough?
No. For the whole hospital, 5.
This entire hospital, ¿y qué tan grande es eso? ¿Cuánto casi?
Here, around 450 patients on each floor have problems.
You mentioned that the power went out right before her surgery. Have there been any situations where there's surgery going on and the power goes out? What do you do then? Flashlights?
The facility itself is experiencing some difficulties, right? The entire plant is quite old and outdated. We simply couldn't. We absolutely couldn't manage to complete the surgical procedure. So as a result, we were forced to reschedule the case and then operate on him again.
He was saying that it has happened. They have a generator. The hospitals have a generator, but it's very old. And sometimes it doesn't work. And they just have to close them back up and
That's crazy.
Continue the operation over time.
So that was Reed from Belly of the Beast. By the way, Belly of the Beast is a Patreon. I highly urge you to go and fund their operations. They're fucking incredible, independent journalism outlet. And he helped with a lot of the translations. He helped with a lot of the sourcing. They help with a lot of the sourcing. They help with everything, every step of the fucking way. on this entire production.
We're in a hospital compound right now. It's like a complex. It's a massive hospital city almost. I mean, some of the buildings are in a dire state of disrepair. Remember, a lot of the public administrations here in this country, according to the American government, is still technically, and big parts of the economy as well, are technically owned by the Cuban government and therefore the Cuban military. So when American sanctions are applied, they might try to justify it by saying, oh, you're funding a foreign adversary's military. But the reality is, it's funding that would be going to rebuilding these buildings. It's an absolute disaster. And totally man-made. It's unbearable to just like experience it in real time. Where you're like, there's unlimited potential here. So many wonderful people.
The American government's interventions with Cuban healthcare doesn't end there. Secretary of State Marco Rubio instituted new rules prohibiting Cuba's ability to send medical aid missions abroad.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio said it will target what he called forced labor linked to the Cuban labor export programs. For decades, Cuba has sent doctors and nurses to natural disasters and disease outbreaks globally.
That's not a joke. That's how much America hates free healthcare. Last year, I interviewed Dr. Jose Armando Aronte, who's the director of international medical missions, when Rubio first announced his intentions to force countries in the Caribbean to kick out their doctors. Since then, numerous countries have caved to the American demands, including in Jamaica. I was fortunate enough to meet up with Dr. Aronte in person and ask him how this made him feel.
When we had the conversation a year ago, Marco Rubio had officially declared it like illegal, but since then, a couple countries have actually removed the Cuban medical aid missions. How does that make you feel as someone who's participated in this?
I'm feeling very bad because I was, for example, I was in Jamaica, you know. The main issue is that the people will suffer a lot because the lack of the health professional from Cuba. I don't know if you remember, I told you that the Cuban medical health professionals were covering the 100% of the region in Jamaica. Of course, the leaders of the country, I know that they have, they will receive forever the medical care in a private facility, even in the United States or other countries. But the people, you know, the low-income people will suffer a lot with the lack of medical care. The health is a human right. And that's not a political issue. That is a human right, and it's very important for all the people just to receive the medical care that they need just for the life of the people. And that's why the Cuban medical mission has been helping many countries worldwide, you know.
Yeah.
165 countries, more than 605,000 health professionals has been working for more than 60 years in many countries. And just Cuba, even in this condition, is ready to continue the Cuban medical mission and just to try to help the peoples around the world.
Yeah, Cuba's been there for everybody, and now it's time for us to be there for Cuba. All right, good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah.
Being in Cuba, I didn't just want to talk to experts or professionals. I also struck up conversations with different people on the street.
But what are we going to do? There's no fuel. People say it affects them, not the rich. It affects all of us, the majority, the common people, you know? Because if you don't have power, what are you?
Some of these interviews were sourced by Belly of the Beast as well, for the record.
What are you going to do?
Well, we're just surviving day by day, like all of us Cubans are doing, despite all the significant economic challenges that we currently face.
Trump is a big son of a bitch, man. I just don't get it. Some say he's good, but for me, he's not. Trump has no decency. He doesn't. But he can be president of the United States. He says he owns the world. Since he owns the world, he thinks he owns Cuba.
I feel outraged with him because he's the one governing his country and wants to govern the world. And international law allows all countries in the world to have their freedom, and he wants to violate and has violated the freedom of all Cubans and other countries. War is always bad. War is always terrifying. I am not afraid, but I wouldn't want it to come.
You wake up and don't know what will happen because they tell you no light, no this, no bread, no that. You are at war 24 hours. You are on edge 24 hours. From when you wake up till you sleep, you are at war. You don't feel the guns or the bullets flying, but you are at war.
One person I spoke to was Carlos Fernandez de Cosio, Cuba's Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs. I asked him about the pressures Cuba now faces and whether this was a warning for the rest of the world.
If most Americans were to be fully aware and were given the facts about the policy of their government against Cuba, they would express their opposition more clearly. Life in Cuba has been increasingly become difficult. It was already difficult in the past because U.S. pressures on the Cuban economy. But if you cut, not Cuba, any country, of the availability of fuel, immediately you start to have impact. And one can see today the panic that is created because of the closure of the Hormuz Strait in the Persian Gulf, how the prices of oil have increased, the problems that countries that are importers of fuel, and a significant part of one comes from that region of the world, how concerned they are, how their economies have started to have inflation, threats of crisis. Cuba has been suffering that for over 7 decades. And at this moment, the US has significantly closed the total availability of imports of fuel to Cuba, a country that needs fuel for its electrical grid, naturally for transportation, for an industry, for industrial production, for the production of food, for services, healthcare, education, for everything, for life. And Cubans have been forced, all segments of society, to live knowing that in the 24 hours of the day, they might have 20 hours without electricity, and sometimes they go through 36 hours, more than a day, without electricity. Do that for weeks and do that for months. Food gets rotten in the refrigerators. Your timetable and your schedule is altered. You have difficulty in transformation to go to work, to take your children to school, to visit a relative in a hospital, to take a relative to the hospital. It damages health services in general. So the impact on the population is very hard and is very cruel. The majority of Americans would be sufficiently informed about the punishment that is being put on the Cuban people, they would express it in a broader way than it does today.
What is the one of the sanctions part is like 10%, up to 10% of the components that are like American made render any product that you're purchasing to be blocked by the American government.
The U.S. not only prohibits exports from the U.S. to Cuba, and imports from Cuba. The U.S. prohibits subsidiaries of U.S. companies, let's say European companies, African companies, Asian companies, that are subsidiaries of U.S. companies from exporting to Cuba. But it doesn't stop there. The U.S. prohibits any product to be exported to Cuba if it has 10% or more of U.S. components. U.S. components is raw materials, spare parts, software, intellectual property, all of that. In today's world, globalized economy, how many products can you make sure, from a shoelace to a locomotive to a pair of glasses to a watch, how many can you make sure that it does not have at least 10%? So most companies around the world, it's not that they know that it has more, they don't go to the trouble. I might run into trouble if I do that because I don't know where these components come from. So that puts a huge limitation on what Cuba can buy. But in addition to that, the U.S. would not allow the import into the United States of any product that has 0.0001% of Cuban component. In other words, no component. So no chocolate bar can be imported in the United States if there's 1 grain of sugar in that chocolate bar. No alcohol if it has an origin in Cuban alcohol. No metal if it has Cuban nickel or Cuban cobalt. No machinery if it has metal that is composed with Cuban nickel or cobalt, to give you some examples. It puts huge limitations on our access to financing and to banking and to obtain revenue. Huge. It puts huge limitation on access to markets for Cuban exports, both services and products. Huge limitations to access to technology. It's very difficult for any economy to develop itself to function without access to technology, and it deprives Cuba to access of fuel. Just with those 4 limitations. Try to imagine any economy in the world, the US, European, Japanese, Chinese, and in which you have those huge limitations. How would they function?
Why do you think America's doing this?
They want to have a capacity to control the fate of Cuba, to create a relationship of dependency and treat Cuba as a vassal state. I don't think they want to annex Cuba, but to try Cuba to be a dominion of the United States. The US wants to restore capitalism in Cuba, go back, and restore a relationship of dependency, again, going back to the past of Cuba. The combination of factors, there could be sentiment of revenge of some minuscule amount of people. There can be ideological differences with Cuba, and simply because Cuba is socialist, and without knowing what socialism means, it sounds strange, it sounds dangerous, so they want to change it. Some people, because they believe the stories that are being told about slavery, about foreign alien enemies in Cuba. But Cuba is not an enemy of the United States. We're not unfriendly to the United States. We are not a threat to the United States. But we perhaps pose an example that for specific people in the United States is unacceptable.
electrify the entire grid. Oh, these are fire. Look at this. Turquía.
This current energy situation is what's bothering me the most. The high prices too, most of which are not comparable to what we earn.
I am from Vedado, and you know, it's quite complicated to live a life without blackouts, and suddenly there's many blackouts. So the school has taken measures. They've regulated classes. You don't go every day anymore, you go 1 day a week. And that allows you not to be so overwhelmed with transport. But still, the day you go, it's complicated. It's complicated.
We're here with Morid, and he is a Palestinian currently studying for free in a Cuban school of medicine.
Here in Palestine and Cuba, things are all too similar. The only difference is that there are bombs there, and no bombs here. But there's a blockade there, and a blockade here. There people are dying of hunger. Here people are also suffering from hunger, lack of power. There are blackouts there too. So yes, both our peoples are living the same thing, because of the same enemy. We have around 250 Palestinians studying medicine here. And once we complete our studies, we can go back to Palestine to assist our people, because there is a critical shortage of doctors and a severe lack of hospitals to save lives. Seeing how the Cuban people, or Cuba as a nation, a country that is in need of so many things, but despite all of that, Cuba is still helping, still sharing what it has.
Do you intend to go back to Palestine one day and become a doctor there, or what's next for you?
I am specializing in orthopedics so that I can return as a fully trained and complete doctor. I am ready to be on the battlefield, for my people to support them on the front lines. Because in Palestine or in Gaza, especially because of these wars, this 3-year genocide, many people have lost their limbs or have problems with their upper or lower limbs, and they need orthopedic specialists. Thanks to Cuba for granting me this incredible opportunity to become a specialist, which it provides completely free of charge, because nowhere else in the world do they offer that for free.
What made you want to be a doctor, and how much does money factor into that decision? The only reason why I ask this question is because Americans think, one, that all of the Cuban doctors that are sent on medical missions are actually being forced to do this, and also Americans think that doctors only become doctors for money.
Yes, this is capitalism. What they're looking for is how to sell healthcare, to sell medicine, and to find ways to make money from people's health, not how to save them. They don't care about saving lives. What they care about is their own pockets.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, it's gonna be translated in the post. Yeah. It's not about me. I'm just seasoning.
While the U.S. and Israel rained missiles on Palestine, Lebanon, and Iran, a similar kind of siege was taking place against Cuba. The catch, of course, is that in Cuba, it's a siege without bombs. And as this imperial violence becomes more and more impossible to ignore, even the masses in Western countries have radically shifted their perspective. To me, feels like people all over the world are no longer as susceptible to propaganda for the empire. I took some of my thoughts to Jeremy Corbyn, former leader of the UK's Labour Party, and now a member of parliament for the new left-wing Your Party. And I asked Jeremy about Cuba, and if this shift in consciousness we're seeing can really change policy.
Oh, thanks, mate. Gracias. Gracias, senor.
Nothing. Do you need an ashtray or something?
No, ashtray. No. We're todo para nuestra salud. Sin azúcar, sin tabac, todo.
Now that the attitude in the Western world has radically shifted against Israel and America in many ways, recognizing the Israeli apartheid, recognizing the genocide, do you feel as though there's an opportunity for people to take a different approach to foreign adversary governments like Cuba that have been designed as foreign adversaries by the American state?
Yes, I do. And I think the governments around the world that are either actively practicing hostility to Cuba or just going along with the US strategy on it are way out of step with what the public think. In the UK, there is no hostility towards Cuba at all. People are actually quite pro-Cuba. I mean, what is it about Cuba that gives you this absurd policy of punishing any company that trades with Cuba by not allowing them to trade in the USA? The Helms-Burton Act is like a sort of global sanction against the private sector wanting to trade in Cuba. I mean, it's absurd. Virtually all of the member states of the UN vote against the sanctions on Cuba, but only, what is it, the US, the Marshall Islands, Israel and El Salvador. Young people in Cuba have only ever known austerity. They've only ever known crumbling public realm because of the lack of resources. They've only ever known power outages and power shortages. And whilst they have a very effective health service, it's chronically under-resourced because it needs more research and more medicines. And so I can see how they get onto their iPhone or whatever else, and then they see pictures of unbelievable levels of wealth by a tiny minority of people 90 miles away in Miami. Yeah. They don't see pictures of the poverty in downtown Chicago. They don't see the pictures of the poverty in so many parts of the USA. And they don't also realize that 30 million Americans have no access to any kind of health care. And it's finished with this. We're in Cuba. Now look out in this wonderful city of Havana. You see the capital there, which is modeled on the US.
Taller. This one is taller than ours.
Is it?
That's what they were saying. Yes, they're very proud of that. I'm proud of it too. Fuck it.
Oh my goodness, I'll go up and have a look then.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's modeled after the American capital, and it's taller.
But also, you look over there, there's a lot of buildings that desperately need fixing up. That's the consequences of the blockade. Cuba is a beautiful place, and it's got some fantastic people. So I say to the US, back off, leave Cuba alone, let it develop. And you know what?
Back off.
After a while, you're going to get to love Cuba.
Leave Cuba alone.
Just because the U.S. is strangling Cuba with sanctions and the oil blockade doesn't mean that Cubans are totally helpless. Cuba, like all other countries, faces a difficult green transition away from an economy based on fossil fuels. Spurred by the latest challenges, Cuba is pushing through a long overdue change for solar power, assisted by foreign friends like China. To learn about Cuba's solar push, I spoke to Dr. Lidice Valiant Roca, head of the Photovoltaic Research Laboratory at the University of Havana and one of the leaders of Cuba's solar energy initiative. Since long before the oil crisis, she's been studying how climate change has affected Cuba, making a green transition all the more critical to the island's future.
Cuba is at the epicenter of not only imperialism, but also one of the more damaging aspects of anthropogenic climate change. The island infrastructure consistently suffers during hurricane season, and there are even rolling blackouts before the oil embargo worsened in these last 3 months. What role do renewable energies play in addressing?
Is there a longer interview with Corbyn? Yes. So all of these interviews that I conducted are actually very long. They're around like 30, 40 minutes long, sometimes an hour long. Like the one with Cosio, the foreign vice minister, that one's like almost 2 hours long. But I wanted to get this out, like get this full project out to show you guys like the full scope of it. We will be releasing all of the interviews. We'll be releasing all the interviews on the main channel as well. So like they exist. But for the time being, I wanted to do something that was more digestible, because like the longer interviews are very interesting and I think you guys will really appreciate all of them. But I wanted to make this as like digestible and as high impact as possible, right?
Addressing this crisis?
I think renewable energy is key for the energy independence of Cuba. So this is probably the most important concept. Renewable energy is not only the homework that you have to do for climate change, it's at the same time what is going to give us the independency from the energy production point of view, and it happens that it's also cheaper.
What's the status currently of daily energy usage, daily energy consumption that's been relegated to solar panels?
In 38 is the major level which
My community suffered from Hurricane Katrina. You know, Cuba wanted to send doctors to Hurricane Katrina, and the American government said no. Cuba wanted to send a medical mission to the United States of America for Hurricane Katrina. In the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, America said no.
some days ago.
Yeah.
I mean, in a very, very sunny day with not so high temperatures, of course, the production of solar energy reached a peak. But it's moving in the middle of the day. So in the moment in which you have the peak production of solar energy, we have been seeing an increment from 15 to...
To be fair, I guess the American government is literally consistent as far as like free healthcare goes. They will destroy it anywhere around the planet. Like even if it's a desperate need, and other countries that offer free healthcare want to offer America free healthcare, they'll be like, no, fuck no. Absolutely not. We will kill the poor every time.
30 and even more than 30%, which is extremely big, even.
Yeah.
Not in general, but for the Cuban conditions, also taking into account it's something that happened in only 1 year.
Yeah. Because where was Medicare for all except for Medicare for none? The only country that is allowed to have free healthcare is Israel. Yeah. 1,500 medical doctors with 37 tons of medical supplies. Cuba wanted to send them. And the Bush administration was like, hell no. How crazy is that, man? Who the fuck operates like that? That's why it's extra crazy that like Marco Rubio has denied medical missions to other countries like Jamaica.
Where was it even a year ago? What was the percentage?
Less than 5, between 3 and 4%.
This sector, the industry, is heavy.
My only piece of constructive criticism is work on your narration. It sounds like I'm watching a National Geographic documentary on people suffering due to U.S. sanctions. What the fuck is wrong with you? That's the point. That's the point, chatter. Yeah, you nailed it. That's what I was trying to do.
Heavily dominated by China.
Yes, more than 90%.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a complete monopoly. And does that make things a little bit easier as far as being able to purchase certain components? Because the Chinese government doesn't abide by, as far as I understand, American restrictions that normally other countries in Europe, especially in the field of medicine, I've been talking to a lot of doctors.
Yes, I think yes.
Have there been restrictions in any way?
Yes, there are always restrictions anyway. The blockade can reach even China. Because companies are companies, even if they are China-based. And sometimes if the company has interests in other places or related to the American market, they won't risk.
Now, Cuban ingenuity doesn't end with trying to radically restructure the entire energy grid. Cuba's progress in biomedical research has been the envy of the world for many decades. A recent high point was Cuba's homegrown COVID vaccine, the only such vaccine made by a poor country. To learn about this field, I talked to a world-renowned...
By the way, they developed this with the Pasteur Institute that America recently destroyed this past week in Iran. For those of you who don't know. Iran and Cuba worked in tandem, cooperatively, to develop indigenous vaccines for COVID. And the Pasteur Institute that America and Israel blew up the other day played a role in the development of this vaccine. Of course, I released this video before, or I shot this video and did the narration before America blew up the other side of this COVID vaccine development. There's also additional details on this. Jack Ma wanted to send COVID vaccines, Sinovacs, to Cuba. America stopped that from happening. That was part of the reason why they had to develop their own version of the COVID vaccine. And not only that, but also when the poor countries were not able to get the COVID vaccines in time, Cuba was like, fuck it, we'll send it to Latin American countries. Then America decided to do a vaccine hesitancy campaign in Latin America against the Cuban vaccine as well, just so you know.
Neuroscientist Dr. Mitchell Valdez Sosa. We discussed both how progress has been limited by American sanctions and what Cuban scientists have been able to accomplish regardless.
Just a couple of decades ago, perhaps 5 years ago, people would come from Miami, Cubans that lived there, to buy the cheap medicines in Cuba to sell them in Florida, because they were so cheap and inexpensive. Now we're struggling because the United States has systematically begun cutting every source of income to the country.
Yeah.
So they're scaring off tourism. Europeans come to Cuba, they have trouble getting visas for the U.S. Cruisers are told to avoid it, they can't come to Cuba. And everything bad that can happen here, a blackout, a failure of the power system, is amplified in all the media. Scary.
Dr. Mitchell is such a Chad, by the way. Dr. Mitchell is a stud. He is the OG. He is the man. Every single person that I interviewed, get off your phone. Dude, that's where my questions are. I didn't have them written down, okay? I had them written on my phone. That's why I'm looking at my phone. I'm not being like, quote unquote, rude. I'm looking at like the information that's in front of me.
So that's part of a policy, scare away the tourists. Cuban medical brigades were working in 60 countries. And these brigades would work in places where the doctors of those countries would not work.
Yeah.
And the countries were very happy with that.
Yeah.
Then the U.S. said, we're going to sanction health officials, ministries of health officials that hire Cuban doctors, because they're worried that the Cubans, doctors are being exploited. I would like to see the U.S. government worried about sugarcane cutters around the world that are exploited.
I'm not playing on my phone. I'm taking care of business. I mean, there was no internet. What could I be doing on my phone? There's no service. There's no internet.
And they don't care. And this is just an excuse, a flimsy excuse. Then medical exports. We can export products. They do everything to sabotage through their, let's say, the Quislings that live in all these countries that are, U.S. oriented, let's say South America. And then they start saying this Cuban treatment is no good, and they do propaganda in the media, and all this is connected to the U.S. policies. We vaccinated almost 98% of the population. Cuba has the lowest death rate due to COVID. It's not only the vaccines, it's also very consistent messages on using masks, social distancing. Cuba has the lowest rate. And then when we started selling them to Mexico, to Venezuela, to other countries, there were campaigns to try to discredit the Cuban vaccine. And this is part of a consistent policy of simply cutting off every line of income to the country. And then trying to create the Cuban population dissatisfaction and desperation, and then saying we're going to solve it for you. So you create a problem, and then you're offering a solution. I mean, there are Cubans that maybe will fall for this line, but the majority of Cubans see clearly through this propaganda screen. They know exactly that a large part of our big problems in Cuba, we have many difficult problems, are due to the U.S. embargo blockade, and which has been tightening year after year. We buy equipment in Europe, and an American company buys the manufacturer, and we can't get spare parts. Or we buy expensive equipment in Europe, we want to use it for medical purposes here, and they scare the European companies off. I've spoke to the vice president of a company in Germany that said, I'm ashamed of this. International commerce should not be like this, but we could have problems with the U.S., and that's an important market for us. So there.
Now that you see these interviews, though, do you understand where I was getting all my information from? Because, like, I've talked about all of this in every single interview that I've conducted so far after coming back from Cuba. But, like, I talked to so many people that are, like, directly a part of the production process, a part of, like, biomedical research. And every single person I talked to, doctors, nurses, every single person I talked to had a story like this. Okay? Every single one. I know a lot of people, especially Cubans in diaspora, Cubans that came from Cuba at a young age, that came to the United States of America, genuinely think, oh, this is bullshit. Okay? Perhaps they haven't had these conversations. Perhaps they haven't seen it. But it is, damn, you did so much. What the fuck? Were you only there for 2 days? Yes, that's why it was laughable that people were like, oh, Hasan was living the high life in luxury going to parties and dancing around the island. It's like, no, I didn't do any of the. I mean, the stuff that people were claiming we were doing on the island were also ridiculous, but I didn't even attend any of this stuff. I didn't do a single damn thing that the Progressive International or any of the other people did on the island because I was literally just doing wall-to-wall coverage, like nonstop. We recorded like 10 plus hours of interviews.
There are all these indirect ways. I remember seeing an appearance by Marco Rubio in the Congress saying, we're not blockading Cuba. There are no ships blocking the ports. And this is hypocritical. It's a policy of strangling the country. Our anti-Alzheimer drug, Senero 201, which we developed in Cuba and using labs in Mexico and in France because we can't get materials because the US would block them. So what we do is collaborate. But we have people willing to work with us. They are searching for investors, and their lawyers are saying, careful, the US sanctions. So maybe this drug, which we could develop and could benefit all of humanity, is now being blocked, and it's one of the insidious ways, and I can give many examples. We have money to buy material to produce cheap medicines for the Cuban people, and there's no banks that want to work with us because we're sponsors of terrorism, according to the U.S. We've lived under the embargo and the bloqueo, as we call it, because it's a blockade. We have been living for decades, but this is the worst situation we've lived through, because by scaring oil suppliers off, they're really trying to strangle and destroy our economy.
It's a shame we can't get that drug because our president could really use it. Oh my God. True. Maybe it's better that he doesn't get the fucking dementia medicine though, honestly.
The only good thing that can come out of this, it's so evident now that there is a blockade because they've been denying it for years. It's so evident that they're trying to cut off any source of income for the country, even cut off the oil, that it's impossible to hide anymore and to make it invisible.
So the sun is going down and I'm using a light to light you now because once again we are without power.
Yep. I forgot to bring snackies in my bag, and that was a big L for me.
But who did bring snackies?
You did, and I ate some of your snackies, which was great. Thank you. Thank you so much. This is yet another day where it's 7:35 and I've yet to eat.
It's dark, man.
So how do we call a cab here? All electricity in this block is gone, is out. Unfucking believable that this is directly a man-made crisis, and what many consider to be is a product of the government's incompetence. Is actually directly a consequence of American intervention in the most vile form. It's crazy. And from what I understand, speaking to some of the people on the ground, a decent chunk of the Cuban population, young Cubans.
How did you call a cab? It was Reed. He helped us. Belly the Beast. It's really interesting. A lot of people don't know this, but like right now, Iran doesn't have internet, right? Like Iran doesn't have internet. Iran does have domestic internet, right? It's a little different in Cuba. CubaCell is unreliable at times, but it still works. It's difficult. But they have like an Uber system basically on the island where it's not dissimilar to the Uber system. That's what it is. Okay, you just pay with cash. But you call a cab, a guy comes with their own car, with their regular, vehicle, picks you up, takes you wherever you need to, and then you pay him cash. But that's what we. Cuba also has like an Airbnb style situation too. So a normal cab, no, it's not. But I mean, they have regular taxis as well. Why did so many Cuban Americans criticize your trip to Cuba? Why would they disparage anyone bringing aid to their home country? They are unbelievably reactionary and think that anything that you any kind of like criticism of the blockade is actually a lie. They think that it's just communism. They're super reactionary. They think it's communism. And they think they feel like any kind of mention of this blockade, which they deny its existence, is a defense of the Cuban government. No, it's worse than diasporoid Iranians. I mean, it's worse than that for sure. I don't even think you can actually convince any of these guys. Some of these guys are like super far gone. They have like genuine disdain. Yeah, I'm Cuban. My parents always said the Cuban government steals everything, so we can't give them anything. Yeah, it's crazy. Like they have real disdain for people that are on this island. Genuine question, Cuban American here. My sister thinks Cubans are forced to work as doctors in Cuba. That Cubans can't choose their own line of work. You can only do work generationally, meaning if your dad was a doctor, then you have to be a doctor. I know it sounds absurd. She then tried to argue the forced labor take about doctor missions. How do I dispel the conspiracy theory? That's a Mara brain. Your sister is officially a full-blown American. You should show her the video of Ben Shapiro arguing that his wife is a doctor, and if we were to do socialized medicine in this country, that would mean that we would enslave his doctor wife, because that's what it is. These people are very proud of the work that they do, and you'll see with the interview that I conducted with the surgeon, the first surgeon that I actually interviewed, where I straight up ask him, how much money do you make? And then he tells me like the unbelievably low salaries for all medical professionals on the island. And then I'm like, why do you do it? American, I'm going to ask you a stupid American question. Why do you do it? You make no money. And he's like, what do you mean? What do you mean? This is like, I do it for my people. Like I do it to save people's lives. It doesn't even fucking register for him. Okay. Anyway, but that's what it is. And no, they're like, yeah, please think. How can you force someone to be a doctor? Like, can you just think it through for a second? How can you force someone to be a doctor? They'd just be a real shitty doctor. That would kind of have diminishing returns, don't you think? Maybe after the second generation. So the question you should ask your sister is also, do you think teachers are slaves? Right? She's a lib, a hardcore propagandizer with a Republican dad. Do you think teachers in the United States of America are enslaved right now? Because they work for very low wages, and yet they still work. Okay, not only do they work for very low wages, but they also literally spend money out of their pockets to teach people. I mean, it's an unbelievable shame that they get paid such little salaries, such low wages. But are they being forced to teach children at gunpoint? No, they don't, because they want to improve the next generation, right? The asteroid correspondent here, HasanAbi is 100% right. My family's like communism paranoia. My dad called the auto start stop in his truck communism, and he wasn't joking. Everything is the boogeyman to them. No way to appease them short of reviving Castro just to hang him. Yeah. Also, Castro was fucking dope, like, which is why it's extra funny, because like he was a goddamn lion, straight up, and so was Che. Che and Castro both were unbelievably charismatic individuals, and they were fucking awesome, which makes this story even funnier. Like, you know, modern Cuban government, maybe not as charismatic, okay? It's hard to be as charismatic as Che or Castro. But those two especially were unbelievable lions, okay? They were unbelievably charismatic, and they were the real fucking deal, which is why it's really funny that these guys have tremendous resentment towards them. It's like I can't even think, like it's like being mad at Abraham Lincoln, okay? Except Abraham Lincoln also wasn't that charismatic, right? Like, yeah, I fucking the two American presidents that I despise, Abraham Lincoln and FDR, you know? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Once again, Cuba, regardless of the unbearable propaganda against it, perhaps is probably the closest that you can arrive at like a moral country. Nation states are not moral. And this isn't to like defend some of the resistance to change in terms of like how they operated their economy for so long. Much of it was propped up by the USSR, right? And mismanagement is a thing that happens everywhere. Of course, it would not be as damaging if it weren't for the blockade. But I mean, they're such a responsive government. They're such a responsive government. Like, for example, they will routinely release people that they've arrested, right? The Biden administration arrested 3,500 peaceful protesters. The Cuban government every now and then also arrests people. There's like a little bit of political repression. Some of the biggest problems, I think, are the lack of interest. What? You have more views in common than you do AOC. I just want to say AOC and Bernie are the worst options right now. Wait, what? AOC sucks? Why are you guys pushing AOC? AOC sucks. What the fuck? So you don't like AOC and you like Sneeko? Like, I don't understand. Or you don't like AOC, you don't like me, and you like Sneeko? Or you hate Sneeko and you're saying that as a diss? Anyway, whatever. You should highlight more about how they're a responsive government because it's true and I'd like to learn more. I mean, think about it this way. They're so fucking poor. And in spite of that, the social contract is always dictated that every single Cuban gets a free education and every single Cuban gets free healthcare. Okay? Like, there are stories that people were telling me. Like, you know, there's a lady who needed like an immediate medical procedure on the other side of the island. And the government literally fucking sent an ambulance amidst the blockade to bring them to a facility in Havana so she could get the fucking proper medical care. And then, you know, it's all free. Like, it's just not like it's unheard of in America, right? Like, it's just so crazy to think. My dad's Cuban fam is a house divided. My great-granddad was for Fidel and welcomed him, but my granddad was USA AOK and hated Castro. My dad, who was Team Granddad, named me after Che's girlfriend and might have got it correct because I am Team Great-Granddad.
Especially also are unaware of the real reasons as to why this crisis is unfolding since the year 2019 when like the initial sanctions packages started rolling in that limited the oil tankers that were able to come to the island. Obviously, this is the most devastating version of this with threats of interception of oil tankers that are coming into the island. At least the city functions are still working, you know, the lights are working. For over 60 years, Cuba has served as an outpost of humanity, an island that would lay everything on the line for the sake of a better world. It has done this by sending medical missions to the South Pacific, dispatching military reinforcements to fight the apartheid, and even sharing its homegrown COVID vaccines with the world when wealthy nations hoarded doses for themselves. With this commitment has come a very high price. Every day, Cubans are pushed further to the brink of survival. In Havana, I saw with my own eyes the shadow of Washington's deliberate policy of collective punishment, the horror of patients surviving on hand-pumped ventilators, sweating through darkness with no electricity to ease their suffering. Yet Cubans are, and Cuba is, resilient. There is the doctor who operates by phone light, the Palestinian medical student learning to sew his people back together, the scientist turning the Caribbean sunshine into energy independence, and, of course, there are the hearts of all those in Cuba who refuse to trade their sovereignty for a momentary relief. Cuba's future belongs to no one but the Cuban people themselves. And despite the challenges laid before them in such dark times, the people of Cuba bring all of humanity, step by step, just a bit closer to the light. Cuba has been there for the rest of the world, and now it is our time to be there for Cuba. Patria o muerte, venceremos. Homeland or death, we will prevail.
That's it. I haven't I've never tried doing something like this before. I've never done something like this before. It was definitely a daunting task. And I was definitely worried that you know, people were not going to like it, people were not going to appreciate it. But it seems to be getting some decent reactions from people. I mean, obviously, at the end of the day, you know, it's a 1 out of 10 on the web on my YouTube page. Don't let the YouTube algo deter you from doing this again. You will break through the algo. Yeah, I mean, it's a 1 out of 10. It's good. It's my top performing video, but like, the reality of the matter is, you know, a video about the extraction mission that's clipped out of my, that's clipped from my broadcast, obviously still going to do better, algorithm wise and numbers wise. But you know, I want to do it again, hopefully in the future, do stuff like this again. But yeah, this was the first. This is the first time we tried this, and I'll get better at it. I'll have a better understanding of the shot list ahead of time, you know, and Marsh will get better at like picking stuff up as well. But, you know, hopefully that was informative for you guys. And then maybe one day I can be as good as Nick Shirley and Tyler Hitler Vera. Cuban American here with the Anti-Cuba family. Thank you for making this. So many Cuban chatters in here with like reactionary parents. It's kind of funny. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Ship it to Netflix and all streaming platforms. Okay, guys, calm down. I don't think Netflix gives a shit. I don't think it's like that. But yeah. When I was begging you to go to Cuba, this is better content than I'd imagine you to come out of it. Great job. Hell yeah. We also have all these interviews, like longer interviews with every single person that I interviewed on there. But hopefully, hopefully you guys will get to enjoy those as well. Have you talked to Dan Levitard about the documentary? No, I have not. But yeah, Piker Broadcasting Service, thank you for your support. Some sort of cut together video would be made all of your IRL footage. Like I'm picturing you cutting together all your Minnesota stuff could be good too. Arkansas 142nd Field Artillery Brigade departed for the Middle East today. Senator Tom Cotton says, oh, nice. Great. What was the song at the end? I don't know. But also go show some love and show some support to Belly of the Beast Cuba. Belly of the Beast Cuba on Patreon. I don't know if we put that in the description, but you know, they were unbelievably helpful in the entire process. I mean, they're incredible. I'm going to be I am going to be working with Ryan Grimm and hopefully Brace Belden to fundraise for them because they do amazing work. Also, everyone needs to stop saying I look tired, okay? I get it. I'm fucking tired. All right, calm down. Are you ending soon? Yes, I am. I am ending. I'm ending right now because I'm tired. Anyway, tomorrow I'm going to start here. I'm going to do a short intro to the broadcast. I'm going to start early again, just like yesterday. And then for the rest of the day, we're going to be doing back-to-back. We're going to be doing back-to-back rallies. I'm going to go to MSU, and I'm going to go to University of Michigan. And I'm going to be speaking at the rallies as well. And in between speaking at the rallies, I will... in between speaking at the rallies, I'll do like regular news coverage as well. Because how early is it? 10 a.m. Pacific time as I did this morning. Okay. But yeah, I got to rest up to get my strength up so I'm not tired tomorrow. You got to say go blue if Michigan wins tonight. Sure. And obviously we have Trump potentially bombing or tacoing tomorrow. And that's going to happen while we're at one of the two rallies. So, stay tuned. U of M's going to be a fucking mess. They're in the championship game tonight. Where is the game happening? Maybe we'll go out. Right now it's just started. Indianapolis. Okay. Anyway, love you guys. Please go watch documentary. Spread it far and wide. Took a lot for us to put that together. Anyway, peace everybody.
Stunning lo-fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter laws, giving greetings grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. system will always fail. It's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait.